Okay. Because. Oh, he is not gonna like this.
Not gonna like what?
It's dark. See what it looks like. Because our backdrop's lighter than us.
Why does it show like dead batteries? Doesn't matter, it's plugged in, right?
Yeah. It's dark, isn't it?
Just a little bit.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, those of you joining from near and far away. Welcome to the 2024 edition of the Loopy Looper presented by Endless Endurance. And let me tell you, this is the best day of the year for us from the tri-state Delaware Valley in terms of ultra running. Couldn't be more excited to bring you the race coverage today. As the race gets underway right near us. Race just started. We'll be bringing you live coverage here all day. My name's Brian Paulson. I'm joined here by these two wonderful gentlemen to my right and left. I'm going to turn it over to them and allow them to introduce themselves here.
When you say two wonderful gentlemen, you mean like one? That'd be me. No, I'll go first. I'm Jeff Winchester. I'm one of the ultra running guys. A co-host with my good friend over here who's going to introduce himself in a minute. We've been running a podcast since 2020, and we are excited to be out here. Our first experience with the Loopy Looper.
Yep, and so Jeremy Reynolds watching them go across the start line. It's an exciting time. 3.7-mile loop, so we'll see all these folks in just a little bit. We're set up kind of right near the finish. But yeah, Jeremy Reynolds, co-host of the Ultra Running Guys. We're out of North Carolina, made the trek out here, super excited. Feels like family, seen a lot of past guests and friends and people we've connected with, so just really looking forward to the day.
And something you just said there, Jeremy, that I think is going to be really important, and we're going to talk a lot about today throughout the course of this show is that family feeling, the ultra running community, how close-knit it is, how tight it is, and that's going to be a storyline throughout the course of this day. We have 250 or so runners competing. I can guarantee you most of them are rooting for each other. So that's something that'll come up as we get rolling here throughout the course of the day. So yeah, Jeremy, you touched a little bit on the course already. 3.7-mile loop. Can talk a little bit more about just where we are and what this course is and kind of the structure of the race. So 3.7-mile loop. We're here at Cooper River Park in Camden County, New Jersey. The park, even though it's only about 3.7 miles, we got a great picture here, goes through about 3 different towns in this part of New Jersey. So in terms of course profile, it's about as flat as you can get for an ultra race. Typically when we're talking ultra running, we're talking, races on trails, races in the mountains, races through highlands. This is a little bit more of your urban ultra running style race. It is not a trail. It is paved the entire time. It is flat, and it is fast, which will lead to some interesting carnage, I think, as the race goes on to get a little bit into that. In terms of course profile,
let me ask you,
gentlemen.
A question about that first.
Go ahead. I was going to ask you a question.
I got a question first. So you said it's going to be fast. So I know that there's a first lap and everything. What are we typically looking at for the first lap out here?
First laps, it's a little bit. I would have to go back and look at past finisher times because 3.7 is a little bit tough. So let's say if we're going a 4 mile at 7-minute pace would be like 28 minutes. So honestly, probably somewhere in that range, like in that 28-minute range. So a little under 7-minute pace would probably be my guess. I think if you want to compete in the 12-hour, your best bet is to not win the first fastest
Well, that's
lap.
what I was about to ask you. That doesn't sound like a smart strategy.
Yeah. So
and for everybody that's just plugging in, if you're not familiar, right, that first lap, so there's a unique aspect to this is that you got 12-hour, 24-hour, 100-mile racers out here, but then there's an incentive to finish that first lap fast, which is essentially to do exactly what you've always been told not to do in a race, which is go out fast and blow yourself up, right? Because you're going to be paying potentially for that the rest of the day. So it'd be really fun to see how people do that and then watch those people throughout the remainder of the day that do come in nice and quick on that first lap.
And there was an interesting change this year, too, by Endless Endurance, by the race directors. So the fastest first lap, you used to be able to win it if you were running a relay team. So
Right.
typically it was always your relay teams that won the first fastest lap. This year, it has to be a 12 or a 24-hour runner that wins it, which I think is, again, adds like another interesting wrinkle. Like, do you want to bring home some hardware? You go out real fast and try to win that thing and then just see how the rest of the day goes? I don't know. It's an interesting strategy. And
Short-term glory.
Yeah. We'll see those runners honestly probably come through within the next, 20 to 25 minutes or so after that first lap if people are out there really, really going for it. So yeah, back to just the general course profile. Again, really flat, I think, is something that has a impact on this race. I think it also being, and this is maybe our next talking point here, is this being a race that is not a trail race, right? For our ultra runners, can present some interesting and different challenges, right? If you're someone that's run mostly on the trails, if you're used to races that have a fair amount of elevation gain, this is very different. It's a very different style race. Yeah, what do you guys think about that, just in terms of like this being ultra but not being a trail race? Like, what do you think some of the challenges might be in a race like that?
Yeah, so I'll say we talk about this quite a bit on the show. So we're from coastal North Carolina, very flat. Most of our running personally is done on road, right? So we do a lot of that. Obviously, try to get out on the trails as much as we can, but even around us, it's like mountain bike trail, that kind of thing.
A bunch of snakes too, man.
Right, a bunch of snakes. Stay out of the snakes. But yeah, so it's interesting because a lot of times we think flat and fast, and that can be fast. But I would say if you're ready for the mechanics of absolute repetitive. And so like you said, there's two aspects. One, trail will give you the variety. And so if you're used to running trails, just every footfall being the same on this course is going to wear on you. And then if you are used to somewhere, even if you run roads that has hills, some type of elevation, that's going to catch up with you throughout the day. I mean, we have even just the local marathon in Wilmington, people that come out of Charlotte, other things, and they just think, oh yeah, this is going to be, this is going to be an absolute PR. And then they just realize that the hips and just from the repetition of the day, it can really wear on you.
Yeah, it can be monotonous, and I think at a loop course like this and being flat, it's going to be at a point that they're like, I'm doing the same thing over and over again. And and I think there's a lot of local runners here, too, that may run this type of location, and because of that, they're going to be like, I've done this park now 27 times today just to get 100 miles. That's a lot of this, and so not a lot of variation on the course. You're doing the same loop. The good news about doing a loop course like this, I think, which I know is not about the flat side of it, but the fact that it's a loop course with having an aid station on the other side, I think is what the map showed, is that you at least have some consistency on what you have. You don't have to carry a bunch of stuff on your back and everything, which I think is going to help the runners a lot in this type of environment.
And one of the things I think we can jump into later, too, is some of the strategies and maybe how to tackle this. Yeah. But I will say the factor, right, is that when it's flat, so again, pacing is such a big thing when you're trying to, 12 hours, 24 hours, 100 miles. There are no natural walk points out here. Yeah. So it's all going to be about a pacing strategy. It's very easy to overdo it early on, and so it'll be interesting to watch how people navigate that as well.
Yeah, some great commentary. I think early on as we're getting rolling here again. About 7 minutes into this race, we'll be with you here throughout the majority, if not all, of the races that we have going on, the 12, the 24-hour, and the 100-mile. Again, a very interesting race when we talk about ultra running. Just kind of where this race falls in that spectrum. Again, another kind of major talking point, I think, today, and this will certainly have an impact on the times, the strategy. I think everything is just the weather, right? Anytime we're talking about a race in August, I think we have to at least talk a little bit about the weather and what kind of strategy that might, cause runners to have to think about. Right now we have a board in front of us that's telling me it's 77 degrees. It feels about 20 degrees hotter than 77 degrees. Yeah. It is a hot morning.
At 7 o'clock it was 75. Yeah. It's already gone up 2 degrees in the last 7 minutes.
So it's going to be a hot one today. It's already warm. The sun's beating on us. This time of year, I'm sure most people listening are local. For those of you not local, August in New Jersey it's hot and it's humid. So, yesterday it was in the mid 90s. I think the high today is 90, but the humidity is going to make it feel hotter. I think that has to be a talking point as we get into this race today. I know you guys are from North Carolina, so you're certainly used to the heat. What kind of challenges and what kind of things are the runners going to have to think about today as we get into the hotter parts of the day?
Whew. That is a big
That's a big
topic.
one. We'll talk about it a lot.
Yeah,
I'm
I
sure.
think we'll talk about it a lot, and we can talk about how do you prepare for something like this later on as well. But just through the course of today, they're going to have to embrace a variety of cooling strategies. And first and foremost, they're really going to have to take it slow. And they're going to go out this first lap because it's cooler right now than it will be later, and they're thinking they're going to try to bank some time. And that could actually come back to haunt them as well because, when it's hot outside, your whole body is trying to just cool down. And just because you're starting off cooler doesn't mean that you are doing anything that's going to help that later on. And so the biggest thing is to take as much water breaks and to keep up their electrolytes throughout the day. And if they can swing by and have ice. I don't know if they brought their own coolers or if the aid station is going to give them ice, but any way they can get ice to start, like shoving it down sleeves, shoving it down shorts, putting anything on their body to kind of bring their core temperature down is going to be the goal. Because if they don't, then they're not going to be able to keep their food down. They're going to start getting sick. They're going to start having a bunch of gut issues, and it's going to start setting them back really quickly.
Yeah, I think this will be a big topic throughout the day. I
All
think
day long.
I think
All
we
day.
can touch on a lot of strategies and impacts and those types of things. But to your point, so we actually did a race spotlight on the show. With Pete and Jen, and one of the big topics was that, right? That, hey, it's hot, but it's also very exposed. So on this course, there's not going to be shade. There's not going to be different things to duck under. In fact, even if we look around here and see where people tried to set up, there's a handful of trees that people are trying to bury themselves under. But yeah, so, and that also brings, there's an aid station out there that I think is going to be a favorite of the day that has slushies, and Albie Day's out there taking care of people. And so I think that that's going to be a big hit throughout the day. But yeah, just trying to stay hydrated, trying to stay cool, and as we'll get into later, trying to keep food down because of all those things, right? And that can be really, really difficult halfway through a race for your mental game when you can't keep food down. So I think we're going to see that play into today as well.
Yeah, it's great. And again, too, I know we had the map flashed up here a second ago on the screen. Yep, so there we have it again. Almost deceiving in the way that we call it a loop course. So you do have, obviously, your kind of turnaround points. As a local runner here, I live around the corner. It feels more like an out and back course. Those two turnaround points are really short. It's maybe a quarter of a mile where you're running on Route 130 on the one side and Cuthbert Boulevard on the other side. It really feels almost more like an out and back. And when we're talking about it as a loop, 3.7 miles doesn't sound too long, but again, as we get into the heat of the day, as things start to slow down a little bit, that can certainly take a while. It can be something that your longer loops might end up being 45 minutes, 50 minutes, and it is exposed. So we're gonna.
But can you get in the water?
You really so
Seriously though.
No, that's a good question. So not really. There's not really any great entry points for the water. I don't know how. So they don't swim in it. No one swims in Cooper River. Yeah, this is a big. So I guess historically, it's a big regatta spot, right? So they do the NCAA races here for rowing.
Yeah, in a boat.
In a boat. Yep, in a boat. There's the Cape May County Boathouse is a little bit to the west of here, so it's on the lake, right? So it's a big spot for rowing. We'll probably see people out on the water today on boats, but I don't know if I've ever seen anyone swim in it. So
not safe.
Yeah, might not.
Well,
Be.
It's kind of like it's kind of like in Paris when they were not wanting to do the triathlon. Right?
They needed an extra day.
Yeah, but we need an extra day to get in the water here.
One extra day, you could swim in it.
And it may be incentivized to try it today, though.
Seriously, yeah.
And on that loop we were just looking at, so I mentioned the aid station. It's right about the 2 mile mark. So we're sitting straight across from the main aid station here. And so like you said, probably feels like an out and back you can see there. So right around the 2 mile, that's where they're going to grab those slushies and hopefully get a little bit of relief. And then we'll see, I can see Gags just swimming straight back across the right across the water there. But yeah, it'll be interesting.
Yeah, it'll be again something to keep an eye on as we keep going throughout the course of the day. Again, just touching on some more of the history of the race, kind of what the race presents and what this race is all about. So it's brought to you by Endless Endurance. They're the race directors for this race. We're working with GlassJar Media here on the back end side to bring you the live coverage. This race first started in 2019, so we had a year before COVID where the race happened. There was a race during the 2020 year. I believe it was only a 12-hour race, but so this is I guess that would make it the 6th edition of the Loopy Looper race. In terms of our local running scene, especially the local ultra running scene, this is a race that a lot of people circle on their calendars. If you go and you look at past winners of this race, it's kind of the people that stand out locally and do really well at these types of races. The 12-hour race on the men's side, this is an interesting storyline to kind of go as we go throughout the day. Michael Gagliardi, kind of better known as Gags, has won the men's 12-hour race every year since the race began. He's running the 100-mile race this year. So we'll have a new winner on the men's side for the 12-hour, which again is another kind of interesting thing to keep an eye on. Just as we get going and we sort of talk historically about this race. I think you always have to, with a race like this, always have to think about course record watch. But again, not to get too far down the line, I'll throw to you guys their comments on new winner on the men's 12-hour or anything just sort of historically.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be super exciting, especially as we get towards those milestones like we were talking about that, right? So we're going to be out here for 30 hours, so it's going to be a good long race. That's the cutoff for the 100-milers. But along the way, there'll be those kind of big milestones to celebrate, watch people come in. We'll, hopefully see some course records. Obviously, as you mentioned, see some new winners. It's going to be fun. Again, for us personally, we just have so many people that even we're getting to see for the first time. I mean, Gags feels like an old friend, but I think it'll be my first time being able to shake his hand and give the guy a hug. But yeah, that'll be really, really fun.
Yeah, it's nothing like running up to somebody that you only know through social media. It's like, hey, Snuggly Viking.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like, I think your real name's Albie. Yeah. Because we just know so many people through social media that we've kind of interacted with over the past several years, and there's a good core group of people that we've even had on the show that are in this area. And so it's good to see them in person, meet them in person, and to kind of bridge a little bit more of that gap.
But as you mentioned, so there's some runners that have done some big things out here and just kind of in the ultra world. And you've got Michelle Goldberg running the 100. You've got Paul Johnson, who recently did the Transcon and has done a lot of big events, right? And I think he's a record holder here as well. Yep. So he's going to be out on the course, and so it'll just I think that there'll definitely be some excitement, some really neat things to celebrate, and yeah, I'm just looking forward to that.
Yeah, so I have the records up here, so we'll give them at the top here. So again, always something to keep an eye on. 12-hour course records. The 12-hour male course record is 75 miles. That's Gags' course record. I think there have been a couple other people that have also run the 75-mile distance. I know Gags has done it more than once. So that's the men's record. No one's ever gone a loop farther than that. And with a looped course, there's a fair amount of strategy that comes into play with, like, can you get another loop under the amount of time? Again,
right.
we'll kind of save that conversation as we get a little bit deeper into the day. But that's our men's course record is Gags at 75 miles. Our female course record, so this happened in the 2 first years of this, is a runner by the name of Lara Miller. So the female course record is 67.5 miles. She ran that in 2019 and 2020. She also won the Frosty Looper, which is the winter edition of this race, which is an 8-hour looped race. We did a live stream coverage for that, and Lara Miller was the female winner for that race. She is not running today. So again, something to just kind of be aware of, keep in mind that the current 12-hour female course record holder is not running. So definitely kind of leaves the door open for someone to potentially swoop in and grab that record. Just had a name mentioned here a second ago, Paul Johnson. So Paul Johnson is the current 24-hour record holder on this course at 116.25 miles. That was in 2023, so that was last year. And the current 24-hour female record holder is Erica Bash at 105 miles. That was also last year. I had the privilege of crewing her a little bit last year. She's a close friend of mine. I'm the most biased I'm the most biased guy behind this desk, so I expect comments like that all day long.
Well, let me ask you a question out of curiosity. So comparatively from last year, because that was 2023, it looks like, both those records. How's the temperature? Like, was it cooler last year than it is this year?
It was. Temperature was hotter, less humidity.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I think I got here. I wasn't here all day last year, but I came around like 4 or 5, and by then it was like in the low 80s, but it wasn't as humid. Yeah.
And that's one of the things I was going to say is we're talking about some pretty big numbers here, 75, 116, and for it to be an early August race, it just kind of illustrates to you some of the talent of the runners that are out here and just really the toughness, probably even more than the talent, right? But the toughness to be able to put up with it for that long.
Yeah, and then our last one here, and this is a relatively newer race, so the 100-mile distance. So typically, going back to the inception of this race, it was a 12-hour race and a 24-hour race. They added the 100-mile distance, which even myself, when I think about this race, I have to always remember to separate those two because in my head, I always just kind of thought like, generally speaking, the 24-hour distance is like typically around 100 miles, but they are very different races for a lot of reasons, and we'll get to some of them. But our male time winner on that race, or the current record holder, is a fellow by the name of Jamie Sharkey at basically 18.5 hours, which is a screaming fast time on a hot August day. And again, both of these times are from last year. First year they added the 100-mile distance. And the female course record holder on that is named Maggie, and I might mispronounce this, Poniowski. Maggie Poniowski, 22 hours and 41 minutes. So under a 24-hour time there on the female side as well. So yeah, definitely some things to keep an eye on. I think to shout one out right away, I think the female 100-mile, that 22:41, I think there's some females in the 100-mile race that have a chance to get pretty close to that and can be under 24 hours. I know Erica Bash is running the 24-hour again, so I know she knows what her own course record is. So, yeah, all things to kind of keep an eye on as we get farther and farther into the day.
It is interesting though when you look at your 100-mile finishers, and you got you said it was Jamie.
Yep.
Sharkey has got it at 18:32, 33.
Yep.
And then to think about the fact that that's 101 miles, and the 24-hour record is actually only 15 more miles.
Yeah.
Right, and that was like 6 hours faster.
Mm-hmm.
And so the volume of you think though the races are going to be similar. Like, why couldn't he have just gone for 125, 130 miles himself? And yet the format and the way you run them is going to be set up a lot differently, because you think you're going to put the strategy together for a 24-hour race as if you're going to try to put even more miles in. And so you reach a 100-mile milestone, and it kind of begins to fall apart for a lot of runners.
Yeah.
Yeah, one thing too, because there may be people tuning in, right? If ultra running is new to you, you got somebody that's watching it, and you're thinking, okay, how do these numbers? These seem like big numbers. How do they stack up? And one of the things even you mentioned, right? A lot of times it may be easy to think about 100 miles, 24-hour, but to put it in a little bit of perspective, a lot of times when we think about it, is the 24-hour 100 is almost like a 4-hour marathon, right? It's kind of this big benchmark that a lot of people shoot for, but it's not easy by any means, and the majority of runners will probably never hit that mark, and so it's doable, but you're going to have this period between the 24 and the 30 hour, because 30 hours is the cutoff, right? And one of the things we've talked about a lot is, somebody who runs it in 18 hours actually may have it better, or maybe easier is the right word, than somebody who's coming in at 29, 30, right? Because that's a lot of extra time to be out there. That's a lot of mental gymnastics to have to talk yourself through to keep yourself on the course. So respectable, and I think really that last hour, which we call golden hour, is going to be so fun that there tends to be a lot of emotion, a lot of celebration, and so I'm personally really looking forward to that area as well.
Yeah, it'll be great. It'll be great to kind of keep an eye on, again, all of these storylines as we get going. And again, we're sort of just talking general storylines. We'll get into, as the day kind of gets going, we're certainly going to get into trying to bring you as many of these individual stories as we can as well. And I think this is something, when I think about this race and kind of ultra running in the Delaware Valley and in this kind of tri-state area, and again, we have runners from all over, but sort of generally speaking, we're probably around 75% or so local runners. It looks like we have our first, I'll get back to that thought in a second, it looks like this might be our first runner coming through.
Might be a relay.
Yep, bib 381. So we will get, I believe that's Kane Leathers, but I'm going to have to double check that in a second.
I didn't realize Kane was here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fantastic runner.
A later sign up.
Fantastic runner.
Came through race time, it looks like around 22 minutes. So I'll grab an official split on that, and then we'll kind of check in and see what Kane is running. I believe Kane is running the 12-hour, if that was Kane that just came by. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that, as it looks like we might have just had our first runner come through.
And also
blazing fast.
Fastest loop, too. 22 minutes. Holy cow.
Blazing fast. And I'll see here in a second if we can start getting some of these loops to show up. So what I was, mentioning a second ago before we had Kane come through was the idea that a lot of these runners, again, sort of our local runners, there's really none, if any, professional quote-unquote runners in the field. Right now we have a fairly large social media presence, I would say, from a number of runners, but when we talk about people that make a living as professional athletes, we don't have a ton of them in the field, right? This is really a community race, a lot of local ultra runners, and I think that just kind of adds to the storylines and adds to what we're trying to do here too, is bring as many of these stories to you as we can. Share the stories of people that are running this race today on a Saturday, and a good amount of them that are going to finish on a Sunday, and then are going to get up and go to work Monday morning, right? That's kind of what this community is and what this race is. So yeah, for us to be here and again try to share as many of those stories as we can is, I think, really valuable for the community, and speaks to the type of people that we have running here today.
Well, and Endless Endurance has done a fantastic job. I mean, coming in from the outside, obviously, we've seen it, we've interacted, you could feel the energy, but then coming in, watching the way people, I mean, it truly is a family. You mentioned it earlier. And so it's one of the things that we absolutely love about the ultra running community. And so Jeff and I, ultra running guys, some people would mistake that means that we're good at ultra running, right?
No, we just run them.
Right. We just run them. We love to talk about them. And we've talked about it so much. I mean, the community is really what draws, and you can come from any walk of life. You can be anywhere in terms of, first to last, and it doesn't matter. Once you get on a course or a trail or in a community with somebody like this, nobody cares about the rest, right? You're accepted. This is a good time, and the community just can't beat it. And Endless Endurance is really, I think, capitalized on that and created an event that does a couple things that's actually really important to us. And one of those things is to get people around ultra running that wouldn't maybe normally do that, right? So the local community come out here, the volunteers are going to see things. If they've never done this, they're going to see people do things that look like them and act like them, do things that they probably would see as impossible for themselves. And to me, that's magic, and we really strive to do similar type things, and so that'll be exciting today as well.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing actually about the community that you're talking about, because what you guys can't see from your camera shot, but over that we have off to our right-hand side, there's just a ton of people that are here to support their runners, and it is part of the community. It takes a lot of people to kind of support you if you're going to do something like this. And if you're watching, I would highly encourage you just to come out to an event sometime and check it out. Volunteer at an aid station, volunteer somewhere. And if you don't want to volunteer, just come and be a part of it and just kind of watch it, because I think you'll be impressed by what looks like everyday people that are doing something that you think it may be impossible. And so it's what it is all about. I do want to confirm that it was Kane Leathers, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. So first runner through, so fastest first lap was Kane Leathers. So Kane's time on the first lap was 22 minutes and 14 seconds. 5:56 pace for the first lap.
Yeah, we weren't really
insane.
close at all.
I wasn't close
They're
at
like
all.
8 minutes. Like, all right, Kane's running.
And he's in the 12-hour event?
Yeah, Kane's running the 12-hour event. Yeah, so Kane's in the 12-hour event. I know Kane's, run the 12-hour event before, has had some success in the ultra space, has also had some performances that I'm sure they wish they could, maybe take back. However, starting out with a lap that quick tells me one thing, that Kane is here to try to run fast, and to try to run fast for a really long time.
Well, and if you told me go run a 5:56 pace for a quarter mile, I would struggle with that, right? So to know that he's out here for 12 hours to do that, I mean, that's impressive, period. But to give perspective, he's the first one that has come through, 4.5 minutes ago. So the number 2 fastest lap, either everybody else said, we're not playing that game today, right? Or clearly a sub 6 minute pace for that is pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, and again, a big storyline today with the heat, and it's going to be our thing as we look like we might have another runner here coming through. And again, we'll get some splits on all these runners in a second. But the big thing with the heat is when you go out and you're running 5:56 pace or 6:15 pace to start it off. How long can you hold that, right? 12 hours is a long time, right? And I think as we got a couple more runners here coming in, and again, we'll grab some splits here. And it's hard to know too right away if we have runners coming through that are relay runners or if they are 12-hour runners. So we'll get a confirmation on that again here in a second as runners go through.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, is there a way to tell from their bibs?
Yeah, and if not,
there may be, and I forget.
Yeah,
somebody in my ear.
Yeah, Ian, if you can let us. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Because that's 2:23.
Yeah, so these are 12-hour runners coming through. All right, so we have some 12-hour runners starting to come through.
Already sweating.
Already sweating. It is hot, and we're going to be talking about shoe choice, which I'm going to talk about here in a couple minutes. We'll talk about everything. Have our first female runner coming in here as well. So yeah, we're right around the 28-minute mark. So again, we're talking in that 7-ish minute pace here for a fair amount of runners that are starting to come through on their first loop.
There's a dark blue coming through.
Still moving pretty quick.
Awesome. So I'm going to grab some splits here in a second on that. But again, a big storyline here, especially for runners, and I've noticed it with this race too, just going and looking at the start list and what people have run and trying to put together some kind of general plan of who I think is going to compete in this race. There's a lot of people in the 12-hour race that this is their first ultra, at least based on ultra sign up, right? They haven't run anything that's been a race on ultra sign up. Now there are a fair amount of local races that aren't on ultra sign up, But I do think it is important to note that we could potentially have a number of people coming into the 12-hour race, running their first ultra, kind of taking their first crack at this, which there's two sides to that coin. One, that's awesome. That's what we want. That's what this event is designed for. If you sign up for the 12-hour and you want to, just go out there and try to run as hard as you can for 6 hours and then, kind of use it as a stepping stone, you can do that, right? That's what's cool about these races. The other side of that coin is for the people looking to post a really impressive, whether it's time or miles in that 12-hour. 12 hours is a long time. A 12-hour race is a lot longer than a 50K typically, right? When we're talking about kind of the 50K distance being that distance that is your first ultra a lot of times, the 12-hour race is a lot longer, right? So I think that's something that's important to kind of keep an eye on as we get into today too.
Yeah, one of the things that you mentioned, I'm sure we'll continue to talk about different formats and stuff, but the hours or the time, the 12, the 24, or 6, a lot of times there's a 3-hour. Those are great for people because we found, right, there's typically a couple different types of people. There are the people that would just want to go have fun and they're cool with whatever result. And then there are the people that tend to be more of a pass-fail mentality, right? So can I do a 50K? I don't know. That may keep me from doing it because I'm not sure if I can finish. If you just get into one of these timed races, there is no way to DNF, if you're not familiar with the term, did not finish. There is no way to DNF, right? Like to your point, you could do a 12-hour, you could get 6 hours in and say, I'm going to rest for 3 hours. The clock is ticking, but there is no quote-unquote finish line in terms of what you set out to do. So it's the perfect opportunity, and I think a lot of times people surprise themselves because rather than withholding because they don't think they can get to the finish line, they go out and
Where am I going? I already started. No, I'm on my second person. Where do I go for my next lap?
So it should be through that
You
way.
keep
What?
you go and you keep going through.
But I already got my band at the start.
Yeah, and then you go. Then
I
you
went around and up here.
no, you go back out to
You
the
don't run the
road.
track.
You
You
go
don't
back
run
out
the
to the
track.
road.
You don't run the track.
No, you don't run the track.
So
Sorry about that. We had a lost runner.
a little bit of confusion for the relay. And so for the course, what we talked about, this is the start. You can see the start-finish when we bring it up on the screen. It is on a track, but the runners are not running the whole track, and I think that runner did run the whole track and ended up back by us.
She's coming back to say hi again.
Someone.
Yeah, I think there she
Yeah,
goes.
that's good. She's running around the outside.
Running
of the
around.
timing, so she doesn't reset her championship.
So
It happens.
yeah, and so that is another aspect, right? You get out on remote trail race, you think about easy to get lost. There's also, especially with something like a relay where it is all intensity, you're just thinking about going fast, and you're looking 3 feet ahead of you, and next thing you know, you're realize there's no runners around you, right? So she did exactly what she was hoping to do, which was move fast. Unfortunately, I think she added a quarter mile in that she hadn't planned on running.
But you see that, though, with relay runners a lot in an event like this, because a lot of times if you're thinking if it's an individual event, if it's just yourself, you're going to know your course. You're going to know where you're going to go. You're going to have already researched all this. But if you're a relay runner, you're coming out to hang out with your friends and family or whatever it is, and you're on a team, and probably your first runner kind of knows where they're going. But the rest of the people, when they start getting tagged in, they're here, and it's not like it's her fault per se, but she's not going to put the same intensity or same awareness in on knowing where she's going to go, because that's not the type of research a relay runner will do going into an event like this. That's just typically what you see. We've had in our own races that we host is that the relay runners are not sure where to go, because now runner number 1 always knows. They never seem to get lost. But the next runners can struggle, and so that's not an uncommon event. And so if you're ever going to run a relay, I encourage you to always pretend you are runner number 1.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, all good. It happens. I think in the grand scheme of things, a couple minutes in a race this long usually doesn't end up mattering, especially in the relays. If they're doing the 12 or the 24, they'll be able to make up that time. So since we have last talked a little bit about the race, as we have a bunch of runners starting to come through in front of us, we've had a good deal of runners come through. There's Steve Zeichel coming through. He's someone we're going to talk a lot about in the 100-mile race here, which we'll get to in a second. This is going to be distracting. I love this. Watch
I know,
everyone
right?
come in. Okay, so In the 12-hour race, we'll start with the 12-hour race. We've talked a little bit about Kane. We had Kane come through first around the 22-minute mark. After that, we had Sean Russo from Keyport, New Jersey, came through around the 28-minute mark. And in third place, we had Vincent, goes by Vin Kennedy, come through around the 28-minute mark as well. Those two runners actually came in. They came in together, right? So the three of them rounded out our top three. Closely behind them, fourth overall, first female, was Tara Wilson, who came through that loop 28 minutes and 30 seconds, so right around the 7:35 pace for the first loop. And we have our second female through already, a woman by the name of Lauren McGetcreek, who I might have to get that pronunciation right if she's going to be in our top of the leaders for a while. She's from Georgetown, Texas. There's Paul Johnson coming through, and we'll talk again more about him. But those are our kind of our leaders right now in the 12-hour through one loop. But again, a lot of names that we're going to keep an eye on as we kind of keep going throughout the day.
Well, one thing to keep in mind about that is the
ahead.
fact that if it is a 12-hour event, like you said, and Jeremy, you were mentioning as well, that people are going to run different lengths of time while they're out here. And so you can look at a runner and you can see them at the top of the leaderboard right now, but their intent could be, I'm going to try to run my fastest 50K out here today. And that may be what their goal is, but you can't trust those numbers in the early part of a race like this, simply because you're going to have the runners that are intentionally trying to run a different distance in that time, and when they're done, they're done. So they're not trying to necessarily win the race. They're not trying to get a certain like a PR, a course record. They're actually trying to get a personal goal, and so these numbers will change throughout the course of the day because of that.
And we've seen that even in previous years. I mean, going back to last year, and I think, Gags could tell this story, and I'm sure he's probably told this story on podcasts as well. But going back to last year when Gags won the men's 12-hour race, kind of had a similar thing going on where he was not in the lead for the majority of that race. Ran a really, really steadily paced race and ended up winning. But for the majority of the race, we had other runners in the lead. I think it was Andrew Linder who ended up in second. Gags was kind of like chasing him all day. So yeah, there was that's definitely worth noting. And again, some really, really fast splits here for the ultra distance. So we'll have to keep an eye on all of them as well. We got our banana runner coming through, Christina Chang. Christina is a middle school science teacher. We actually used to work together when I used to be a teacher. So there's a quick shout out to Christina. Oh!
You guys see Gags?
Michael
what is up?
Gagliardi Gags. Stopping in to the booth real quick to say what's up.
You know what's kind of
always
great,
a
though,
fan
is that
favorite.
You just got Gags who came by, who was a course record holder like in the 12-hour and stuff, and then you had Paul Johnson come through just a couple minutes ago, who's the course record holder, and yet they are not the first runners that you saw. And I think that's something to pay attention to, is that they're pacing a little bit differently than those who've gone out blazing to kind of get this started. Now, doesn't mean somebody like Kane's not going to just set the course record today. It just depends on how he can hold, but those who've done it before, you can already see are at a different place in this race itself.
Well, not only that, but both those guys in particular were relaxed when they came through. Paul talked to us, said it's hot out there, saw him go fill his bottle. Gags came and gave us the fist bump. So these guys are relaxed, and it'll be interesting. A lot of times that's what you see, especially with experience, right? They're running their race. They're pacing themselves the way they planned, and that doesn't mean that other people aren't. Kane's a very experienced runner, so he probably knows what he's doing, but there is also a difference between, hey, I'm going to try to get myself for the long haul out of this, and then there's also the mentality of I'm either going to make or break, right? Hey, I'm either going to do my absolute best or I'm going to burn out in the process, and sometimes that's the way people go, and sometimes you win and sometimes you don't. When I say win, I mean meet your goal, right? Could be a win for the race, or it could just be a win for the day, but
well, that's what I like, though. I mean, because in the sport, you've got people who are doing their first ultra, and so it's a little bit about survival,
right?
And that's cool. Like, that's a fantastic thing. Then you've got somebody like a Kane or somebody who's like, I'm going to just push until I blow, and if I blow up, that's okay. And it's a different mentality when you come into a race because you've done multiple before. You're not trying to get your first one in anything, so it's a different way they're going to approach it. Yeah,
I've told a lot of people probably my smartest 100 that I've run was probably my first, right? Because I was in survival mode. Smartest. Yeah, it's not my fastest, but it's probably where I made the smartest decisions. I stayed relaxed because I just wanted to survive the thing. Now, as soon as you start to get a little confidence and you start setting those aggressive goals and things like that, the outcome can improve, but you also increase the risk, right, of coming up to that limit and surpassing that limit. And I'm sure with the heat, we're going to see plenty of that as well today. Probably going to see some suffering, which is part of what we enjoy. Here comes Michelle Goldberg, another relaxed, waving runner.
Yeah. Under control.
Under control. Very under control.
It's not even just relaxed, like under control.
Smiling, having a good time. And I will go ahead and apologize right now to the people tuning in, because we will get distracted. You can't see what we're looking at.
Yeah, all day.
It's going to be a good part of our day, so just give us some grace there.
Love it. So yeah, I mean the experience thing. It was
You
just
want some information?
Oh yeah, we should keep. So we have the bibs here too.
They can't see it.
Yeah, but we have the bibs here for now. What runners are doing what distances, which is going to be super helpful as we get going. But yeah, the experience thing is huge. I mean, 3 of the runners that have come over and said hi to us as they get done their first loop, like Jeremy just said, they're course record holders, and they are super relaxed, and they know what it takes to run 100 miles or run for 24 hours. And I think that's super important. And it's hard. I know even with myself and something I think a lot about is it's hard to not get caught up sometimes in the pace of a race and to really try to settle in and run your own pace, especially when you're running a 100 mile or 24 hours or even 12. Again, 12. I feel like it's going to be this thing where we talk about 12 hours like it's a short race today. Right. But again, a 12-hour race, it's a long time. I mean, probably the middle of the pack will be around 50 miles. Your leaders will be higher than that. Some people will be lower than that, but it's a long way to run, especially for people that might be tuning in that aren't as familiar with ultra running. They're 50 miles. Like, what are you kidding me? So it's a long race, right? The 12-hour race is no joke. It's just the shortest distance that happens to be here, but that race is an absolute bear today too. I mean, you're running through the entire day. You're running till 7 o'clock at night. You're going to run through the heat of the day. So all things that need to be considered when we start talking about pace and about place and how people look. So yeah, it's going to be a great day. I'm super excited to be here watching and get to see all these runners coming in here now.
So I expect Kane to be coming back doing about 3 minutes.
That's right. If he holds on to it.
Seriously, yeah.
So,
well, and one of the things you just mentioned again, I'm going to assume that there's people that are tuning in that may not quite have the experience with ultra running yet. And so we say run for 12 hours, run for 24 hours. If you're new to the sport, 99% of the people are going to be walk running, doing a lot of walking, right? And so it's essentially traveling the distance. You will have a few, like a Paul Johnson, a Gags, right, that really have the experience that may actually run this entire thing. But that's super rare. And so when we say run, it's a term that really just means continue to move forward. And that's why we said that this course is going to be tricky, because those natural walk spots, those natural pace spots, in a mountain course or a hilly trail, you're going to know, oh, this is an easy uphill walk, right? I'm gonna hike this, and we still call it a run. So just wanted to kind of explain that, right, that if we talk about running for 12 hours, it's not going to be they take off and then 12 hours later they stop their run. It's just going to be continuing to move forward and everything that goes with that.
So there's a couple notes here, again, just on some of the other races that are going on. 24-hour individual race, just to throw some paces out there, again, some things to kind of keep in mind. We had a runner, Leo Bazua, was our first 24-hour individual runner through. He's from Vienna, Virginia. 7:20 pace on the first loop for a 24-hour race. We had Brett Milks right after him from Pittman, New Jersey, right around a similar pace, 7:25 pace. We had Chris Flores after that. A name to keep an eye on, again, 5th place there, and I'm just kind of speaking from personal experience, is Alex Franco in the 24-hour race. Currently in 5th, went through that first loop right around 8:50. I had the pleasure of running a race with Alex Franco, another endless endurance race, a 12-hour race on the track. We had a pleasure of running together. He won that race, actually, and ran a really, really great race. So I'm interested to see what he does here in the 24-hour. But again, really early to be talking about pace. Paul Johnson's in that race. He was 7th through. But again, when you're talking about 24 hours, the first half hour, to be honest, doesn't mean much. Let's put it this way. You're not going to win it. You're not going to win in that first half hour, but you could lose a race in that first half hour. And it'll be interesting to see kind of how those guys at the top of the leaderboard look. Sure. Randy Zuckerberg was our first female through for the 24-hour race, followed by Erica Bash, and then Lewis Young after that. So, yeah, we have a fair amount of racers through the first loop already, which is great. We're rolling. We're underway here. And then the 100-miler. Phew. 100 miler, we had Landon LeGrand come through, followed by Sean Rayhill and Greg Gample. So that's the 100-mile race. Steve Zeichel came through already in that. He was another kind of, he's another name to watch. He's a really, really strong local runner. He has a second place finish at the Pine Creek 100, if people are familiar with that. So he's another runner to kind of keep an eye on. Again, me just not being biased at all. We have Gags in that race. So again, this is, when we talk about experience, another thing to keep an eye on here. Gags was 15th in the 100 through that first lap, right? And he's a runner that, sort of historically speaking, we know is going to compete in that race, and he came through that first lap in 15th place for that race. And I bet you that's exactly where he wants to be, right? So a lot of strategy is going to come into play with this thing as the day gets rolling here. And then let me see if I can grab some female names for that one as well. Karina DePeace was the first female through for the 100. 26-year-old runner from Atlanta, Georgia. So welcome. If you're actually from Atlanta, Georgia, welcome. Welcome to the Northeast here. It's probably not as hot. You're probably very well trained for this day. We had Tina Custudi after that, runner from Blackwood, New Jersey. And then our third female currently is Deb Whitman. Came through around 38 minutes from Gilbertsville, PA. So those are our runners kind of that we're watching right now. And again, that's just our first loop.
Yeah, and I was trying to, I'm not having any success, maybe it'll be on the computer, just to get an idea. So if we talked about some of the course records, like an 18-hour something 100-mile.
Yeah.
Do we know what the per mile pacing is? And if not, we can figure it out and come back. But as we start looking, right, so I can guarantee it's well above a 7-something pace. And so, like you said, as we start to watch the mix come in, it'll be interesting to see kind of where that stacks up, how people continue to navigate that throughout the day, what some of these early runners look like 6, 8, 10 hours in. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, and it's, these styles of running, and we talked a little bit about this, so different from that kind of that mountain ultra style. One of the things that I think is, worth keeping an eye on, I know this really just started, but when we talk about kind of like the cadence that a runner has, right? And what their form looks like. And again, for mountain ultra running or trail running, it's not something that gets talked about as much. Sure, it certainly still matters. You want your form to be kind of on point. But for a race like this, these distance races or these really flat timed races, a lot of it is kind of like that cadence and rhythm and really making sure that you're kind of in lockstep. Any kind of little tweak or thing that's off in your cadence or your running rhythm is going to lead to some type of pain, kind of too early on in races. So we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Well, one thing to think about on that is that a lot of runners you're going to go out on your normal run and you're going to run at a certain pace, and you're going to probably hit a slightly different cadence if you're running faster. Yeah. And then you come to run an ultra and you've been told you got to go slow, and a lot of people don't train that way. Yeah. And that's a big risk in a race like this, is that you want to also train you want to actually train to run slow, because it takes different muscle groups to kind of interact with your body. Not interact with your body, that is your body, right?
Yeah.
It takes different muscle groups, and when you're running a slower pace, to actually do it for a longer distance. And a lot of people don't train that way enough, because they want to just go get their run over for the day, and they don't put enough of that time in.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like we got our comments up.
Yeah, as I said, I'm seeing some comments come through. Saw Go Paul, Cardio. I think it was Cardio Joe Fricker going to break that record.
Oh, yeah.
So, we're able to start seeing your comments come up. So if you're joining us, throw the comments in throughout the day. We'll do some Q&A, things like that. We'll let you guys know when that's coming up. I think that should be super fun, get some questions answered. But, yeah, keep that live chat fun and encouraging. There's the Let's Go Paul, Eric Stone. Let's go CFLO. So, yeah, and if we see that, we can call some of that out. But just looking forward to interacting with you guys. And if you got specific questions, throw them up. We can potentially answer them along the way. But otherwise, we'll have some dedicated spaces to talk ultra running. And here comes Kane Leathers on his second lap. So 48 minutes in, just flying.
Kane's looking really strong. But again, a lot of time left in this thing. Kane just is coming through. Yeah, again.
He's giving people thumbs up though.
Under an hour for the first two loops. Kane's not messing around here. Kane clearly had some kind of mileage goal that they came in with, and is taking a big swing.
Yeah, and so that actually is a really important point you make. Another thing with timed, right, is that it may be a 50K, a 100K PR goal, maybe the day. It may not be set the 12-hour record, right? So sometimes people use these timed events for specific training objectives, or just to say, okay, hey, here's a great race. I know I have the time allotted. Let me see what I can do for this sub goal, and then either finish out the day or call it a day. You know, sometimes people, if he hits 100K in what he wants to, I'm not saying this is it, but if that's what he came out to, you know, you could always pack up and go home. It's way more fun to hang out and cheer on the runners, but yeah, he's flying. So it's hard to imagine him trying to hold that up for 12 hours. That may very well be the case, but he may have some specific personal goal that he wants to hit while he's out here.
Yeah. So Joe Fricker, we'll kind of give the comments some love here.
I was going to ask you, do you know who Joe Fricker is?
Yeah, so personally, no, but Joe Fricker, 33-year-old from Philly, sat in 12th place through the first loop. Joe is running the 100-miler. So again, if someone that is in probably a really good place, you know, if I'm running this race, if I'm running that 100-mile race, that's probably kind of where I want to be. Long term is just sitting right in that 10 to 15 spot. You know, not getting too far out ahead of yourself. I don't know if you want to be the person that's leading this race that early. So yeah, it's a great spot to be. So Joe Fricker, shout out from the comments. And then, yeah, a bunch of our Let's Go Paul. So we have two. I actually think we have two Transcon runners in this race. So we have Paul, and I think Andrew Linder is also ran a Transcon recently.
Let me check.
Yeah. We'll get back to him that. But I believe he did. I believe they actually were running Transcons like around the same time. So I think we have two Transcon runners in this race. Again, Paul Johnson, and I believe Andrew Linder, but we'll have to get a confirmation on that. As well. So
yeah, and those are always fun to watch. And so if you're not familiar with that, Transcon just running coast to coast in the U.S. typically is, you know, a certain amount of daily mileage. Obviously, depending on the runner, it's going to take a different amount of time. Now, Paul Johnson actually did it not too long after we had him on the show, so it was a big part of our discussion. And when he set out, he was actually looking to set the record for doing that, which was, like 72 miles a day, something like that. And pretty early on, recognized that wasn't going to happen. Just had some different issues, but pressed on, and actually I think got stronger throughout. And so it's always fascinating to watch the will of people that are just going to say, okay, hey, for the next few months, essentially, I'm going to wake up, I'm going to go run all day, and then I'm going to sleep and then do it again. And obviously the time of year matters for something like that because you're going across the Rockies or, you know, different parts. And so if you hit it in the dead of winter, that's not going to be a good thing. So yeah, fascinating. Lots of Transcon stories out there, lots of ultra running legends that have done it. But to me, even as, you know, somebody who loves ultra, it takes a different type of person to say, hey, I'm going to go do that. I'm going to commit to that. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and just to close out the conversation about Andrew Linder, he did also run it across the country as well. But his difference than Paul is he also ran it with a 15-pound vest.
Oh, get on it, Paul. Time to redo it. Get 16 pounds in there.
Yeah, the fun story about Paul's Transcon is that, and we were talking about the ultra running community and kind of just how it comes together and how it's supportive and everything, is that he was, when he set out to do the Transcon, he had some crew issues fall apart. And so we had actually had him on the podcast, and so we kind of knew him a little bit from history from there, if you will. And he reached out and asked if we knew anybody that could help him out. And just through networks upon networks, it's kind of like a 6 degrees from Kevin Bacon kind of conversation here. But we were able to get him connected with somebody that actually crewed him for the entire race. So that's how he met Rob Symbionti. So if anybody has been following Paul's story, that's how he got connected, was just because the ultra running community came together and found him somebody who was willing to be a crew person for him across the country, which is kind of cool.
And I believe he said Rob is out here filming him today, correct?
No, Mike Wainwright, who is friends with Rob, and that's how he got connected with him as well. So all those people connected simply because the ultra running community came together to help Paul get a crew to cover the country.
Yeah, because he had problems kind of short. I mean, had worked so hard to line so many things up, as happens with some of these big events, right? And one of the things I'm sure we'll talk about, especially as the day unfolds and we start to see it, ultra running really is a game of problem solving. And so that's how you get the day. Almost never goes as you hope or expect. And so really you got to just get good at assessing the situation, and then finding a solution. That's exactly what Paul had to do just like a handful of days prior to launching, across the country. And so it all worked out, and it was a great story. But, yeah, it's fascinating the way that the ultra running community works.
Yeah, it's great. And, I mean, even the three of us being able to sit here together, right?
Right.
It doesn't happen in a lot of other sports where, we have a fairly regional race, and we got two guys that have a podcast from North Carolina sitting here next to me in really my backyard, which is great. It's awesome. It's the best community, man. I say this all the time. I say it to everyone that is kind of looking to get into something positive. I mean, this is the community to do it. If you want to come out here and walk for 12 hours, every single person you walk by is going to tell you good job and keep it up. So there's not another community like it in the world. So it's great. All right, I'm gonna throw a race kind of stat out there real quick. Again, I know it's real early to be checking in on the splits, but the current leader in the 100-mile race, this is again just kind of like I think worth bringing up. So the current leader in the 100-mile race is Landon LeGrand. So Landon was the first person through lap 1, 23-year-old from Hoboken. So in the grand scheme of things for ultra running, for those that aren't as familiar with it, 23 years old to be running ultras is fairly young. Yep. Typically, you'll see people get into the sport, maybe a little bit later in life. It's changing a little bit now as the sport gets a little bit more popular. But Landon was our first runner through, 23 years old from Hoboken. Just based, and I don't know Landon personally, but just based on ultra sign up, Landon has 2 race finishes on ultra sign up. It's the same race. It's a 50-mile race, but his fastest 50-mile time is 6 hours and 37 minutes. So that's a blazing fast 50-miler.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I think when we start talking about runners to keep an eye on, and sometimes skeptically you see someone who's leading a race that's that young, you say, man, like, is this person really going to hold on? Are they going out way too fast? So it seems like Landon does kind of have the chops, at least in the sense that, has 2 50-miler finishes, one of them being 6.5 hours. I mean, that's a blazing fast 50. So that's a runner to keep an eye on, I think, as we keep going too.
Well, yeah, and one of the things you just talked about, and so we mentioned it here, right? So, I mean, ultra running's been around for a long time, but we've had people, so probably early 2000s, really up through 2010-ish maybe, ultra running was not something that most people knew about, heard about, saw. It was a thing that these random people did in certain parts of the country. There weren't that many races. And really over the last handful of years, I mean, you can see we're doing a live stream on an ultra event. And so people being able to get around it. And one of the things that's leading to your point is a lot of the younger generation being able to see and witness and be around. And I've had the benefit of running a backyard race with a 14-year-old, who did 100 miles. I mean, just one of the toughest kids I've ever seen. And now you're seeing just a lot of younger crowd coming out. We've had some young people on the show. And, you get around, their parents are doing it. It's just not as strange, I guess, as it used to be, and which is a really cool thing. And so it's fun to watch that. It's really impressive. I've got 2 teenagers, and my daughter, since the time she was pretty young, has watched people a few years older than her do things that she was like, oh, I would have never thought somebody near my age could do that. And so hopefully it'll just continue to open people's eyes, and we'll get to see, some of these people do incredible things because, I would say ultras has kind of been dominated by, 30s, 40s, 50s, and now that we're seeing some younger people kind of get in it, it's fun to. I think it'll be fun to continue to see records get broken. Things do some really, people bring some new perspectives to the sport.
Yeah, I appreciate that commentary too. As a father as well, I appreciate that. I got a young daughter. She's only a year and a half, but my wife and I talk about it a lot, and I talk about it a lot, like just in terms of like the community that my kid's a part of.
Right.
This is a good one to be a part of. So, yeah, I appreciate those comments too. I saw a comment from the chat that I want to throw it back to there. Team the men in the arena. So just a quick shout out on the relay front as well. I know sometimes to be totally honest, sometimes the relay races kind of get a little bit lost in the shuffle here. We'll try to make sure that we're, obviously we have a lot of time, so we'll be shouting out as many as we can. So team the men in the arena 24-hour team relay, they were the first ones through. Their first runner was right around 7:30 pace. Now the relays are an interesting one, I think, for pacing, in the sense that the pace it's going to change a little, but when you have a 4-person relay, and each person's running 3.7 miles, you got a pretty good rest, right? You're going to get about an hour and a half or so, right? You're going to get 3 legs of rest.
They switch off each lap?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So if I remember right, I think the rule, right, was that every member has to at least run 1 lap, but then you can kind of however you want. So you may have somebody that runs more than others or runs continuous laps, but to your point, if you're going to do a true relay and switch off, you get that rest that's in there. Now, if you're like me and your body tightens up after you go run hard for 4 miles and then to have to loosen up and do it again over and over, that'll be interesting too. But
yeah, that's one worth keeping an eye on. And then, I don't know if we even brought these out. Okay, so here's a couple interesting ones. So, relay records for this thing. So, the 12-hour relay record is 100 miles, which is pretty cool that they've had a relay team hit 100 miles in 12 hours. That was Team Crazy Randos last year. And then our 24-hour team record is 127 miles, and that was last year, and that was Ladies Who Loop. So those are our records for the 12-hour and
like
the
the team
24-hour.
names.
Yeah, Ladies Who Loop and Team Crazy Randos. Oh, there's some great team names in there. I think the team that's currently leading or led through the first 12-hour team loop was instead of Les Miserables, it was Legs Miserables, which
Not
I think
any longer.
That's a good one.
Not any longer.
Oh, we got to switch.
It's the revolutionary 4-way poop John.
Team Revolutionary 4-way Poop John. Maybe even a better name.
It's something.
there's got to be a story there, but I'm not sure I want to hear it.
Yeah, maybe that story's for the after.
There's
the
a few of
after
them, though, that we cannot probably say without getting canceled.
Yeah.
So
I did see a will run for chafing. I'm sure that chafing will be a discussion that we talk
That's
about
also
later.
clean.
Yeah. Obviously it's going to be a huge factor in the heat and the humidity, and they're really going to have to defend against that. So I'm sure we'll talk about it in depth, how to prevent, how to prepare, that type of thing. But yeah, we'll run for chafing. That's on point.
Awesome. So, a couple updates here just from the 12-hour races. We've had some runners come through their second loops. So we had Kane Leathers come through the second loop, still leading the race. Total time was 48 minutes. So total lap pace I have is 6:29. So Kane is still running really hard out there. So Kane was leading that. Sean Russo in second from Keyport, New Jersey. Sean Russo and Vin Kennedy in third. So it looks like just based on the time that Sean Russo and Vin Kennedy basically came through together, 57 minutes and 13 seconds for both of them. So they were running together in second and third place. We followed pretty closely by Chris Shaw, and those are the 4 runners so far that we have through the 12-hour race. Through their second lap of the 12-hour race. So again, we'll keep that updated as those runners keep coming through. But again, you'll start to see that pace number, I think, increase as the day goes on.
Oh yeah. People will get in a rhythm, or the heat.
Yeah, the volunteer station over there. Anyone over there can help you. Yeah.
I'm sure we'll get that throughout the day.
Yeah, we will.
Got a question, which is great. People around here are so helpful.
And the problem is you and I don't know where anything is.
I know. I'm just gonna point.
Yeah.
So when you see me do
There.
this on camera, that means somebody asked me something I don't know, and I'm pointing them to where I think somebody can help.
That way.
That way. Anyone over there
Somewhere
would be
that
able to
way.
help. The other thing too. So again, we'll get away from the kind of the race splits here in a second. As again, we have some more runners coming through. We'll let kind of a couple more runners come through their second loop before we kind of jump back into the splits here. Actually, I want to see. So I think this is Tara Wilson right here in the blue. She's the woman that's currently leading the 12-hour. So I'm gonna have to. I gotta start keeping an eye on some of these people so we know who's who.
Yeah, absolutely.
So again, just to again kind of break away from the race for a second. One of the cool things about this race, we've touched on it a little bit, is the setup here, and this is I think one of the cool things about looped races just in general. So 3.7 mile loop, we've talked a lot about that. The main kind of area, kind of your big crew area, is right in front of us, right? So probably about 100 tents here or so throughout the area. There's tents on the infield of the track that our runners started and finish on. There's tents kind of scanning down the side. Just makes for a really fun and really cool atmosphere as the day goes on. People will be playing music later. People will be kind of hanging out, watching their friends coming for a little bit, leaving, coming back, whatever. I'm sure there'll be some people cracking some adult beverages out there and hanging out. So it's a fun atmosphere, and it's supposed to be a fun atmosphere for those people that are out here crewing. And shout out the crews. I say this a lot. I've said this to my wife. I say this to my friends. Ultra running is a team sport, and this is probably the biggest example of it. Is that there are, again, like 100 tents here, people all over the place. This kind of stuff doesn't happen without the support of your loved ones, without help from your loved ones on race day, leading up to race day. Shout out everyone that's here listening or at home listening, rooting someone on. This is a team sport as much as any other team sport. So,
yeah, poor Ed.
Wait, all right, I gotta address this.
I got it.
I'll address this. So. Can I get that comment back?
It's
yeah.
Right here.
All right. So I'm gonna read this comment and then I'll have to give the background on it.
Oh, you know this person.
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
good.
Yeah. So the comment says there's an old man. There's an old man named Ed out there running. I think he's lost. What lap is he?
This is like one of those inside jokes, right?
So the old man that. The
It's on the
comment
screen,
comes
too.
from Matt. The old man that Matt is talking about is Matt's dad, Ed. So he's talking about his dad. So Matt and Ed's running. Ed Sicoli. Ed Sicoli is one of the best guys, man. He's one of the best that there is. We all work part-time at the local running store, Haddonfield Running Company, or Running Company at Haddonfield. I work there like 1 or 2 days a month. Matt is one of our full-time guys, one of the full-time managers. His dad works with us on the weekends. His dad is out here running. I believe he's running the 12-hour. So Matt leaving a comment that there's a scared old man out there that's lost, and it's his dad is it's awesome.
That's gonna become
I'm not gonna recover from that.
That's gonna become the theme for the day is get Ed home.
Get Ed.
Mission
home.
get Ed home.
I have another funny Ed story. For the Frosty Looper, Ed was here. So the race started at 8, started an hour later. Ed was here early, and then we start our live stream, and I see someone coming from the parking lot. It looks like they had missed the start of the race, and it was Ed. Ed missed the start of the race. He started about 20 minutes after everyone else said he left something in his car, so he had missed the start. So he's the best. We'll get him a shout out at some point. I'm sure we'll see him come by. I actually think he did. I think he did come by already
I
one
don't
time.
think he's
so.
come by yet.
Okay. Awesome. I
Well,
love that. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it.
and one of the things I'll piggyback on that we were talking about before we realized Ed was lost is the loop course, and I want to piggyback exactly what you said.
Yeah.
So, one of my favorite things about ultra running is that my wife and daughter have been with me for the majority of them, and these type of looped races, while it can be benefits, and depending on the runner, a looped course can either be a benefit or it can be a challenge mentally. But to your point, having a spot where the crew can hang out, where you can see them every handful of miles, where they can enjoy themselves, and you don't have to worry about them driving to some checkpoint in the mountains, some mountain road to give you aid on some of these point-to-points, which, not taking away from those races, it's just a different feel. So we love seeing this type of thing. The tents up, people hanging out, having a good time all day. And so if you're in the local area and you're just watching, come down, say hi, hang out for a little bit, just enjoy yourself. And yeah, this is a lot of fun.
Yeah, one of the things too with the looped course, I talked a little bit. This maybe affects like the track races a little bit more, but one of the things I think that's worth noting about a race like this is when, you have a trail race like you're saying, whether it's out in the mountains or in a state park or whatever the case may be. Sometimes your aid stations, 5 to 10 miles apart, depending on the race. You don't really have a lot of options when you're out there. You're pretty much moving to the next aid station. You can't really drop in the middle of a course. You have to kind of get to an aid station. And that's where you do your refuels. It'll be interesting, like, if strategy comes into play here in terms of, like, runners electing not to stop when runners do stop. So they have their main pit area, but they're also, as we've mentioned, there's also another aid station. So, like, in theory, you could get aid for this race, like, every 2 miles or
Right.
like under
Yeah.
2 miles, which is pretty uncommon for like an ultra race in general, especially like a trail race. So it'll be interesting to see like how runners use aid. Like, I've noticed our leaders so far have not really stopped to use aid. You'll see your 100-mile runners and your 24-hour runners stop like almost every lap sometimes. So it'll be, it's just like an interesting, I think, storyline is how people use aid, when they use aid. I mean, like we said, it's going to be really hot. It already is really hot, and how that plays a role like in their race strategy.
Yeah, but aid stations can be a trap. You know,
for sure.
Aid stations are there. They can be a time suck. You know, if they've got 2 aid stations on a 3.75 mile loop, you got to make sure you're not stopping every time, particularly in the beginning.
Yeah.
You know, and personally, I think when I first started running ultras, I would use the aid stations a lot more than I do now. And now I just have my own stuff, and I will only swing by an aid station if I can no longer tolerate the things I brought from my own thing. And so most of the leaders probably have their own setup, their own section that they've got with a tent, or I think some people even have a wagon, it looks like over there. Yeah. Just where they get all their stuff out of it, and then they just go, but they're not even hitting the aid stations because they've got their own routine they've already put in.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I was going to say too. So we're sitting across from the main aid station. Like you said, we're seeing some people stop, a lot of people continue on, but past the finish line, there's that line of tents. And so me personally, if you were to see me run through it, I may stop and grab something, but most of my aid is going to probably be done with my wife and daughter down at a tent, right? So it's a little bit tough to tell how people are using it from where we're sitting. But, you know, and then you also have the people that really are self-supported. And so some of them are going to do what Jeff talked about. They're going to have their setup. They're going to go do it. But then you are going to have some people that just rely on that aid station. They're going to go there every time. They're going to take what's needed. And one of the things we talk about a lot in a race, if you're going to do self-supported and you're going to rely on that aid station, try to find out ahead of time what they have. It's a question we try to ask during our race spotlights, and then practice with that, right? If they're going to have tailwind as their primary thing for the race, you don't want to go into a 12-hour, 24-hour not really having practice with tailwind, hoping to rely on that, because if it doesn't agree with you, then that's that.
One of the things I'm seeing already, though, a couple of the runners that just came through, they're putting ice. They're getting ice from the aid station, putting in their hats already, and starting at this point to cool down. And we're at 79, so we're still inching up, and we've got a long way to go, but they're already beginning to work on some cooling strategy. You can see a guy right now over there just dumping a big old thing of ice into his hat, just beginning.
It's going to be, I think it's going to be our biggest storyline. It usually is with this race. It usually is what makes this race hard typically is the weather. Again, aside from the distance, like we know that the distance doesn't change, right? Like you're either running for you're running for 12 hours, or you're running for 24 hours or 100 miles. But what makes this race, I think, the real challenge of this race is, just like running an ultra in the summer. Like it's a absolute challenge. Got some more runners coming through here now, which is awesome to see. Pretty big group of runners coming through here, which is cool. Again, the community thing gets hard. We're going to talk about it a lot. With a race like this, where there's a fair amount of runners in it, I think we'll get numbers on exactly how many runners are signed up. I know it was around 250 or so. On a course that's only, it's under 4 mile loop, you spend a lot of time with the other runners, which is cool. Sometimes in these big mountain ultras or these trail races, you just kind of feel like you're by yourself out there sometimes. I know I've personally had stretches in races where sometimes 15 miles, you don't see another person, whereas this race is the exact opposite of that.
Yeah.
You're out here and you're probably running, a couple steps from someone, you're meeting new people, you're talking to people. It's a really cool experience. I think and again, we've talked about this already, but the way that this race is set up lends itself to community. And I think that's just another part of it. You can get a lot of people into a race like this. You don't have to worry a ton about capacity. But everyone is on this loop together. You're going to see, new people, similar people. It's going to change throughout the course of the day who you're running next to. So it's cool. It's a cool way to set up a race.
Yeah, and one of the things about this format in particular, because we're, a point to point. So one of the things that we see a lot is that relationships are formed during these races. And so if we'll say a point to point hard trail ultra, you hear stories about people kind of teaming up for 20 miles at a time, something like that, right? And you'll hear it's hey, I know this person after these several hours better than I know kind of my college roommates. You talk about everything. A race like this, however, we've got a looped race that we put on, and one of the things that we find is that a lot of times people will link up for a loop because that's just the way it works out, and they talk and they get to know each other, and then they come in and they hit some aid, and then the next loop maybe you end up near somebody else. And so rather than these super deep connections that you get when you're suffering through the night together in some obsolete spot, Here you get to meet a lot of people. And we've had people that leave our race, and it's like all of a sudden they're connected to everybody. And you're like, how do you know this person? Like, oh, I did a loop with them at the race. And so I think we're going to see a lot of that today. You got 4 miles to kind of hear about people's families, find out these mutual connections, get their Instagram or whatever, and then all of a sudden your community just got that much bigger.
Yeah. And it's not a very big community to begin with, so everyone ends up knowing everyone, which is really cool. So I'll jump back here real quick just to the updates, because we have a number of runners through.
Yeah, before you do though,
go ahead.
Regina Smith would love to say to go Kevin Smith. She just wants you to know.
Yes.
She is proud of Kevin.
Go Kevin.
Yeah, go Kevin. He's running the 12-hour individual.
Awesome. Same last name. I don't know if that's a
We're gonna go with
or a parent or whatever the case is, but that's awesome. And
Banana
again, that's
power.
why we have the.
And who is CFLO?
I think that's that's like short for something.
Yeah, well, there's 2 people who are saying go CFLO. So if somebody wants to spell that out for us, we would love to say.
Yeah. I don't know.
Depends on what that F is.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking too.
Look here, y'all. We're clean.
We are clean. This is a family show, family program today.
Yeah, so keep it clean.
Yep. All right, cool. So back to the race here. So let's start with the women's race on the 12-hour side. Women's race on the 12-hour side. We have Lauren McGeckreek, and again, I might be mispronouncing her last name, but she was the kind of our lead woman through the second loop with Tara Wilson, our second place woman, about 20 seconds behind her. So that women's race right now, or at least through 2 loops in the 12-hour, we had 2 women pretty much right next to each other. Lauren McGeckreek, 30 years old from Georgetown, Texas, followed by Tara Wilson, 40 years old from Philly. And then our third place female right now in the 12-hour loop looks like it's Christina Chang, 28 from Delanco. Christina, I hope it is Christina, because again, I mentioned her earlier. Christina was running in a banana suit earlier.
Yeah, she just
Might
came
still
through.
be running in a banana
yeah,
suit.
she just came
Just
through
came
again.
through.
Yep.
There goes Kane again, too,
There
for
goes
lap
Kane.
3.
So yeah, we're gonna grab a split on that too. So Christina, currently third place female in the 12-hour race. Christina and I used to work together. I was a teacher for about 9 years, and Christina and I worked together for a year. She's a middle school science teacher in Bordentown, New Jersey. So that's a great story, running in a banana suit.
Sorry, I got quiet because I thought you were going to ask me something. So
Yeah.
I was like, what happened?
All good.
Oh, no, it's good.
All right, let's see what else we got here.
I'll do a shout out
Yeah,
to
go ahead, do it.
Dan Lamort, who we
Yeah.
just saw come through a couple times. He was a previous guest. If you guys don't know him, a very successful comedian, kind of out of New Jersey, in New York, but also is a guy with just an incredible story. And I'd have to go look at the number, but I think at the time he was lost about 180 pounds. And so talk about somebody that never thought probably they'd be out here doing this. Successful comedian loses 180 pounds and ends up now, doing these ultras. He's out here inspiring a lot of people and just one of the funniest people you've ever met. So I'm sure we'll talk about him more throughout the day, but he came by, gave us a wave, and so shout out to Dan.
Yeah, that's cool. I didn't know you guys had him on the podcast. He's hilarious. I don't know him super well, but I follow everything he does because he's so funny. Yeah, so that's cool. Yeah, Dan was kind of right in the mix. He was like 18th place overall, but again, out here running because I think for him, and for a lot of these runners, it means something a little bit more than what place you finish in.
Oh,
so,
100%.
yeah.
I would say probably 98%
Yeah.
of the people out here know they're not coming to compete. They're coming to compete with themselves,
Mhm.
or they're just coming to have a good time. You're going to have a few that are at the front, but again, that's one of the things we've talked about is, you go to a local 5K a lot of times. It's quick, it's over, everybody goes home. Out here, people are out here to have a good time, have community, push themselves, see what they can do. And then you're going to have a few that are coming out, hopefully, to cross that finish line first. But that's not most of us that show up.
Yeah, and on that front, too, just a check-in on the 24-hour runners. Again, a lot of times our 24-hour, well, not necessarily, but our 24-hour runners, are out there. They have a long road ahead of them. 2 females that have come through kind of our first 2 loops here, Randy Zuckerberg and Erica Bash. Both people that have run this race before. I believe Randy has run this race before. And again, I know Erica has. They're the first 2 females through that second loop with again a number of gentlemen through as well. Brett Milks, Leo Bazua, Chris Flores, Alice Franco. Paul Johnson's in that mix. So yeah, again, that's a long race. We'll kind of check in on that race periodically, but that's the 24-hour individual. Before we kind of jump over to the 100-mile and see where people are at. So we're rolling here. People are getting through some loops, and it is getting warm. So
thanks, man. We're gonna just give ourselves a shout out.
yeah,
That's right.
shout yourselves out. Seriously, you can.
What did
let's
that
talk a
guy
little
say,
more.
Jeff? What was it that he said?
Hey, loved your podcast.
Ooh, loved the podcast. All right.
So how long have you guys had the podcast? Kind of what's the goal of the podcast? Give me a little bit. We got some time, so let's shout you guys out a little bit here more.
Yeah, so absolutely. So the Ultra Running Guys was really born probably 2019. The podcast was born in 2020. And it was just at first for us it started out as like a blog, as a way for us to try to build community around something that we love. And so then 2020 hits, everything kind of gets quiet, all the races go away, right? And then there's a guy that kind of was the catalyst for the podcast itself that is well known around here, Steve Epifano. I know he was at Frosty Looper. I believe he's done Loopy Looper as well. So anyways, at the time, this was kind of the catalyst for the podcast. He was training to run for his first 100K to raise money for his college roommate who was killed while out riding a bike. And so he wanted to do something to take care of his family. And so it was an Instagram post that said, here's what I'm doing. I'm trying to raise money. And we had kicked around the idea of a podcast. And I just said, hey, what if we did like a 5-minute recording? We didn't even know how to do anything with Steve. And what ended up happening is we had no idea what we were doing. We called it a podcast. It really wasn't even a podcast.
I would say it was just for YouTube, actually, is what we planned to do.
Yeah, it was YouTube. And we, every week, did a quick episode leading up to his 100K. And we had different topics. The first one was like 7 minutes. Then it was 20 minutes. And, of course, it by the end of that, and it kind of grew into what it was. But just realized we really enjoyed it. And so we say, the reason that we exist is to help people take their next step in ultra running. And so whether you're brand new or thinking about ultra running, or whether you're somebody who's eyeing your first 200, something like that, our goal is really to build a community around that, bring on guests both from brand new to very experienced. And I would say, and Jeff, I'm interested in your perspective on this, but I would say kind of the two things that we really look for adding value is one, and sometimes it's probably in secret, right, is how do we help people's mindset? How do we talk about that piece of it, because there's so much ultra running that comes in that. And then two, how do we give you some actual tactical training, advice from people in the community, and it's just gone really well for us.
Yeah, I mean, it's something we've loved. It's grown, like you said, from a blog idea, but we both realized we didn't really like to write, so it didn't kind of go so far on that. But the goal is to be value add as much as possible, and we do a lot of prep. We prepare for all of our guests. We send them some basic background information, and then we do a lot of trolling.
Yeah,
to kind of learn a lot about them. And because we don't want to repeat everything you may have heard on another podcast from some of our guests, but we also want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to value the time that the listener takes us on their run with them. And so, it's an honor for a listener to download our episode, to listen to it, and then even give us feedback. We're like, wow, you listened to us, you heard something, we brought value for you, and anything we can do for them is key. And so, like Jeremy said, we do want to focus on mindset. We want to focus on like tactical tips and tricks and all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, we want runners to know that you can do this. Like, you can do this, and it is a very hard goal. But if you put the work in and put some discipline in and everything, you can accomplish this goal, and you'll be a part of a community that's unlike anything that you've ever been a part of. And so we want to bring value to them when they take the time to listen, and we want to make it simple and straightforward. And so we start off all of our shows with an introduction and kind of say, hey, stick around and here's what we're going to talk about today, so you can get an idea of what we're going to talk about. And so we do a lot of those types of things, really try to help the listeners.
And here's a fun fact. So obviously when we were getting into podcasting, didn't know anything, tried to learn, listen to as much as you can, or we could. And maybe this would be helpful for you if you have a podcast or starting one. But one of the big things they said is, hey, niche down, know your audience, literally identify an individual that you want to cater to and make sure you're adding value. And so he doesn't know this, but I am looking.
Are you really going to say it?
Yeah,
oh my God.
Well, he's come so far, right? So one of our actual early guests was Chris Bartoli, who's over here helping out at the aid station.
Great guy.
Yeah, absolute great guy. And when we had him on, I mean, he was
he does not know this.
He doesn't. He was brand new.
This is cool.
And so, but we would literally, as we were preparing for a guest, say, okay, what is Chris Bartoli going to get out of this episode? How do we? He was our guy for a little bit, and that's changed
It's
over
evolved.
time, right? But that's really how we would prepare. We'd say, okay, we'd have a guest, and we'd be excited about things. It's like, okay, but what is Chris going to get out of this? And it would help shape the way that we said what value are we going to add. So if you're podcasting, that was very, very helpful for us. He's not listening right now. Maybe he'll find out later. But and for the record, he's come so far. He's done some incredible things.
Yeah.
So obviously that's why that's changed. Is he's not kind of the niche audience that was.
Yeah.
But
He was probably our only listener at the time.
That's right.
Jokes.
But
That's such a good story. You got to tell him that.
No, we can't tell him that.
Well, now it's out
He's,
there.
he's
so
not
maybe
even
he'll
listening,
learn
so
it
it's
at
good. He'll
some
never
point.
even know.
It's cool. So just to kind of touch on it, we again, community, I feel like this is what I always end up coming back to. But like the two people that you distinctly like mentioned by name in that story of like, the start of your, I'll call it a brand, really, like the start of your brand was, Steve Epifano and Chris Bartoli. And again, like this is the first time that we've, really met in person. I know we did some pre-stuff for this, but those are two guys that I know too, right? Like it's just like, when we talk about this community, it's like I had the privilege of doing this for the Frosty last year that Steve ran, and that was when I first really met Steve. I'd seen him at some other races, but that was when we first really met. And same thing, Chris Bartoli's a local guy, local to South Jersey. Had the privilege of connecting with him through some Instagram stuff, and then we ran a 12-hour race together on a track. So ran for a little while together there, and ran a 6-hour race together. So yeah, we've done some stuff together too. So it's cool.
Well, and here's the great thing is so that both those, we met them individually. They did not know each other at the time.
Right.
They connected through that. So Steve is in Southern California.
Mm-hmm.
Steve grew up like 2 blocks from where Chris Bartoli lives now. So when they made that connection, they like became, instant friends. And so all of a sudden, one day we know Steve, we know Chris through completely different means. And all of a sudden we realize they're communicating. They find this out. They've been great friends since. And that's just what's so great about this community, and really the value. We could talk about the value of social media. A lot of people, there's some people hate it, some people love it. The good thing for me is when I open it up, it's all runners, right? I don't see a lot of the junk that most people do, just because that's the way that I've structured it. But when that happens, you can connect with people in all different parts of the country because you have a shared passion. And with those guys, you realize, we actually have this thing in common. When Steve comes back, they run together, and it's not because of us, but there was an avenue there through a mutual connection. They were able to do that, and the same way that they've changed our lives, you get to out in this community, you make these connections, and it will change your life, and it'll open up doors for you that weren't there before.
Well, I mean, just imagine going to a race and seeing
And
somebody.
there's
that
Steve
that
on the
know.
screen right there.
Chris.
I'm sorry,
Chris.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you. I said Steve 5 times now.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jeff. What were you going to say? You're in the middle of a thought.
Yeah, no, just like when you go to a race and everything, and if you've met somebody on social media and then you get to see them in person, it is a connection. Like social media is a little bit insane. It can make you crazy, but you can also utilize it in the way to make real connections with people. And there's a lot of people who put a bunch of fake stuff out there that you really don't see in our ultra community and stuff. Now, in general, I would say that to be the case. And there are a few outliers, as there's in everything, but there's a bunch of authentic people I think you'll find.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. I wasn't. I had no social media really until I started running, and then it was really a way to like just connect with people that I had met or followed or wanted to follow or get to know. So yeah, I'm on board with that. I totally agree. Awesome, cool. Well, thank you guys for sharing a little bit about the pod. And again, if you don't listen, make sure you go listen. Make sure you subscribe. I'm sure that helps you guys, right? That's always what people are saying. Subscribe, like.
Yeah, absolutely.
Listen.
If
Leave a
you
comment. The
Yeah.
usual. Right?
share with your friends, all that good stuff, right? And the good thing is, so it's called the Ultra Running Guys. Pretty easy to remember.
Why is it easy? Why do we do that?
Yeah, it was dumb luck, honestly, is why we probably couldn't come up with a better name. But if you just start typing in Ultra Running to Spotify or something like that, and you see these 2 ugly mugs looking back at you,
Brian is not in the picture.
right?
It's
That's
you
why I
and I.
said 2.
Oh, okay.
Two.
Okay.
But yeah, so it's pretty easy to find. Just put in Ultra Running and wherever your podcast platform is, and we'll come up. And it was just dumb luck. We probably got a lot of listeners that we didn't deserve by that happening, but we're lucky enough that a lot of people stick around, and we've just got a fantastic community. So plug in.
Awesome.
We'd love for you to reach out, and if you're finding the value, just share. That helps us a lot.
And give us guest ideas.
Awesome, man. Hey, won a first to market, and I wouldn't necessarily call it dumb luck. First to market. The name was there. No one had it.
Well, what are people going to search for?
Yeah. ultra running. There you go. All right, with the race, so we've had just like a little update here in the 12-hour race. So we have 2 runners that are through 3 laps already. We have Kane Leathers, who is through 3 laps, was through about 12 minutes ago. So Kane's out there probably, working their way through their 4th lap. And then we had Vin Kennedy just come through for his 3rd lap. So Vin Kennedy came through. It looks like about a minute and a half ago I saw Vin come through. Really strong runner from Red Bank, 29 years old. So we talked a little bit about social media. I don't know Vin. I actually don't know if we've ever spoken on Instagram or anything, but I follow him, and I know coming into this race, I was kind of clued into what he was doing because he's someone that is a strong runner, and I know he's going to take a big swing today. So he's right now through 3 laps. Kane and Vin on the men's side are the only runners through 3 laps. So.
And I will say, so I've got my wife trolling, so shout out to Shannon. She just said, I saw Bartoli was there. She must have seen him on the screen. Obviously, we're talking about it. But CFLO, she's just sent me an Instagram account, and I'm guessing it's Chris Flores.
Oh, okay.
It's _ CFLO, Chris Flores. And it looks like he's out here running. So if you're giving the shout-outs to Chris Flores, hopefully that's who we're talking about. And hopefully he's having a great day out here.
Yeah.
Can we just talk about the fact that we've got people doing research for us that are not even with us?
I know, it's great.
Shout out
right?
to Shannon. Thanks, Shannon.
Chris Flores is actually so I made a kind of like a general list of names of people that I thought could be in the mix. Usually my list is wrong, so don't be offended if I didn't bring up your name, or if I don't until you show up on a leaderboard if you're someone that's racing in that sense. But Chris Flores is running the 24-hour and is through 2 loops, but was the 3rd fastest through 2 loops. So Chris Flores is a name that's going to be in the mix. I think I might have had him on my list too.
Fast.
Yeah,
sub 9 minutes so far. Obviously, a long way to go. But yeah, out here to do something.
Yeah, he just did 100K. It looks like back in July in 13 hours down in Florida. So he's used to running in the hot
heat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the specificity stuff is super important. I mean, we've talked a little bit about that with training. You had mentioned it, Jeremy. You mentioned it with like the tailwind as your example, right? But I think it's super important too if you can find specificity with temperature. And I know it's hard when again, I talked about this earlier. Like most of the people running this race, have a 9 to 5 or something else that they do during the week, and it's hard to be like, oh, I'm running a race in August. Let me go do a training camp in somewhere hot. But even if you can find little ways locally to kind of acclimatize yourself to whatever the temperature may be. Luckily this is a local race. It's been hot. People have been running in the heat. But sometimes it's even as trying to get specific as for me, I'll talk personally. I'm a morning runner. I run before my 9 to 5. If I was running this race, I would have been doing more long runs. I would have been doing all my long runs on the weekends in the middle of the day, right? You have to try to build in some kind of specificity to, get used to the heat or acclimatize to the heat. Because if you do a 90-minute run at 5:30 in the morning, I don't know how much that's going to help you other than general fitness when it's noon and it's 95. So. Yeah. Trying to work that in, I think, is super important.
Well, and so pro tip that I wouldn't recommend, probably the best heat adapted I ever got was, and this was a long time ago, because my kids are pretty young, but the air on my car went out, and I didn't want to fix it, so I went 4 years with no AC. I was so adapted to the heat because you go through it. It was like, oh, I'll just roll with my windows down. Thank God my kids made it through alive, right? But yeah, so just being out, but truly the amount of adaptation I got from just that, because most of us spend indoors in air conditioning, so it's great to go out and train, but the more you can do to do that, and we've talked to, we've had some people that prepare for bad water. So Emily Lyons just ran bad water again. She does around us, and I don't know if it's other places, but it's called Hot Works. It's one of the hot yoga type things, right? Anything you can do to get yourself in the heat. Sauna work is something we've heard from a lot of people. And so it is hard to prepare, and to your point, a couple sessions, may not quite do the trick, but it will help, and there will be physiological adaptations that take place, but it's still going to kick your butt,
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, we can do this in another segment if you want, but we can talk about like a heat acclimation protocol. There's some things you can do. There is a regimen you can put together if you want to train for a races in a hot environment, so you can prepare for this. And it's really straightforward, and it's not as difficult as we think. To have heat adaptation benefits it is an acute response, and so it doesn't require months and months of heat training. It does require some intentional interventions for a period of time. And you can do that. I mean, you can definitely prepare for something like this. And the whole idea is to increase your sweat rate and to be able to respond in this type of environment. So we can do that in another segment whenever, and we can even plan for it. But we can tell everybody to join us at a certain time if you'd like.
Yeah, are we going to cut to a break? Is that?
No, no.
Whoa! I thought you meant.
Oh, we're not leaving yet.
He just did.
Yeah.
We can go to break now, or we can go to break at 9, like the plan is. They're talking to my ears.
Let's go 9.
We're going to
You
go
guys
with
go with
9.
9?
Yep. Yeah, we're going with 9.
We'll cruise. We'll stay on for a little bit longer. Cool. So, yeah, throughout the day, so sorry for everyone that's kind of listening or tuned in and you're like, what is going on? What are
We're
these guys
talking to
about?
ourselves.
Yeah, talking to ourselves here a little bit. So we're going to have breaks throughout the day. So we'll kind of try to keep people as clued in as we can. There's Mr. Ed Sicoli actually coming by right now from that awesome story earlier about Ed being lost.
Found his way back to the track.
He found his way back. He's doing all right. So yeah, we'll have breaks throughout the day where we will be, on talking, and then we might, pop off camera for a half hour or so, or a little bit of time to, let the live stream go, let you guys see some runners come through. As we have some relay runners coming through, looking really strong. I got to get used to the bibs because I see these people come ripping through, and I'm like, who is that?
They're over here. They're
Yeah,
over
yeah.
here. I'm gonna have to slide the TV over to the side so I can see them,
Yeah.
so I can say, oh, that's a relay runner coming in.
So yeah, we'll have breaks kind of periodically throughout the day, with our first one coming around 9 a.m. So
Well, one of the things that I will say, and we've talked about it so many times, is the variety of people that you see out here, all ages, all shapes and sizes. And one of the guys that just ran by and maybe he's the relay, but I mean, dude was jacked, just big old Marine, right? And you're like, you don't see that as often in ultras. Not that they don't. But then also, one of the things I love about these types of events is you learn pretty quick. You cannot judge a book by its cover.
Mm-hmm.
There are people that, first glance, you may think, I hope they have a good day, and they will smoke everybody. And then there are the people that look super fit that are going to be dying pretty early on. So you just don't know until you watch somebody kind of perform and understand where, their experience comes from and that type of thing. But I love that aspect, right? Because it's just such a variety of people. And also, to the point earlier, I think that stands for encouraging a lot of people that have never seen it before. Got a helicopter coming over top. Must be that live news coverage.
it's a low helicopter.
Yeah, it really is. But anyway, so I just wanted to say that because it's fun to watch all the, different types of people come through. And all look, well, I won't say they all look like they're enjoying themselves. Most still look like they're enjoying
early.
themselves. Yeah.
It's early.
Yeah, so that is true too, especially for our listeners at home or people that. So I've heard the term, and I know Pete, who's one of the race directors, I've heard him use this term, that the ultra curious term, right? Like interested in ultra, but you've never run one or whatever. Like I think that's like the ultimate thing about this sport is like, people might look at themselves in the mirror or have this like idea of who they are and say like, well, I'm not an ultra runner. Like this isn't like something I can get into. If you are someone that feels that way and you're local, come down and check out this sport, and you'll see that this is, all shapes, all paces, all faces. I mean, this is it really is a community of everyone. Different so than road running, and I'm not gonna like talk super negatively about road running or marathon running, but there is a difference, right? This is a sport that doesn't focus as much on pace and time, and is more so about I think mentality and kind of the inward journey and inward battles and things of that nature. So yeah, that's a great point. It's super important.
Yeah, well, and the personal thing for me, and I've told it a few times on the podcast, even though it makes me sound pretty shallow, right, was first 50 miler, Jeff and I ran JFK 50, and about the first 15 miles or so is Appalachian Trail. So run that, and then you get onto essentially a marathon on the towpath, and it's pretty flat. Well, right at that 15-mile aid station, I see this lady, and probably middle age. She's a little bit shorter. And anyways, I just thought, oh, good for her. Like I remember that thought. Oh, good for her. Like she's doing great. Dude, she took off. I never saw her again. She smoked me, right? And I remember thinking, like, okay, I cannot judge anybody that's out here because obviously she's clearly tougher, more experienced, has way better endurance than me. And I had the thought of, oh, look at her doing well, right? And it was just a quick, harsh lesson. And we see that all the time.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't matter how people look or what you think or anything. People are tough, man. And when they get around here and they're tough, you just can't touch some of these people.
Yeah, it's a great. I appreciate you sharing that story too. No, it is. It's so true. I think we've all had those. I have a similar story to that. The face and the person might be a little bit different, but yeah, same thing. Older guy carrying one water bottle. He was, probably in his mid 60s, and I'm, running well. I'm running hard, and he just kind of just moseys on by me. I'm like, oh man, I got a lot to learn about this sport.
Right.
It was one of my
look
first
easy
ones.
then.
Yeah, it was my first. It was actually my first 50 miler. It was an Uber endurance race, which is like a Central PA kind of race series. But yeah, similar thing. And I was like, and I never saw him again. And
Yep.
I saw him at the finish line. He's like, oh, good to see you. We talked a little, but I've had that moment for sure.
Yeah, they're always running under control.
Yeah.
Like when we start looking around at other people, that's actually a warning sign for ourselves.
So true. It is so true.
Sounds like
Yeah.
we may have a shot of the aid station. Is that what we're...
Oh, cool.
It's a shot of water. This is the water we're not going to swim in.
It looks like you could swim in it from that
Yeah,
shot.
so it looks
though,
like
I'll
the
tell you that.
aid station at the top.
Oh, it is.
Across.
You can see a shot
Yeah, yeah.
across the lake there. So the runner. So we've talked about mile 2 is the aid station, and again, it's going to become probably the most popular spot on the course because they've got slushies. That's the stories that we heard when we did the race spotlights. I think we're almost 10 degrees warmer than when we started. Pretty darn close to it. Less than 2 hours into the race, so heating up quick, and so I'm sure that's going to be a godsend. As the day rolls on.
We also have, and you can't see it on the screen, but we can see it from where we're sitting. We also have a box truck ice delivery coming. So again, when we talk about, we talk about heat, it's the real deal, and especially with, our race directors do a really, really good job of trying to make sure everyone is well hydrated. I mean, our aid station here, you could really run this race self-supported and just use the aid stations if you're someone that was into that. I mean, there's tons of snacks over there. Tons of ice. I mean, the amount of ice that's about to come off this truck is pretty crazy. So they're doing everything they can to try to make sure our runners have the day that they are hoping for, right?
Did we talk about the fact that they have slushies at the other aid stations?
Yeah,
that we
yeah.
don't have here?
They don't.
Oh, yeah.
We don't have them here. It's an aid station number 2 special. We might have to swing by down there and grab
we need to move.
Some slushy
We can
delivery,
swing
right?
by and grab some aid stations later. So just as we keep going with the broadcast, and we got another 15 to 20 minutes with you here before we pop off for our first break, we'll be doing some different things throughout the day. We'll have some cameras in the pit. We'll be talking to some crew. We'll be talking to some of the volunteers. We'll be trying to give you as much of the experience of this race as we can. And again, we'll try to talk a little bit about those things before they happen, but sometimes it'll be the 3 of us sitting here. Sometimes it'll be the 2 of us. Sometimes it might be 1 of us. Sometimes we might all be getting slushies at the other aid station. So we'll have all kinds of different things going on for you throughout the next, 28 hours or so, however long we got.
BK Plays says slushies, that goes hard. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, no messing around out here.
Absolutely. So
What's up?
we'll do a quick check-in here on just the 24-hour. So it looks like the 24-hour race, we have 3 runners through 3 loops as well. Leo Bazua, Brett Milks, Alex Franco, and Chris Flores. So we've had some shout-outs for some of those runners as well. Looks like we got all 3 of those gentlemen through 3 loops.
4 of them, right?
Yeah, sorry, 4. Those four gentlemen through 3 loops so far.
And still all under 9-minute pace.
Yeah.
So moving pretty quick.
Yeah, still moving really well. Yeah, that bank and time thing. We can talk a little bit about that now before we kind of take a break. But it is interesting, right? Like some people might have the idea, and I was thinking about this morning with this race with the temperature, like have the idea to try to run pretty hard early to kind of bank those miles. But you have to be so dialed in with your own everything, your own fueling, your own kind of mental state to know how hard to push so that you can still have legs at wherever you are. And this is specifically for the top 5 or so people that are competing for those podium spots. Like, to be that dialed. And I think Kane's a really good example. And again, Kane's a really strong runner. But the idea of holding kind of like that 6:30 pace for 12 hours is, I don't know how realistic that is. I don't know Kane well enough to know what their training looks like. But again, like, I think that is something that is a really thin line.
Right.
With like how hard do you push early? How much do you hold? What happens if you end up holding back too much? If you're if you're someone that ends up 4th or 5th, and you're like, man, maybe I had time for another loop if I ran. So it's a tough balance, especially for the runners. Probably specifically in that 12-hour, but for those runners that are competing for those podium spots, when do you push? When do you back off? And we're starting to see some strategy early. It seems like Kane's pushing early. But yeah, it'll be interesting to kind of see.
Yeah, and I think we'll talk about it a few times throughout the day because we're going to witness it, right? We're going to witness breakdowns. We're going to witness different things. But one of the things that we have found a lot, and we talk about pacing strategies, walk-run strategies specifically.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the perfect type of course if somebody's going to do intervals. If we talk about intervals, we're not talking about quarter-mile, repeats. We're talking about walk-run intervals. And one of the strategies is to literally have a timer and say, hey, I'm going to run for 4 minutes, walk for 2 minutes. That's a pretty popular one.
Mm-hmm.
And what we've actually found is that, a lot of the concern is, hey, if I start too slow, how am I going to get there? But we have a particular couple that's been on our podcast, and Jeff and Katie Wilson, and they will start at a 4.2, and they will pass people at miles 50, 60, 70, 80, just all the people that went out too fast that didn't want to have that discipline. Not saying that it's the right method, but just to say that if you go out too fast, once you slow, it is really, really hard to recover from that. And they found that going out easy and staying steady, they typically will beat a majority of the field with that strategy.
We're talking sub 24.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So sub 24, 100 mile, which is, pretty darn incredible, but doing from the beginning, including that walking pace. And so I think that that'll be interesting to see how this plays out. And are we still on the feed?
I think we're still on the feed.
All right. Our screen just changed here. But, yeah, it'll be super interesting to see that play out because it's not often that when you see somebody go out hard and they begin to blow up, that there's any kind of strong recovery from that.
Yeah, it's a great point. Yeah, any comments?
No, I mean, I've done a run walk before too, and I am a huge fan of the idea. But it does require you to start at the beginning of the race or real early in the race. You don't want to get to a point where you're using a walk to recover. You actually want to run. You want to run easy and walk intentionally. And so the idea is that everything is controlled. So that's the bigger thing, is that if you're using your walk time to recover, then you're already at a point that you have you've done too much effort in your run. You haven't been staying at an easy enough effort level for you to have to get to, I got to walk now. So it's the idea is to always stay controlled, always stay controlled.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I would imagine that anybody that's and here comes Kane. As we're talking about this, right here comes Kane,
it's great timing.
Flying through.
Yeah, ripping.
No walk.
And he looks
walk.
He looks very comfortable. He's waving. And we talked about form, right? So upright,
form.
right up on his toes. So at least at this point, he's, that's probably pretty built into him, but he looks strong. We're going to see that throughout the day. We're going to see people's form really break down for two reasons. One, they're just going to get tired, but two, this flat ground is going to start beating up those hips, beating up the legs, and so we'll see that. But so far, he looks like he's just kind of popping along. So it'd be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, and he looks to be like mid to 4 foot striking, but even more impressive is that he's maintaining his stack, like his rib cage and his pelvis are staying stacked on top, and he's running with a good form that over the course of a long race you will begin to see more and more people like their form breaking down because they're just beat up, and the longer you can maintain your form, the better you will do.
So we have just checking back in with kind of where we're at in terms of the race. So I'll go 12-hour race because we have some females through 3 loops. Want to make sure we shout out our females through 3. So Lauren McGetcreek from Georgetown, Texas, first female through 3 loops. Followed by Tara Wilson, also through 3 loops. Lauren McGet-Creek was about 5 minutes ahead of Tara there. So Lauren, again, Georgetown, Texas. I took a quick look at Ultra Sign Up. Again, not a runner, I know. Not sure if she's local. Again, it says she's registered as being from Texas here. So she has a sub 24-hour finish on Ultra Run Sign Up. So I think that's going to be a name we're going to definitely keep looking at here as the 12-hour gets shaken. Almost 2 hours in, so I think runners at this point are probably trying to find their groove if they haven't found it already, but trying to find that spot where they're going to start, settling in for some miles. That maybe beginning adrenaline has worn off, and you're into it now. You're 2 hours in, right? So we're starting to get to that point in the day where these runners are going to find a spot to settle in and try to sit there.
Critical spot to make sure you're starting to. If you haven't been keeping up with your hydration, nutrition, now is the time to not get any further behind, because this is that moment.
Yeah, this is the moment where your day could turn into a 50K real quick, or just a shuffle or whatever the case is. Again, we're just sitting here. We're not running. We're under the tent, but it is warm.
But we're sweating.
I'm sweating. It's hot.
Here comes the banana.
Big crew. This is a good crew here. So we got Gags coming. We got Christina Chang, who's running in a banana suit. John Saravi, I believe is his name, coming in with this crew as well.
Yes, right here, John Sir.
There you go. Just shouted him out.
Gags just told us we need to have him on the show, John.
Let me write that name down.
Yeah, big,
John.
pretty large Instagram following. Again, I don't know him, so I don't want to speak for him, but fairly large Instagram following, local runner. I believe he runs the Endorphins Run Club in Philadelphia, or Endorphins Run Group, or he's one of the people that runs that. I'm looking forward to getting a chance to talk to him a little bit later as they get done. But he came through with that group of runners there as well. I believe he's running the 12-hour.
Sweet.
Yeah.
We'll have to definitely get to know him.
You'll definitely leave here with some future guests today.
Only if they don't pass out in front of us, right?
Yeah.
This is your test.
That might make for a better story if they do pass out.
That's true.
Well, that's like the real story.
Yeah. All right. So, yeah, again, a number of runners starting to come through on their third loop. Kane just came through on their 4th loop, so that's in the 12. Let's see the 24. We'll do the 24. Looks like just really runners still on their third. A couple have finished 3. Mostly the names I had mentioned earlier, as we got another group of runners coming in here. Take a look at the relays and see if anything crazy is going on in our relays.
Here comes Paul Johnson, Dan Lamort, kind of back to back. And again, these are guys look smiling, waving.
Yeah.
I've seen Paul do that a few times. As he comes in, he's dumping out his bottle so he can get a fresh fill. But those people, and a lot of the ones that we mentioned, just looking so relaxed right now. And again, I think some of that's going to be experience, right? They just know they're out here for the long haul. They're going to enjoy themselves. They're taking it easy. They probably have done this enough to know that no matter how easy they take it, they're going to find themselves in the pain cave, and there's going to be a sufferfest coming.
And you can see their form's a little bit different than what Kane was like, but they're still stacked, and they are maintaining they're at least on mid strike and everything, but they're all looking solid.
Yeah, and then the relay here, nothing, at least in the 12-hour relay right now, nothing super crazy going on. We have our top relay team looks like has done 3 laps, so it's kind of right in the mix, similar time-wise with some of the top 12-hour runners themselves. And then for our 24-hour relay team, same thing, 24-hour, we have two relays through 3 loops as well. And then our 100-mile race, we have, looks like a couple runners through 3 loops. Let's see. A good amount of runners actually through 3 loops in the 100-mile race. Greg Gample currently in first place of that race with Landon LeGrand, Steve Rahill, Steve Zeichel in 4th. He's another local runner. I've shouted him out already. He's in 4th. He's going to be a name to watch in that race. Again, Gags is in that race. But, a lot of times that 24-hour race, the 100-mile race isn't really shaken up yet. We're only 2 hours in. We'll see if kind of where paces go and how paces stay, and then kind of go from there. So, yeah,
One of the things I love too that we just saw, and I don't know, they may be past, but if we cut to the track real quick, if we can, if not, that's no big deal. They may have already gone past. There was two 12-hour, I'm gonna quote unquote runners, right? That came through that are out here walking. They're very intentional. They're doing their thing. But this is the type of thing we've been talking about all day. It's like, hey, somebody may go, I can't run for 12 hours. Well, they're out here. They're going to be moving for 12 hours, but they're very intentionally walking at the moment. And they're probably going to cover more distance than, 95% of people ever will if they don't go take the shot. So I love seeing that, right? You don't have to be able to run for 12 hours straight to show up to an event like this and test yourself.
We had a runner. I ran another kind of good story to piggyback on that. The City Invincible race. So it's another endless endurance race, the company that puts this race on. It's a track race. So 12 hours and 24 hours on the track. Very similar setup to this. A runner whose name I am not going to remember, and I wish I could remember his name, ran the 24-hour race and ran 100 miles, finished 100 miles in 24 hours on the track by running the straightaways and walking the curves.
Right.
The entire time. 24 hours, committed to it, finished 100 miles in 24 hours. And, it just goes to show you, people think these feats are unimaginably difficult and beyond you, but there's, strategies and ways that you can do them if you're unbelievably devoted to a strategy, and you just don't give up. And I think there's a lot to be said for that. So, yeah, to go along with that strategy, that was a great story. I ran the 12-hour race, and I remember, seeing that runner had run 100 miles. I wish I could remember his name, but it was great to see. So
On the track?
On the track,
That's
yeah.
fantastic.
On the
So
track.
running the straights and then walking the turns.
Yeah.
But that's it. So he's it's hitting the same pattern. That's the key of a run walk, is that it needs to be a consistent pattern as well. Like that's great.
Yeah, it's a cool track. It sits right under the Ben Franklin Bridge, which is the bridge right here that goes into Philadelphia. It's on the New Jersey side, but it's right underneath it. You have a great view of this, a really, really great view of the city. It's a cool race for local people that are looking for, maybe we're talking about this race and you're like, oh, I want to jump into something. Check that race out. It's usually at the end of September or last week of September, first week of October, somewhere around there. I'm sure there's still spots open for it. It's a really fun race. I ran the 12-hour last year, which was the inaugural year. The first year, it actually got rained out. We had a hurricane and they had to cancel it. So last year was the first year the race happened. I did the 12-hour for that. It was a lot of fun. It was actually a pretty small race. There weren't a ton of people in it. Talk about community. You run an ultra and you're never more than a quarter mile away from anyone else in the race. It was cool. Yeah, you talk to a lot of people in a race like that. It was cool. So if people are listening and they're like, oh man, let me jump into something. I'm curious. I'm in that area. City Invincible is the name of the race. City Invincible Track Ultra. There's a 12-hour and a 24-hour.
That is hard,
race.
man.
It was cool. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, but
so
it's
I had the
hard.
problem, and again, not to talk too much about our own stories, but I had the problem there with stopping because it's like you see your stuff every quarter mile. It's like you have to really be disciplined. Like, I'm going to get 5 miles in right now, or I'm going to get whatever. You have to have a really strict plan, or else, you end up, sitting. You end up with the sits.
out.
Yeah, you're hanging. So, yeah, that was a tough one, and I didn't run as great as I would have wanted, I think, because of that. But it was a fun race, and it was a cool community and a cool day. So another one to check out if you're local.
Well, one of the things that I was thinking about as you're talking about that, right? Because we're sitting on a track, but this loop, like we mentioned several times, 3.75 miles. And so we'll talk later about strategy and how things are doing. But one of the things to take into consideration, because we mentioned, okay, so Gags has run the 75-mile distance a handful of times, right? And it's like, well, why couldn't he get 76 or 77? The challenge with this is that it's 3.7 miles, right? So it's not on a track. It's like, hey, maybe I can get one more. Maybe I can get one more. And I did a 12-hour race where in the last hour they dropped. It was a total of a 10-mile out and back. But in the last hour they dropped it down to, a half mile one way and back. So you had a mile. So you could take it a mile chunks at a time. It'd be super interesting as this goes on because there is no way to shortchange it. That 3.75. So just to beat, like, say, for the 12-hour, the Gags 75, you really have to get up to 78.5. It's a big percentage to jump up.
Yeah.
So it's interesting the way that this one's laid out. And so later we can talk about
the strategy with that.
But
that's a good one. I got another. This is a little off topic here, but another name for you to write down if you've never had him on. I mentioned him earlier. His name's Churchill Churns, He was the guy who just waved to us when he went by a second ago. If you guys haven't had him on the podcast and he has the time and you want to do it, he would be an unbelievable guest. So he's out here. He'll be kind of doing a run walk strategy. I'd have to check and see how old he is. He might be in his 70s now. I don't want to insult him and give the wrong age, but unbelievable kind of lifetime ultra runner. In the like 80s and 90s, he was one of the pioneers of like multi-day running. He lives in New York, but he does most of the endless endurance races. I met him at the track race, and we had a chance to, share a couple loops together. Really, really interesting guy. Just with, when we talk about ultra running as like coming into its own now as a sport within the last 5 or so years. He's a guy that was doing these multi-day events in like the 80s, right, when there weren't a lot of people doing it. Kind of like a pioneer of the sport, and he's here today. Out here, he just waved to us as he went by. Really interesting guy, a name that's worth shouting out. Not a name you're going to see on a leaderboard for a race like this, but a guy that for young ultra runners, if they happen to find themselves on a loop with him and they have a chance to talk to him, it'll change your perspective about running, and it's cool to see people like that out here still kind of like helping the next generation or turning the next generation over. So.
And he's eventually going to pass you.
That's right.
Yeah, probably, and he may be you.
Yeah, we've had the opportunity just to talk to, just a good handful of people that have been doing this for decades. And the perspective, just the knowledge, the wisdom that comes from putting yourself through these hard things for that long, it's always so inspiring, not just because of cool things they've done, but a lot of times because they see the world different, or kind of the rules they've learned to live by, the self-awareness that they have. So, yeah, I would... maybe I'll take off later and do a loop with that guy and pick his brain for a bit. But
he's great. Really, really great. And again, like when I first met him, I didn't know who he was, and it wasn't until later when I had been talking to him and I kind of realized who he was, and it's a cool experience. It's a sport where you can like meet these like icons of the sport still, and not even not necessarily know it, or they're in the same race as you. It's cool. All right, we're approaching kind of our first break here, right around 9 o'clock, around the 2-hour race, or 2-hour mark, sorry. Got a couple guys here through 4 loops, but for the most part, this thing's just getting underway. Any kind of final parting words here before we kind of take a quick little break?
The main thing I'll say is, so when we come back, we'll throw out some times that we can do some Q&A. I think that would be really interesting. So that way, if you're plugged in, you can't be plugged in all day. You kind of know when to come back. At the same time, if you've got something now, if you got topics that you'd like us to talk about, or specific questions, or something you want to point us to, throw it in the comments. We'll take a look at that while we're out, and that can help heat some of the discussion. But just looking forward to getting back and tracking this thing throughout the day.
Yeah.
I would also say that since we are not from the area, and we are approaching lunch in a couple hours, and I'm currently fasting, if somebody has a recommendation, that'd be fantastic to put in the comments.
Yeah, throw in the comments like your favorite local spot that we got to hit before we leave.
Or bring it.
Yeah, or if you want to stop by and give it to us, extra points.
Yeah. We'll be here all day, so come say what's up if you're around. If not, stay tuned in with us. We'll be back. We'll be back shortly. I think we're doing half-hour breaks or something around there.
They haven't said in our ear yet.
Okay. We'll see. We'll decide.
9:45.
9:45. Perfect. 9:45. We'll be back in 45 minutes. Stay tuned in. You'll see runners cross the finish line. Other than that, we'll be back soon. Thank you.
Cut.
All right, and we're live. And we're live. Are we back?
We are back.
All right,
We're
awesome.
up there.
I know, I was looking at this
That's
screen
us.
there too. Cool.
Oh, yeah, the one on mine's not back.
Awesome. All right, welcome back to coverage of the 2024 summer edition of the Loopy Looper. My name is Brian Paulson. Glad to be back, joined by my two co-pilots, counterparts from the Ultra Running Guys podcast. You guys want to introduce yourselves again? You tell me.
Sure. Jeremy Reynolds, Ultra Running Guys, here with our best friend and co-host,
Thanks, man.
the one and only Brian. I'm just
That's
kidding,
what I'm
Jeff,
talking about.
Jeff Winchester.
We're not really live anyway.
Oh, we're not?
I'm not sure. Ian, are we live?
There we go.
Ah, we are live.
Yes.
Sorry, everybody. This is
All right.
live.
Looking forward to this. We've been gone for about 45 minutes or so. Does this sound all right in this mic? I'm not.
You're good, yeah.
Last time I can hear myself. It's hot right now. There's some cloud coverage, which I'm sure that the runners are enjoying. But a lot of just steady movement. Been a lot of fun. The water guns are out. Runners are getting sprayed down by friends and family and the aid station volunteers. And yeah, let's get back into it.
Yeah, cool. We'll start with just a quick race check-in here. Again, I know we're still early in the race, but at this point, we're almost 3 hours in. So runners are either settled in or at this point are at least aware of where they are physically in this race, right? It's been a really hot day. We've talked about that. It's kind of been like the lead storyline of this race, as most August races are. But for the 12-hour race, we have, it looks like, at least according to our timing, a little bit of a shakeup at the top of the 12-hour race. We have Vin Kennedy currently leading the 12-hour race through 5 loops. Followed by Kane Leathers and then Chris Shaw. So it looks like those 3 gentlemen are through 5 loops. Again, looked like Vin Kennedy came through that loop about 2 minutes and 40 seconds ahead of Kane. Now, again, with the timing and the splits that we have, there is some interesting strategy that could go into this, right? Where if a runner hits their crew spot before they go through the timing board versus if a runner's crew spot is past the start-finish line, the split might be a little bit off. So they're right around each other. Like I said, about 2 minutes and 40 seconds separated them. And then Chris Shaw and Kane were separated by about 20 seconds. So it looks like the 3 of them are they're, as of right now, at least, it looks like they are, along with 2 other runners, are through 5 loops. On the women's side, we have, for the 12-hour race, we have Lauren McGetcreek from Georgetown, Texas. Through 4 loops. Looks like she was through 4 loops about 10 minutes faster than the next fastest female. So Lauren McGetcreek in first place of that race, Tara Wilson in second, followed by Christina Chang in third on the women's side. That's where things kind of stand right now with the 12-hour. We can bounce to the 24-hour. All right, a little bit of a shake-up here, too. It looks like right now in the 24-hour, we only have 1 runner through 5 loops. That's, at least currently, that's Alex Franco. Alex Franco is a 38-year-old runner from Jim Thorpe, PA. I believe, I could be mistaken, I believe this is Alex's first attempt at a race longer, in that 24-hour, 100-mile distance. Him and I mentioned this on the section earlier. Him and I ran a 12-hour race together, and he won that race. So he's a really strong runner. I looked for a strong performance out of him today. He's currently leading that 24-hour race with Brett Milks and Leo Bauza in second and third, with Alex being the only one through 5 loops. On the women's side, we have Erica Bash and Randy Zuckerberg currently through 4 loops, as well as Lewis Young also through 4 loops. Erica was through 4 loops. It looked like 3 minutes faster than Randy. So, again, these are all things to kind of keep an eye on with the 24. But, we got a long time. We got a long time with the 24. But that's kind of where things stand right now. I'm sure we'll see things shake up. Some big names in that race. Paul Johnson in that race. Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that race as we keep going. And then the only other, well, we can touch on the relays too, but the 100-miler, got a couple runners through 5 loops, Greg Gamble, Landon LeGrand, and Sean Rayhill, with Steve Zeichel being through 4 loops and probably about to be onto his 5th loop here soon. So, again, that's another one we'll keep an eye on. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of shakeups there with some of the runners that we have in that race. So, we'll, again, another one to keep an eye on. And even as I'm scrolling right now, whew, even as I'm scrolling right now, like, all right, so in that race, like, here's a great name to bring up. Like, currently third female is Lisa Perry. Lisa Perry has a ton of experience at this race. She has podium finishes at this race in the 12-hour. I'm not sure about the 24-hour. I would have to go back and check. But Lisa Perry, local runner, 46 years old from Abington, PA, is a name to keep in mind as this thing keeps going. She's, like I said, currently third place female for the 100-miler, but that's a name I could see like climbing up the leaderboard here as things get going. So, yeah, that's kind of where like things stand right now with our races.
Yeah, it's interesting. So we're coming up on 3 hours in for the 12-hour, so they're about 25% of the way through. You mentioned the, the change in first place. And for those who weren't on with us earlier, so there was a fastest first loop. Kane Leathers came through at a sub 6 minute pace, which is pretty mind-blowing. So obviously took on a pretty good lead, but it looks like he's pacing himself a little bit different now. So only a couple minutes between first and second, but clearly he's backing off a little bit. Temperature now we're seeing in the 80s, so temps starting to come up. And again, this course is one that there's really no shade, so not much to hide behind. The heat's gonna continue to catch up with people. We're watching, like I said, people get sprayed down, try to start to stay cool, but long race to go. But after 3 hours, it seems to be kind of the same consistency with runners, but there's a lot of time to break down and for things to change. So that'll be fun.
During our break there, I was walking with a friend of mine, and I said, "Oh, there's going to be some carnage here. I think at the front of the pack there certainly will be." Yeah, I mean, like I said, just when you're going out super fast. I mean, our lead runners, our lead male runners in the 12-hour are still running under 8 minute pace, which it's not going to be the finishing pace that wins this race because if you look back at previous years, it's never that fast. So. At some point, there's going to be some backing off that's going to kind of, level the waters here a little bit for runners that maybe approach the start of this race a little bit differently, and I think we'll see that in the next, maybe hour or two. Again, as things keep climbing.
Just to add, I've been looking at the splits like for Kane because we talked about him so much in the first segment. I think it's important kind of like to catch everybody up. Like you said, Jeremy, he had the fastest first lap, but and that was at a 5:56. And then he ran a 7:03, a 7:18, then an 8:15. But his last lap, lap 5, was 11:14, which is a 5-minute swing really from his fastest lap. And so one of two things have happened. He's already getting a little bit of the heat kicking in, or he is taking a bigger break at this point. And so that difference between him and first at this point could be either because he's trying to recover a little bit, or he's already starting to feel some effects. So it'll be interesting to see what he does in the next lap.
Yeah, and so we've talked strategy, or we've talked about the idea of strategy. And one of his strategies may be a longer aid break after so many loops, right? So sometimes people come in with that. One of the things you talked about earlier, Brian, was a short loop course like this. It's easy to waste time because it's like, oh, I'll be back in, 4 miles, so I don't necessarily need to plan my aid so well. I'll just grab what I need when I get there. And that leads to maybe some sloppy aid station breaks or not being as intentional. Kane hits me as a pretty intentional guy, and so seeing that maybe there's a possibility that he planned, okay, after 4 loops or so, I'm gonna change my shoes. I'm gonna do this thing. I'm gonna up my electrolytes, something. So we'll have to watch and see if that continues to be a pattern or if things have actually changed up a little bit. But
that's our leader right there. That's Vin Kennedy coming through, leading the men's 12-hour overall too. So that's the leader coming through. It looks like after.
So I just pulled his splits up too, and so his splits are real consistent. And he's looking at anywhere between 7:33 from his first loop to lap 5 was 7:53, and he's finishing now. So I'm not sure where that's going to end up coming in at for him. But even as you watch him finishing through this loop, he got aid on the run, and he's not out of control. He's not trying to push really hard, but he's continuing just very systematically as he moves forward. Yeah. It's impressive.
Yeah, and again, the word that I used a little bit ago was intentional, and so he came through looking very comfortable. and then there's having a good time, which we just saw. But yeah, he came in very intentional, and so like you said, got crew or aid on the run. So his crew member was waiting for him. He said, "I need water. I need Cliff Bar." He was very specific about his needs. He got looked like he got what he needed, and he's back on his way out. So. Looks like he's wasting very little time at the aid stations. He's thought about what he wants when he comes in. Now that can always, I'm sure we'll talk about that, can always get way more
Yeah.
difficult later in the race when your stomach changes and the plan you thought you had disappears because nothing sounds good anymore, those types of things. But for right now, he's got a plan and it looks like he's executing to it, and his crew's helping him out.
Yeah, and pace-wise too, and you guys just mentioned this, like crew on the run. He hasn't stopped yet,
Nope.
right? So he hasn't taken a break, and that for those people listening that maybe aren't as familiar with ultra running, like that's something that might sort of surprise or shock people, because if you equate it to marathon running, like you're running a marathon, like you are running a marathon, right? You're running, you might run walk a little if needed, but with a 12-hour race, like at some point, I have to imagine the stride's gonna stop, right? Like there's going to be a break where he stops. So we'll see kind of how that impacts him, or if it impacts him at a little bit later in the race. But yeah, right now, 8 on the fly, moving well, hasn't stopped.
Yeah, he's gonna be running his marathon coming in. Like 340 is what you're looking at.
Yeah.
I mean, less than like maybe 335 is what he could come in at.
It's impressive.
Yeah.
In a 12-hour race.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see how it holds up. There's a lot to go, a lot to kind of keep an eye on there. Let me jump to the women's leader here because I want to take a look at her splits. Let me see. I'm having some technical issues. All right, so our current women's leader is Lauren McGetcreek. Again, not a runner I know a ton about. I don't believe she's a local runner. However, if we take a look at her paces and splits, so currently not like 9-minute pace overall, right around 9-minute pace overall. Started 8:30 pace. Last lap was like 10:30 pace. So it seems like, again, maybe that's related to 8 or maybe it's just related to the heat or to, again, we're approaching really, we're at the 3-hour mark of the race. But that's our women's leader right now, Lauren McGetcreek, running basically 9-minute pace with a 10:30 pace loop in there. So, yeah, again, another runner to keep an eye on as things kind of develop here. I think we're going to start to see, some paces shift from what we saw early on, and we're going to start probably in this segment start to see how some of those aggressive starts maybe impact the runners up to this point.
Yeah, one of the things, obviously, in terms of pacing, it's really hard, or it can be very difficult to maintain your plan when you feel really good, right? And so it's super easy to say, I feel great, let me just, kind of throw caution to the wind or push it up a little bit or whatever it is. And I know for me personally, I had to learn this the hard way, but I always hit a lull somewhere between 25 and 35 miles. Now, the good news is I've also learned that I can come out of that if I kind of push forward and I haven't overdone it. But we're starting to get to that point 3 hours in where I think the hips are going to start squawking at you. People probably are going to get a little bit of the brain talking, saying, gosh, I really have a long time to go. This is starting to get hard. So it'll be interesting to see like somebody like her, if she's just backing off because that makes sense as the heat comes in. Or, does she have those things barking at her saying, whew, okay, I'm feeling this a little bit more. And I stayed pretty steady. But I know for me personally, man, that's when things start to get hard mentally. When you got a long time to go and things haven't completely fallen off, but you just know this is gonna be a long day.
It's going to be a grind. Yeah, I mean, and like we said at the top here, 12 hours being the shortest race that's out here today. A 12-hour race is a long race, right? Like there's not really like the 50K quasi equivalent, right, of being like a 6-hour distance or like a 3-hour distance. Like it's a 12-hour race, right? Like you're out there for a long time. So
what do we know about runner number 664? Do you know anything about him? It looks like he's got a guide.
I don't. We could probably look.
His name is Alex Dresner, but I'm not sure anything about him. It looks like he is needing some sort of visual guide and being escorted around the course, and he's just now finishing Loop 3. And so we'll try to get more about him later because I think that's going to be a fascinating story to keep up with him as well. He's doing the 24-hour race.
Unbelievable. And, that's when you talk about, we got to definitely try to get some more background and some more info. So if anyone has it, or maybe we could try to see where he lands. I might go talk to his crew at some point. But, yeah, I mean, a runner that looks like you said, seems like there's has a visual aid or is maybe a visually impaired runner running with a guide, 24 hours. I mean, you talk about that's just unbelievably motivating, inspiring. I mean, the words are hard to find to talk about a race like that, especially this early on. But that's cool to see. So we'll have to keep an eye on that story. Alex Dresner, bib 664, just came by us finishing his third loop. Right, so yeah, the stories from the pack. We're gonna try to get as many of them as we can throughout the course of today.
Yeah, and on that note, so I mean, we've actually had runners with all kinds of interesting stories, of course. But we did have
Aaron Hale.
Yeah, Aaron Hale, who is a blind runner. Actually, so he was in the Army, did bomb disposal. Unfortunately, had a bomb blow up in his face, and it took a lot from him. And then related to that down the road, so it took his vision, and then later, actually, his hearing went as well. And so he does have an implant where he can hear a little bit. But he ran Badwater 135. But what's interesting is talking to him, you just think, oh, it's one thing not to be able to see and have somebody guide you. But if we've talked about form breaking down, those different types of things. Now imagine having to be tethered to somebody else and trying to keep your arm swing and trying to keep it can just wreak havoc on your mechanics as well. So they actually had some really creative strategies they came up with Badwater. What we just saw go by was it looks like they're holding a piece of rope, essentially. It's probably something on the end, but that's how his guide is moving him through. But I can only think, hey, that's going to wear a little bit different on my body, because unless I'm completely in sync, I'm probably not using the normal running stride that I would without having to do that. So fascinating. Another aspect of the mindset.
If you remember the way that Aaron Hale and his crew did him, kind of guided him, he would be in front of the runner, because a Badwater you have to run on the side of the road. You can't run beside each other, so you have to be single file at any time on Badwater, because it's all run on that road. And then to do this, in order to have a guide, he would run in front, and behind him was his guide, and they had connected PVC pipes to their arms, basically not to their arms, but to ropes that were attached, and his guide would help direct him and keep him within the lines.
Yeah, that's great. That's for Badwater, for talking about one of the hardest foot races in the world, to do it with that. Yeah, that's unbelievable.
It's crazy.
A couple more runners coming in here. So it looks like here too, and again, I'm just looking at the numbers here on the tracking. It looks like we have 2 men in the 12-hour through 6 loops, and it's Vin Kennedy and Chris Shaw. So it looks like Kane hasn't come through yet.
Yeah.
At the end of loop 5. So again, when we talk about kind of that fast start, and again, we also don't know too, like, does Kane maybe just use this as a long run effort? I don't know. We don't know. So that is again something to keep an eye on too as we keep going. But we have 2 men so far through 6 loops. So they're 22.5 miles in. As they get done their next mile, they'll be basically approaching or at the marathon point. So anything you noticed there about Chris's split so far? So Chris is in second.
Just even also. I mean, his fastest loop looks to be a 7:55, which he did on lap 5, and then on lap 6 he just did an 8:39. So he's kind of balanced the two. But he is averaging 8:05 pace for the race so far. So they are real close.
Here's another runner we have coming through, wheelchair runner. Again, I don't know if we can get a bib number for her, but this is another good one if we can get a story or get
333.
333 for the 12-hour. So that's another one we'll write down.
And as we pull that up, so she's been cruising out here all day in a wheelchair. So I mean, that's 2 within 5 minutes, right? One of the things that we talk about a lot in ultra running is it's kind of a no excuses type of environment. Now, we all make excuses. I don't mean that we don't make excuses, but there's no reason to make excuses, right? Because we talked earlier, seemingly average everyday people are doing the seemingly impossible all the time, and now it's an every weekend type thing, right? You can look up races, and there's going to be people probably that these days, or people that look like you and act like you come from your walk of life. But you've also got people that probably have a lot more difficult time getting to the start line. So within 5 minutes, it looks like visually impaired. You got somebody in a wheelchair that's out here in the heat doing the things, and really just said, I'm not going to accept the excuses that some people may make even for me, but I'm just going to go out and challenge myself and do these things. And it's always so inspiring to see. I mean, everybody out here is inspiring, but it's always a good reminder of, like, okay, what I think are my own excuses, like, forget that. There's somebody doing something way tougher than me that probably has a lot more to overcome than I do.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's a great point, and it's a great attitude. It's really like the right attitude to have for races like this too. You kind of have to have an attitude like that in some way, shape, or form to be able to finish these kind of things, because it's never easy. And I think that's something too that, like, people maybe, like, misinterpret about the sport of ultra running, or even like running in general, is that, like, it's easy for certain people. We had right before we came on the air, I'm going to share this story. Right before we came on, Michelle Goldberg, who's running the 100 mile or the 24? I think she's in the 100.
She's doing the 100
I think she's in the 100.
So she's in the 100 mile. She came cruising by. looking super smooth, like looking really well. We talked a little bit about her. She's running like a really smooth race, just making it look easy. And I've heard her talk about this on different podcasts. I've had the privilege of doing commentary with her before, and she shared this story that, and I'm not going to tell it as eloquently, but basically, like, you know, ultra running is kind of like a swan going across the water. Like, if you can make it look really smooth and underneath you're kicking really hard and no one sees that, like, you're doing a pretty good job. And for our top runners that are running really, really smooth, like, that's the way that I'm sure they feel right there. You know, to us watching them, they're making it look easy, but this is hard for everyone. There's no one that comes out here when it's 85 degrees out and runs for 12 hours and says, oh yeah, that was easy. That was like an easy walk in the park. It's hard for everyone. And I always try to remind my friends that ask me why I do this, or, you know, people that I talk to when I'm out running, it's not easy. It's not really easy for anyone.
Well, I think it's funny you say that, because we talked the last segment about doing run walks and all these different strategies, and people are like, well, you're just going to walk 100 miles and it sounds real easy. Like, it's 100 miles. It's a long way to go. Most people can't do that.
Yeah.
So we just saw Gags and Paul Johnson talk about two people that make it look pretty easy.
Yeah.
So they come in, they look smooth, they're getting iced down, they're getting cooled down.
And they're getting some sunscreen.
So again, totally exposed out here, and so that's going to play a factor. We're talking about Michelle. One of the things, we've been lucky enough with so many amazing guests on the podcast that you hear all different kinds of advice, mindset, mantras, and some of it is, you know, a little bit more abstract, like always do your best. Well, that's good, but when you're suffering, that's a really hard thing to take to heart. Michelle's one of the things that really stuck out to me. She says, just because it hurts doesn't mean you have to stop.
Yeah.
And that's something you can tell yourself when it hurts. And that is very, it's like, okay, I have to come to, you know, I have to meet that truth head on, but it is a black and white truth. Another one that we've heard that I've talked before is, have I done all that I can? Those types of things in the moment, it's like, okay, this is not just rah. And so Michelle, I'm sure we're going to see that from her today. She's going to hurt. Like you said, everybody's going to hurt. But she seems to be just a black belt at absolutely pushing through those types of moments.
Yeah, and a lot of that comes, I think, with experience. And we talk, again, I think in the first section we had mentioned this a little bit. Like, that experience is hard to learn in training, I think. And I think we see that. And I think that's probably also why, especially like on an ultra running circuit that's like a little bit more localized, you know, taking kind of your pro runners out of it. You see runners that are a little bit older and a little bit more experienced, like, do really well because they just, like, they have the experience and they've done this enough times to know, like, that when things get hard, like, it's not necessarily the end of the world. Whereas, you know, someone that's, you know, 25, 30 years old, like, might not have that experience yet. They're kind of building towards it. And, you know, someone that's younger might be able to run a faster half marathon, but we're not running half marathons, right? You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't really mean much of anything today. It means you might be done after 6 loops, you know? So I think, you know, that's always really important. And again, we haven't talked super in depth about the race coverage yet in itself, because to be honest with you, I don't know how many of these races have really started from a competitive sense yet. You're really just trying to do what you can to stay with the front pack if you're trying to compete, and if you're racing for yourself, you're in a rhythm right now. So that's kind of where we stand, at least with time. And like, to
your point, I think that experience does matter. I mean, you
definitely.
don't have to have done one to do one, obviously, but the more you have done, it does play out and give you somewhat of an advantage of knowing how you feel. I think the first time I recognized that is I had done multiple 50Ks and a few 50-milers at this point, and I was in a 50K race, and it was like mile 15, and for some reason I wasn't feeling so good. And I looked over at other people, and I was like, oh, I see that you feel like crap right now. Like, you could see it on their face. And I thought, I know how you feel. And for me, I know how to get through that. And it's their first experience on that. And when you see them hitting them the first time, it's a train wreck.
Yeah.
Like, they have to adjust to that. And then when they get through it and they go back to their next one, they're like, hey, man, I can do that. Like, I know how that feeling is, and I'm not going to be surprised by it, and I can get through that the next time.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, and it can be race experience or it can be life experience,
Sure.
right?
Yep.
And we've talked that ultra running is an incredible crowd. I will say that it also tends to appeal to extremists, right? Which also means that you're going to get people that have come from a background of addiction, or, you know, at least have that type of personality. And so there are a group of ultra runners that have been through some really difficult things, and that probably sets them up to be able to better mentally deal with some of the demons that show up. And we've seen that in some of the really, really strong runners. I mean, Paul Johnson's a great example. We said his name several times, and he's been pretty open about some of the PTSD and things that he's dealt with. And nobody wants to go through that. Nobody wants to do that to develop. But it also can be a strengthening point, and so we'll see that whether you develop that skill set in training or at a race or something like that. But a lot of times people have those life experiences, and it can really lead to success just because.
Well, it's really because running has given them an outlet, a place to be different, to have a different expression, different freedom than what they've experienced for something else that's kind of brought them down. And so they have found running to be I will say a healthy alternative, and a lot of people think you're going to kill yourself doing that many miles, but no, not really. Like this is a way that a lot of people who've struggled with different things have been able to provide some sort of freedom, if you will, from the things that have brought them down. Yeah,
and it's also they've been able to flex that muscle of moving forward when things feel hopeless potentially. Which, let's be honest, when I'm out on the trail, I get hopeless. Right? There's at least 1 or 2 moments where I'm just like, why am I here? I don't know if I want to do this. None of this makes sense to me. And so if you've already had experience of working through that a little bit, whether, it's because of actual difficult life experiences or just having gone through it before, it's a big asset to have. And I think we're going to see some of that today, especially as the hours weigh on. Who really has that mouse little flex?
The irony of the entire conversation is we talk about how hard it's going to be and how difficult it's going to be. And everybody out here that's running knows that it's going to be hard. Like they all said, I'm doing this training, I'm going to do this 12-hour event, this 24 hours, whatever the distance is. And they know coming in, and yet every one of them at some point is going to get punched in the face. And how they respond to that, we talk about on the show. I've talked about it to some of the people I coach. It's this idea that you should not be surprised when that pain comes because you knew it was going to happen. And yet we act like, I can't believe it's happening. And so you take people who may have gone out fast, and they're thinking, this should not happen so soon. I've been training so much. Why is it happening now? It's going to happen. You don't know when, but you can guarantee that at some point it will.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely, guys. Great commentary here on just kind of getting into the mindset and the mental part of this thing. Because, again, it has to be a part of the conversation because this sport is, just as much, if not more, mental than it is physical, I think, too. So, awesome.
Well, and even to piggyback on that, so there might be people watching that are like, well, then why do it, right? But the truth is that the majority of these people, that's actually a piece that they're looking forward to because, and that's something we've talked about several times. And personally, even though things have shifted a little bit for me, I at first I kind of did this to figure out if I could. It felt impossible. I wanted to prove to myself that I could. Now it's probably become more about the experience and having a good time in that. But I will say that there's very little that's more fulfilling than overcoming something you didn't think that you could do. And so once you've had a taste of that, I think even though the first reaction is, I never want to do that again, it doesn't take long until just the soul is like, I want more of that, because I think on the surface we all think we want comfort, but the truth is comfort doesn't bring a whole lot of fulfillment. And so there are people that probably the majority of people will be out here today thinking, why did I want to show up to go through this? But the truth is that's exactly what they came here for, and once they leave, that's probably what they'll yearn for again at some point.
Yeah, we have everyone, like, there's people at all different parts of their running journey in this race. Like for some people, completing a 12-hour race today is going to be like potentially one of like the highlights of their life, right? And it's not like hyperbole to say that.
No.
And I think that's really cool. Whereas you have some other people where, they've done multiple 100 miles, or like I said, we have two people that have run across the country in this race, right? That are at maybe a very different place in their running journey, or they're using this race for whether it's a training run or whatever the case is. But you have to kind of remember that with these races is that, like you have people in this journey, like this, spectrum of running, like at all different moments. And that's pretty cool. Because in a lot of other sports that you can participate in as an adult, like you don't really have that as much, right? A lot of it's based on skill, or even in marathon running, like a lot of it's a time goal, so to speak. Like this, completing a 12-hour day, that's something that some people will hang their hat on for the rest of their life. And you know what? They should. So it's cool.
Yeah, I just saw one of the names come across the team. I mean, so even for the teams, right? They're out here doing this again. But the team is Team Suffer with Friends. And it's like that just sums it up, right? It's about being with community, but at the same time, they came out to suffer a little bit, and then there's something fun and enjoyable and something to look forward to that in the moment, not so much. I find myself regretting it in the moment.
But
afterwards, I'm so thankful for it.
Yeah, it's cool too. We're sitting right here on the track, and people are like watching and see us like point or whatever. Like, it's cool too. We're sitting right here on the track. People shouting us out, shouting out the aid station workers. I mean, that's like a huge one too. I know, like, I'm sure you guys probably do that too. Like when you're running, like I always, when I stop, even if I don't stop at an aid station, I always like give a quick thank you. And you know, there's a lot of people out here working really hard, doing it for the love of the game, so to speak, like just to try to help people accomplish these goals. So it's cool. They're great volunteers. We should probably actually, maybe this is a good moment to talk a little bit about the skeleton crew and like what the skeleton crew is for Endless Endurance. So this is a newer thing. I think it started within the last year or so that Endless Endurance does.
What's on your shirt?
Yeah,
man?
yeah. Basically, yeah. This was one of the old finisher shirts, but the little skeleton here in the corner of my shirt is kind of like the mascot of Endless Endurance. But they do this thing called the skeleton crew, where if you volunteer for races, you earn basically like points, or I think they call them bones, that you can use towards things related to Endless Endurance, right? Whether that's like race entry or gear or whatever the case is. So they do that for the volunteers as a way for the race to the race directors and the company itself to kind of give back to the people that come out here and lend a hand and lend their time and you know, come out and volunteer and just help see their friends and fellow runners through. So it's pretty cool. It's a cool program. Endless Endurance does a lot of really cool stuff to kind of like give back to the community that helps, and I think that's one of the ones that like shines a light. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, whether you're a runner or not, we talked about this before, just being around the event. If you want to do something truly fun and inspiring, come out and volunteer at one of these things. And there's going to be two things. One, you're going to get a lot out of it because you're going to see people do incredible things. You're going to be inspired. That's going to be rewarding that way. But two, you have a chance to get back to these runners. And as a runner, you know, sometimes it's just that encouragement from the aid station volunteer or something like that that kind of gets you back out there. And so you can't overstate the importance, both for, you know, the race directors and the help that you give them, but really for the runners and just the kind of impact that you can make. Because like we talked about, somebody finishing today could be absolutely life-changing. This could be something that changes the course of what they want to do because of the belief they have in themselves, and volunteers play a huge part in that a lot of the times.
Yeah, volunteering's cool. When I'll tell a little personal story. When my wife and I were dating at the time, when we met, I was running ultras, and she did not come from like the ultra running world, and I had convinced her to come like volunteer to race with me. Like we worked at an aid station together, and it was cool, man. Like it was a local race. It was like a Philly race, and we were out there in the morning. We did like a 4-hour session at an aid station, and it was like the worst possible weather we could have had. It was like mid-May, but it was like 50 and like raining sideways and horrible. And even though it was like a tough day to be out there, I think like she left, and I know I did because I mean I did it for this reason anyways, but I think she left with kind of like a new like appreciation or understanding for like what the sport is, and that was like just from volunteering for a day, right? And yeah, it's cool. It's like something that like it feels good to give back. I mean, it sounds like so simple and cliche, but it does, especially when it's a community like you're already a part of. So
Yeah, so if you can get out and volunteer at any local race if you're not here, but otherwise skeleton crew, check it out. And that way too you can either earn yourself some gear or get into a future race, either a discount or for free or whatever, depending on how many bones you collect.
yeah.
Brother, we are collecting a ton.
We're
lot
gonna
of
we'll be out for 30 hours, so we're gonna get some bones today.
What I saw you write some names down here. Is there anything you wanted to hop
I'm
in?
just
or you're
no, I'm just
waiting?
I'm just looking
Okay.
at some people coming through and everything.
Cool.
I'm keeping up with I'm trying to start paying attention to the consistent ones that are coming through fast because I think the leaders are moving around. It did look like that we do have the third place 12 hours coming through with Sean Russo, so something has happened to Kane at this point.
Yep, and that'll be something to kind of keep an eye on as we keep going. I saw one of the names you had written down, Greg Gample. He's the only 100-mile runner currently through 6 loops.
Yeah,
too,
he's flying.
Yeah. So again, names to kind of keep an eye on as we keep rolling. And
Yeah, I saw another runner, Chris Rice, run by a few minutes ago. We're about to have him on our show. We've just been kind of reaching out to him about it, and he recently finished Badwater. So he said he expects today not to go great for him, but I mean he's doing well. I think he's in the top 15 himself right now. But
just
he's
finished Badwater and is running today.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's awesome.
Well,
See,
he's
like,
heat acclimated.
Yeah, that is true. that is that. Yes,
He's probably the most heat acclimated person out here.
Or dehydrated.
And for those of you that are plugged in, if you're not familiar, I think most people are, but if you're not familiar with Badwater 135, it's the tagline is the world's toughest foot race.
Yeah.
I think is what it's called. But it takes place in Death Valley. It's 135 miles. Temperatures up in the 120s. It gets pretty crazy. And so you get runners from all around the world that go do this world's toughest foot race, put on by Chris Kosman, pretty legendary race director. But anyways, one of the runners out here that we were just talking about just did that race a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, it was recent. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago.
And so to be out here doing a pretty big race after the interesting thing is a lot of people that can do something like Badwater tend to be the kind of people that will do that are doing races right before, right after, just because they've strengthened their bodies so much. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see, like I said, there's probably nobody that's more used to the heat or has trained in the heat like that guy. This is probably nothing to him right now.
Yeah, it's great. That is great, man. That's so cool.
And so
Yeah, this is my guy. This is Ed going the right way.
Good job, Ed.
Making sure he's not lost. Yeah.
You can come have a seat, man.
Your son was worried about you, dude. Yeah.
good old
There's
Ed.
from our story earlier. Ed's the man.
We're seeing a shout out, yay Julia, from Bryn there. So go Julia. One of the things, and I don't know if you guys want to transition. We're talking about the weather, the heat. I'm looking up. I'm seeing some clouds off in the distance. We are expecting rain later today.
I could go for that.
Yeah.
What's that? Some rain?
Yeah, right now.
Yeah. So one of the things we talked about is that there's not much coverage on this course, so there's heat. It's very exposed. However, the humidity alone already is going to offer some challenges that I'm sure runners are already having to deal with. And then you bring the rain in. Anytime you're out running for a long time and you introduce a bunch of moisture, things can get really complicated really quick. And so it'd be interesting. I don't know, if you guys have some thoughts, if we want to talk about some of the challenges, maybe ways to overcome or think about that we think people will see today.
Yeah, and I think so something that's been in my mind to talk about too a little bit is gear, so maybe we can kind of like merge the two there. Yeah, so like in the event of rain, which I think is like probably inevitable with how humid it is, that at some point we're going to get some rain here. Brings in a whole nother aspect of this race. From at first when it starts raining, runners are probably it's gonna be like a little reprieve from the heat, right? You're gonna be like, oh, this is nice. Like it's gonna cool you down a little. It'll feel good. The biggest, I think, kind of difficulty there is the rebound after it rains. And like you really have to think about. I think from a gear standpoint, personally, I would probably go full new everything.
Yeah,
I would probably change my shoes. I would probably change my entire outfit, including my shoes. Which will be interesting to see kind of like how runners handle that. But I think that's a thing you definitely have to be aware of. That, rain will feel kind of like this nice kind of like break from the heat. But if you sit in it too much, if you sit in kind of the wetness after it's done raining or you have a pop-up shower, that's a lot of times where you start having whether it's like a foot issue or some chafing issues. And then the problem solving, it adds another rung to the wheel of the problem solving thing that you have going on here today. So. Yeah, I mean it's going to present like all its own challenges.
Well, even if it doesn't rain, like the volume, the humidity that's going on now, and the volume of sweat that they are basically running through water. Like their feet and everything are just getting soaked. And if you've run in a humid environment for a long run and you're listening or watching, your feet and your shoes have been soaked. And so they're doing this all day. And so even if it doesn't rain, they're still going to be dealing with foot care that they need to be paying attention to now and putting things like trail toes or squirrel nut butter or any of these different products that are out there that you can use to create some anti-chafing. One of the best products I think that Jeremy and I both like is this product by I can't remember her name. It's Amy. I can't remember her last name, but it's called it's called Salty Britches. The website's Get Salty Britches, and it's a fantastic
Amy Tucker.
Amy Tucker, yeah, it's a fantastic product that creates a literal barrier, and it's kind of we don't get any sponsorships or any affiliations, nothing like that, but it's challenging to put on, I find, but once it's on, it stays on, and it will stay for a really long time. And so it's one of those products that would help in this type of environment.
Keep it up, man.
Nice work, man.
Looking good. I think you're in first. Yeah.
What's his name?
That's
Vin?
I think that's Vin. Yeah. Let me see his bib. Sorry to cut you off there with your.
That's all right. We'll stop talking about.
Yeah, Vin's in first. That was Vin. He's in first.
He's moving.
He just sorry. So when you were talking there, the leader came through and looked at us and he said, "Am I in second or am I in first?" So people are kind of using us, I guess, too, to keep track of where they are, which is good. I mean, that's kind of.
Well, he may not have seen
that
Kane drop.
dropped out, or I don't know if Kane dropped. We shouldn't say that yet, but Kane still is. Yeah, hasn't come back. And that'll put Vin through 7 loops, so that'll put him through.
Yeah, it does give some insight though, because that tells me that he hasn't passed him on the course.
That's right. That's exactly right.
So it doesn't mean that Kane has dropped, but it probably means that if he hasn't, he's probably taking a break or holed up somewhere cooling off. So we'll see. We'll try to get some details there, but it tells me that he's probably removed himself from the course because we haven't seen him come through in a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, to go back to the salty britches and chafing. So we talk about foot care, but obviously the other big thing is chafing. And anytime you're going to move for a long time, that results in friction, which means there are going to be parts of your body that, unless you take care of them properly, are going to scream at you when you get in the hot shower, right?
Hard, scream hard, scream hard.
Yeah.
And so there's a couple different things, and one of the reasons that salty britches really jumped out to us, and Andy Glaze, it's always one of my favorite stories to think about. But you got to figure most of these runners use some type of lubrication, or anti-chafe protection, and there's all different products. But as we watch them come through, they're getting sprayed down, they're sweating, they're putting ice, which really is just running all this water. So if you've got a product that can be washed away through excess water, hopefully you're either reapplying, and or you've got something else that will protect. And that's where Salty Britches is actually designed, because it was her son when they loved the beach, but when he would go out with the salt water to go surfing, it just completely tore him up. He had such sensitive skin. So she's a chemist by trade, and she designed something that would create a barrier on the skin so that even when you're wet, it won't wash away, which is why it's a little bit more difficult to get on.
Yeah.
But you can apply it. Paul Johnson, I believe it's Paul. There's a couple out there. Maybe I'm thinking of Justin Hamilton. But
Justin Hamilton does.
Yeah, Justin Hamilton will go out, just for hours and hours and hours and hours, and say, hey, I've maybe had to reapply one time, and he's in some incredible conditions. But either way, that's kind of why I think we have kind of gone. But one of the things that the stories I remember, Andy Glaze, and if you don't follow Andy, you probably do. Everybody loves him because he's an ultra runner that does incredible things, but he's just an average dude that just puts himself on the internet. And he went and ran a race. He was planning to propose.
You're going to tell the engagement story.
He was planning to propose after the race, and he did. But because of the ice, it was a hot race. Because of the ice that he had put on, it had washed away all his lubrication. And he told the story that just getting out to the car afterwards, he was so chafed in the groin that he was like walking, wide-legged. And so found the strength to get the ring and get down and propose. But I'm sure that dampened his, situation a little bit. So, but that was just a big story for him of like, hey, if you're going to rinse yourself off, get ice on you, pour water on you, make sure you take care of that anti-chafe protection as well.
So to your point, with rain or not rain, there's a point that everybody's wet, right? And the rain is going to cool them off. Regardless if it rains or not, after that rain ends, or when the sun starts to go down, they need to change clothes. They need to get out of what they've been in all day. And we've run races that have been really hot before, and I have changed during this type of race. I may change my shirt even now, just start changing stuff out, just to start feeling different than all that just hanging on you.
Yeah, you have to. It'll be interesting, like, when we start talking about gear a little bit, too. Like, this is a race that, in theory, on paper, and most people are, you could run this without a pack, right? Like, it's 3.7 miles. There's a second aid station. You could run it with a bottle or two. It'll be interesting to see, like, as things start going later, like, if someone like throws a pack on just to put ice in it, or if someone, starts bringing an extra bottle, or they start wearing, instead of just using a handheld, they have a handheld and like a waistband or something. Like, I think those are things that are going to be interesting to see how people kind of navigate and manage the gear and those things. Yeah, man. Thank you.
Well, here's a runner with a pack too, and I think the strategy is really going to be based off how you plan to hit your aid stations. So somebody who is wearing a pack, let's say that this runner here who just went by is wearing a pack, he is probably thinking, I'm going to use the aid station to get refills my pack X number of times. Like, you use a pack in this type of event knowing you're going to skip aid stations.
Yep.
Otherwise, don't wear a pack, because it's extra heat, extra weight that you don't need. But you absolutely need to figure out how to carry a handheld at a minimum, or a waist belt with a bottle in it, because again, 3.75 miles doesn't sound like a long way for some runners, but still, The fastest runners are going to do it in 35 minutes. The slower runners are going to be at least an hour.
Yeah.
And so with that, you need to have some hydration in this type of weather. You don't want to deplete yourself before you get back here. That's just a bad decision.
So that runner that just came in too, I should probably look this up before I talk a little bit about this, but his name's Anthony DeAndrea. He's the one that just said hi to us a second ago. Goes by Ant. I follow him on Instagram. Again, I don't know a ton about his backstory. I know he's always doing things to try to raise money for the community. He's only 18 years old too. He's young. He's one of the younger runners. Yeah.
What?
He's running I think he's running the 100. He's got some pretty big ultra finishes under his belt too. Yeah, he's running the 100 miler. And I think it's Grit and Gratitude is his business or his platform. Again, I'm kind of butchering this a little bit, but he deserves a shout out because again, he does a lot of work outside of himself. I'm sorry. He's 25. I'm sorry. I'm looking at where he is in the race, his place. So sorry. So he's 25. He's from Philadelphia. Again, he so one of the younger runners even still in that sense, but does a lot for the community. Someone that is around at a lot of races. Deserves a shout out here. Kind of in the middle of the pack. So again, I'll try to get you maybe a little bit more information on some of the things that he does. But he said what's up to us a second ago when he walked by. So I want to make sure we get him a shout out. And again, I think Grit and Gratitude. I think that's his platform. I'll double check that. Always trying to do a lot.
Talking about Robert here.
Anthony. Yeah.
And it was timely too because we were talking about a pack, and he was the first runner I saw come through with the pack. So it's almost like he knew. But yeah, that was the first thing I thought of with a pack. Today, my biggest thing would be the heat. And actually, we're seeing Michelle come through with a pack on as well.
2 water bottles.
With two water bottles.
2 water bottles.
So my guess is we're probably going to see more packs come out at night for the runners that are here throughout the night, and as the temperatures drop a little bit. Talking to Michelle, she's coming through. She just thanked us for the humidity for bringing it from down south from North Carolina. And Chris Bartoli, who we talked about before if you weren't on, previous guest of ours, friend of ours, and he's taking care of her from the AIDS right now. So Chris Bartoli for the win. It's so great to see just fun, cool people taking care of each other out here.
Do you have the comments up still? There was someone I wanted to shout out really quick. Someone mentioned it was like Randy Zuckerberg, I think, from Josh V. Yeah,
yep, all the way up there.
Yeah. So that was a cool comment. So someone had put in this earlier. I was kind of reading these over your shoulder. Randy Zuckerberg just got on the podium at on a relay team at her first Ironman 70.3 6 days ago. So it was part of a 70.3 relay team. So that's pretty cool. And Randy is currently second place female in the 24-hour race. So
that's
Randy's
impressive.
right in the mix, 12th overall. So Randy Zuckerberg, definitely a name we're going to keep an eye on. I know I said that name earlier because I think at some point Randy might have been leading that race through some of the early loops. So
what's her bib number?
Yeah, 692.
Cool.
And we just connected with her on social media.
Oh,
and
did
said,
you?
Yeah.
Nice.
So, so it's always interesting to see what people are doing. You make the connection, then you get a chance to see them, and it's like we talked about before, just family and community. But watching it all come together is super fun.
Yeah, I think we discovered she's a co-host of Allie on the Run podcast.
Was she co-host or was she just on it?
Or on it. I'm not sure. I don't know. So if you're listening, you can tell me. Leave me a comment. I may have just completely messed that up.
All right, so checking back in here, too, just a quick update. 12-hour race. Men, we have 2 guys through 7 loops so far. Looks like Vin Kennedy's in the lead by about 6 minutes for the men's race there.
Officially through the marathon distance.
Got a few comments here, too. Haley is saying go Adam, as well as MC2. Not sure if it's the same Adam, but 2 people saying go to Adam.
All right, we got to find Adam.
Got to find Adam. And then Philly Polyps is saying go Sean. Explorer is looking for Dan Pinto. And
Cool.
SB Per, where's the display of what place the 100-mile people are at?
Oh yeah, we'll try to get a display up there. I know they're kind of rotating in and out a little bit.
There's a link that Ann referenced. She said you can go to Paul Johnson's Instagram account to find it. You can also go to Run Sign Up. I think you can Google Run Sign Up and Endless Endurance or live. Actually, probably
It's on 2L too. So the
Oh, is
race,
it?
yeah, the timing company here is 2L Race Services. So if you Google 2L Race Services, I believe Loopy Looper Day 1 is the first link on the website.
Okay.
So that'll have all your live tracking. That's actually what we're using here in studio. Like I just keep refreshing it like as I see people coming through. So that's what we're using. It's probably the easiest way to like track the results unless they are on the screen. But yeah, using the 2L Race Services, and they're great. Shout out 2L Race Services. They've done this race, I believe, since its inception. They also do a lot of like local stuff. They do like the local high school track races and like track meets and things like that. So 2L Race Services does a ton of stuff locally. So they're taking care of the timing on the back end for this one.
Race results link is in the video description, is what we were just told as well.
All right, good deal. All right, cool.
Yes.
Let me take
If you expand the details
nice.
of the link for the live stream, you will see the link for it as well.
Forget everything we just said. Go to the
right
description and the link.
right underneath us. All right, cool. So
Got some young runners on the course,
Yeah.
running dad around.
it's awesome, man. 166.
He's come by a few times as well.
100-mile race, yeah. 100-mile race, one bib 166. So
K-
yeah,
KJ. I don't know how to say his last name.
Awesome.
Mazurek.
yeah.
And
Awesome,
he's
man.
been having a good time. It's always so fun to watch people just enjoy themselves out here. It can be easy to be hard on yourself or, just be serious about the goals you have. But it can also just be so enjoyable to come out, have a good time, smile at people, laugh. And it looks like that's what he's doing. He's got his kids running him around.
That's the way it should be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially if you're running a 100-mile race and you're about 20 or so miles in, a little bit more.
It's a way to spend
you
a
should
Saturday.
Still be enjoying yourself.
And most of Sunday, probably.
And Sunday when you're recovering. Very cool.
All right, so yeah, 100-mile race. Let's see. We got 1, 2, 3. We got 5 people so far in the 100-mile race through 6 laps. Kind of the names that have been at the top: Greg Gample, Landon LeGrand. Landon LeGrand's I think our youngest runner in that race at 23 years old. I talked a little bit about him in the last section. Sean Rahill, who's in there. I know someone shouted him out in the chat a minute ago. Sean's in 3rd place in that race right now. He's also 24 years old. So youth early. That's an interesting storyline, and we've talked about this with experience versus youth. Like, can the youth hold on, hold on early in this one? Again, the 100-mile right now. Our podium right now. Our 2nd and 3rd place guys are 23 and 24 respectively. So keep that in mind. We'll keep an eye on them. It's interesting because a lot of times I think in other sports, when you get a little bit older, it feels like you have more to prove. Whereas in ultra running, it's like almost the reverse, where it's like when you're younger, maybe you feel like you have a little bit more to prove as someone that's like maybe newer in the sport. So we'll see. Yeah, that's cool to see so far that through 6 loops, we got some younger guys up there in the mix. Steve Zeichel in 4th is a name I would not want to have behind me in 4th. Again, Steve is a local guy, 46 years old. He's got a 2nd place finish at Pine Creek. He's finished in the top 10 at Eastern States. I mean, he's a guy that has kind of been through the ringer in terms of ultra running. He's done it all, and he's kind of sitting behind these 2 young guys that are in 2nd and 3rd. So we'll see how that shakes out as the day kind of keeps going.
Yeah, they're all running pretty strong, though.
Yeah.
They're all pretty consistent.
They are.
From lap 1 to lap 6, they're all hitting kind of their same spots.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see like if the split wise, like if there's a huge difference between the 24-hour splits and the 100-mile splits. Like I think the people at the podium positions of the 100-mile will be fairly different because I think they'll be done in that's maybe around the 20-hour mark, maybe a little bit under. But that mid pack of the 100-mile I think is going to be like fairly similar to the 24-hour splits. But we'll see. See how it shakes out. I mean, you got 30 hours if you're running the 100-mile or so.
And I don't think we've had anybody drop yet, which is good. It's a little early. 85 degrees.
Yeah, it's hot, man.
Yeah, so about 15 degrees since where we started, maybe just under. But, right now there's been a little bit of cloud coverage, which has to be helping. So I'm feeling a little bit of a breeze. So I won't say that it's comfortable out here. I'm sure they're starting to suffer a little bit, but I don't know about you guys. I'm not quite sweating the way that I was earlier. It feels a little bit more comfortable.
I was thinking that too. I actually feel a little bit better than I did earlier. It felt like it was almost more humid. Maybe because we're sitting right by the water. I'm not sure, but it felt like a little bit more humid when we had started than it does right now. And again, I don't have the weather forecast in front of us, but we'll have to see and just keep an eye on the rain. I know there was like some hard rain overnight, so it could just kind of like pop up at any time.
One of the things that's interesting too that Jen and Pete, the race directors, talked about when we had them on the show is that not only is it hot and it's exposed, but they're running on essentially a blacktop loop.
Yeah.
And so you get the reflection of that sun and that heat as well. So it's going to probably make it feel even a little bit hotter than if you're off in the grass or you're on a trail somewhere because of the heat absorption that it's going to get. So even though we may feel a little bit better sitting here on the track with the breeze, I wonder what it's like out there on the course.
Yeah, it's hot. This is a hot place to run. It's also like we don't have like a ton of wind today, but sometimes depending on the wind direction here, it can cool you down a little bit because you get the wind coming off the water a little bit. Whereas then when you flip and you're running the other direction and the wind's at your back, it's really, really hot. So kind of the way that this loop is set up, it affects the frosty looper a little bit more, the winter one, because when you're running into the wind, it's freezing cold because the wind's coming off the water. So, there's some stuff with wind here that could affect just kind of the way that it feels. But for the most part, we don't have
let's
a
go
ton
back
of
to the
wind.
conversation you were asking about gear for rain.
Yeah.
So just out of curiosity, I mean, it's really a question for me, for y'all. If it's been like it's been, right, and you've been hot and you've been sweating and everything, and it starts to rain, we did say that they would start feeling better in the beginning, but are you going to add any layers on? Are you going to add a raincoat or anything like that on?
I probably wouldn't.
No, not at all.
No.
Yeah, I tend to be a very hot runner,
Yeah.
and so even in the winter, I have a hard time putting on a raincoat because not only does it hold moisture out, it tends to hold moisture in, and if I'm sweating at all, to me that becomes very problematic. So I have worn raincoats, but it has to be pretty darn cold, cold enough that if I think that the temperature is going to slow me down. Now, if I'm walking or something like that, and I'm it's later in the race, I may. On a day like today, I'm probably shirtless and just trying to keep as much of that off me as possible. But
yeah, I mean, I've wore a sweatshirt during when it was raining at nighttime and it was cold. I've wore a sweatshirt in the rain just because even though I was soaked, it kept me warmer than not having a sweatshirt on.
Yeah, so overnight could be interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll get that cold enough,
No.
but it'll be like I have kind of a gear mishap story when I was I paced a friend at Javelina. Actually, Erica Bash is in this race. I paced her for a loop at Javelina, so we did a 20-mile loop, and I had a night loop with her, and just kind of like I knew it was going to get cold, but I just did not really like prepare for the desert cold. And when we had started, it was like, I don't know, in the 70s maybe, and by the time we got done the loop, it was like 40 degrees. It just
difference.
gets cold. Yeah,
Yeah.
it gets really cold. I mean, we were out there for like 5 hours or so, but it was it just gets really cold. So, you have to kind of be prepared for everything. I think a race like this allows you pretty well to be prepared for everything. Like you could throw a jacket in by your tent or whatever. It seems like most people have some kind of setup. So I think as long as runners are prepared, they'll be all right. But yeah, you definitely have to take all those things into account. I mean, who knows? Like one of these people in the top of this 12-hour race, like might be like, I'm running in one pair of Alpha Flies the whole time, and that's and we can talk about that shoe thing a little bit too. But that that could certainly be someone's tactic, and if they get caught in the rain and your feet start blowing up, it could be the end of your day.
It could be the end of your day.
Got to be prepared.
yeah, I'm probably rare, and I haven't done anything. Well, I'll say it this way: I don't know that I've actually ever changed shoes in a race, which is probably
Really?
fairly rare.
I have, yeah.
But to me, the socks has been the most important stuff, and some really good kind of anti-chafe, moisture wicking socks has been the secret weapon for me. But that doesn't mean that I wouldn't, especially on a day like today where it is just going to be flat and it's going to be hitting that exact same spot in the shoe every time. But yeah, hopefully some preventative measures. But I think if you can, now the mental aspect of getting changed and dry and all that can do a lot, even just mentally, even if it doesn't change anything else.
Yeah, I would definitely change shoes today.
Oh, yeah, I recommend
once
it.
it cools down at nighttime, I would change everything just to get out of wet feet, wet shoes, just a completely different experience. You're still going to sweat. I mean, it's still going to be warm tonight, but I would use nighttime as a chance to kind of reset everything.
It's funny, too. I've talked to people that are running the 100 or the 24-hour, and this race has that feeling that when things transition to the night, it's a different feeling race because the majority of the people running this race are running the 12-hour.
Yep.
And that race ends at 7 p.m. And then this place, it clears out a little bit and it becomes like a little bit of a different, like, okay, like the circus is over a little bit, right? Like we're going to, you kind of gear down a little. It gets dark. You probably have a headlamp on. And you kind of get into your zone in a different way than you do during the day, right? So during the day, again, there's a lot going on. I think over half the field is in just that 12-hour race, if not more. And those people start to clear out a little bit, right? So, yeah, it becomes a little bit of a different environment, a little bit of a different scene. I've done loops here at night with people running this race as kind of like a pacer. And there's times, even with the loop being as short as it is, there's times at night you might run a loop or two pretty much fully by yourself. So it is a different environment at night, for sure.
Well, so one of the things, so the 24-hour and the 100-miler, right? So going into night is always a mental shift anyways. And so sometimes that's where if you've had a rough day, it's the temptation is going to be, do I really want to move through this? I 100% have been there, and I've made the call both ways. But I'm looking at the weather, right? So we're about 4 hours, according to the app, whether my app is good or not. We're about 4 hours from peak heat. But not only that, when we talk about rain, originally we were expecting rain a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
From what I'm looking at right now, the chances jump up about 5 p.m., but they're the highest at 7 and 8 p.m.
Yeah.
Which means right at the end of your 12-hour. But so now, if this were to hold true, not only are the 24-hour 100-milers going to be going into dark, but they're probably going to be doing it in the rain. So you're going to compound that mental challenge of like, oh my gosh, why, right? So that'll be super interesting to watch. But the good news is hopefully it's not going to go too late, late enough. You know, I'm seeing chances really drop off kind of like midnight, 1 a.m. The challenge with that is, you know, temperatures, the low I'm seeing is about 74. That's not cold. But when they've been out here all day, they're struggling. One of the things we can really jump into also is the challenge it can become to eat with the heat.
Oh, yeah.
And if you get behind on calories, it doesn't take much of a drop in temperature for cold to impact you. So I don't think it's going to be cold tonight, but I bet you we are going to see some runners that are going to struggle with the cold because of their calorie deficit.
Yeah, let's talk. You want to talk a little bit about fueling? Kind of make that like our next.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, we can dive into that a little bit. So,
and if you're in the chat and you have any questions or comments about fueling, especially as we're talking, throw them in there, and that way we can pull them in.
Yeah, that was the leader. We just pointed at the same guy. Yeah, he just came by. He looked really good. Leader in the 100-mile race right now, just is about to finish.
I feel like I'm gonna start like shouting out to them when they come by. It's gonna be a problem in everybody's ears.
Yeah,
let's go, Greg.
Just us. Yeah, so fueling. We can talk a little bit about fueling strategies, right? So, you know, I think there's and so personally, I think there's a big difference in fueling strategies between the 12-hour and the 24-hour. I think you can get away with things in the even though it's hot. I'll preface it with that. I think you can get away with decisions in the 12-hour that might not end your race that if you tried to make it a 24-hour race could end your race. I think in the 12-hour you could probably get away with way more just kind of like gels and liquid calories. Maybe still have some solid stuff depending on how fast or depending on, I don't know, what your goals are. Whereas in the 24-hour race on a day like today in the heat, like you just have to have X amount of solid calories based on what your body's needs are. But I think there's a difference in fueling for those two races for sure. And I think we've kind of seen that so far. Like Gags, who's in the 100-mile race, is over there right now with his hat off, relaxed, whereas our leaders in the 12-hour race have not stopped yet. And I think that just kind of tells you can translate that to fueling as well. So I don't know, I think there's a difference in that sense. Yeah, so those are my kind of thoughts about it so far.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I agree. I think the 12-hour versus 24-hour 100, you can get away with a different strategy, probably make a little bit more mistakes. However, 12 hours is still long enough where fueling is really going to matter. And Jeff and I were talking about a lot about this, and I think it's a good topic, right? Fueling in the heat is going to be, it's almost like a catch-22 because unless you are prepared for the heat, one, the heat's going to drive up your heart rate, which is going to increase your glycogen burn, which means you're going to crash and burn probably quicker than if it was in cooler temps and you could be a little bit more comfortable, which means you should be taking in more calories. However, the heat will also, one of the interesting things that we've talked about on the show is if your body has to decide between cooling itself and digesting food,
Yeah.
it will move blood away from your stomach to your skin to cool itself because it wants to keep itself alive, which is part of the reason, and we can go more in depth, but part of the reason that it's so hard sometimes stomachs turn pretty early on in the heat, because you put all these calories in it, your body has a really hard time digesting it, and now you have trouble eating. We just talked about you almost need more calories, and so you kind of, it's easy to get into this tailspin that it can ruin the rest of your race.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really more to add to that. I mean,
Yeah.
I agree with you 100%. I think when it comes to your fueling strategy, I probably disagree a little bit on there not being much about there being a difference between the 12 and 24-hour fueling strategy. I think they're going to actually be pretty similar because, I mean, if you think even just a marathon, right? Most people are going to hit a wall. Well, why do you hit a wall in a marathon if you're not going to hit a wall in 12 hours or whatever it is? So I think you still run the same dangers of not being fueled appropriately to get through that distance. Now, again, it is going to be based off your effort level and how much you're burning at a given time, as Jeremy was just talking about. But even still, there is a minimum amount that your body's going to require just to function, right? And then you add on the idea that you're trying to move, and then you add on the idea you're trying to deal with heat and all these other things. And so you do want to come up with a plan regardless of the time of what makes the most sense. And there's a lot of rules of thumb out there of what you can apply and stuff, and it's individual based, and everyone, if they're going to do this, should practice and you know test it out as they're in their training and everything to figure out what makes the most sense. Can you get away from solid food or not solid food? That's a debate by a lot of people, right? Like, do you need solid food? Maybe, maybe not. What you need is a certain amount of carbs and a little bit of protein along the way, right? And you want to figure out what that balance looks like. And so, you know, general recommendation is that if you think in terms of getting, like you think in terms of carbs as opposed to calories. In road racing world, we all think in terms of calories because we all grew up thinking that we need to be taking goos, right? And goos have 180 calories per packet. Well, they also only have, I think it's like 18 to 19 grams of carbs. Well, the recommendation is really to have 45 to 60 grams of carbs, which is a ton, because if you're trying to get that in goos,
you got it.
are you going to eat 3 goo packs an hour? Most people don't, and they don't recognize that difference because, you know, a goo packet tells you take every 45 minutes. And the issue is that you you need more fuel than that in order to fuel your body for the long haul, if you will. And so I just recommend, you know, runners I work with, or even what we talk about on the show, is that you should first take a look at what are you actually consuming now. Like, understand what your current carb load is that you're taking in, your calorie load, whatever you want to recover here. I recommend carbs. Write it down, figure out what you currently take, see what the number is. Does it come close to 45 or 60 grams? Now, that's a ton of carbs. People aren't used to doing it, and so you have to practice. And so if you're only getting 1 goo in now or whatever that is, then let's double it. Like, let's try to get up and start working up to a target. Your elite runners that are burning it the entire time, like a Hayden Hawks, we've talked to people before. I think he told us he's taking 120 grams of carbs.
Yeah, they're like around 100.
Yeah, and so it's double that. And so for our purposes, at our level, if you will, a target of 45 to 60 is going to just transform a runner's experience in an ultra if they could just get closer to that number.
Yeah, one of the strategies that I found that really works for me, and you kind of even mentioned, right, is liquid calories in the heat for a couple reasons. One, they tend to be a little bit easier to get in, and 2, they tend to be a little bit easier to digest versus something that, you know, we'll probably see more in the night, which is grab the burger, grab the pizza. You can get those calories in, but when it's really hot and your stomach doesn't want to deal with it, I think liquid calories are a good way to go. That said, it may not taste good after a while, or you need some variety. You know, that's a tip for sure. Switch it up throughout the day so that you don't just get sick of the one thing you were depending on.
Yeah, and we have, again, just to shout out like a couple of sponsor partnerships for the race on the topic of nutrition. Throw the ads in here now. So we have Tailwind Nutrition is one of the sponsors of this race. They've been a sponsor and worked with Endless Endurance, I think, since the beginning, pretty early on. If you're not familiar with Tailwind, the kind of tagline is offers an all-in-one endurance fuel that provides energy, hydration, and electrolytes. Products are trusted by athletes to sustain peak performance. So Tailwind is it's a drink mix, basically, right? Gives you your calories, your sugars, and your carbs. So Tailwind's a sponsor of this race. Pickle Juice is also a sponsor
Can I
of this
jump
race.
in?
Oh, yeah,
So
go ahead.
Tailwind's very popular. A lot of people love it. And what I would recommend is if you don't use Tailwind and you go to a race and that's what they're using, you should probably practice it.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's great when Tailwind does this for races, and a lot of people love it, you know. And so, but I also know a lot of people don't train with it.
Yeah.
And so when they come to a race, if you're planning on relying on the aid station's fuel, you should reach out to your race directors, find out what they're offering, and then practice with that. So you can go on to the next one.
Absolutely. No, I totally agree. Yeah, I mean, you got it. I mean, that comes down to everything, right?
Right.
Like the heat, the
Everything.
shoes, the this, we can get more into those specifics too, but absolutely. So
Before you move on there, I'm going to
Yeah.
just tell Ian, who's listening in our ears, for those who are leaving comments, thank you for the note about the 100-mile race standings. We will see if Ian, who is our producer, can put that on the bottom of the screen. We don't have that control up here, but we
Yeah.
will see if we can make that happen.
cool. All right, cool. Our next one is our next one, at least like in the hydration space, fueling space, is Pickle Juice. So Pickle Juice is also a sponsor of the race or a partner with Endless Endurance. Pickle Juice, scientifically proven formula that prevents muscle cramps by replenishing electrolytes. Go-to for endurance athletes looking to stay at the top of their game. Pickle Juice is a product, not necessarily just Pickle Juice itself. It's a electrolyte formula based. Yeah, another.
We should
sponsor.
have some of that too.
I'm gonna have to have some soon. There's been our leader for the
12 hours.
12. We can hop back into some of that stuff here in a second too. Let's take a peek.
Let's
We'll
go
get
ahead
it
and run
split.
through the 100-mile results then for everybody. Since they're not on the bottom, we
Okay.
can go ahead and run through them for everyone.
Let's do that.
And while you're pulling that up, I think later we should have a pickle juice shot contest.
That is the goal.
I'm down. Let's do it. All right, so 100-miler so far. How are you, sir? See, I know that's the problem. People are probably like, who is he talking to?
Sorry about that.
Talking to Churchill, the legend of the game.
But
All
you
right.
see, he's finishing up carrying watermelon as he's walking through.
Yeah.
But it means he's already stopped at his own stop.
Yeah, he's and I forget. I got to check and see what race he's doing. I forget which one, but he'll
He's 100-mile.
yeah, he's a legend. He's a legend of it, and he might walk the whole thing and he'll finish.
All right, 100-mile results. What you got?
Okay, yeah, so 100-mile results right now. We'll throw some names out there. So we talked a little bit about this a second ago. Our top three men right now, Greg Gamble, Landon LeGrand, and Sean Rahill are all through 7 loops so far. With behind them, we have Steve Zeichel, Joe Fricker, kind of rounding out the top 5. And we'll throw some more names out there in a second. On the women's side right now in the 100-mile race, we have Tina Castudo, 44 years old from Blackwood, New Jersey. She is leading the women's race of the 100-miler through lap 6. So this is based on lap 6 splits. So they're still out there on lap 6. There could be some changes as things are going on, but based on those splits, it's Tina Castudo, followed by Karina DePiece, I believe her last name is, 26 years old from Atlanta, Georgia. And then Lisa Perry is currently in third of that race on the women's side. Lisa, talked a little bit about Lisa earlier, 46 years old from Abington, Pennsylvania. Lisa Perry is a name to keep in mind in this race. She's been on the podium in a couple different distances here. 4th place female is Michelle Goldberg, who we've talked a lot about as well. 49 years old from Meadowbrook, PA, kind of like that North Wales area. So Michelle is currently in 4th, and then in 5th, Danielle Neathery, 41 years old from Norwood, PA as well. So that's kind of where things stand right now with the top 5 men and top 5 women in the 100-miler. Again, if you're looking for someone specific whose name I did not mention, please make sure to check the link for the live results.
And if there have been any other comments, I'm not seeing the comments shift through. I think we still got the Randy Zuckerberg comment up there.
I think we've hit them all.
Okay.
We've got to thank you for the work on the 100-miler that's coming up on the screen that Ian is desperately working on in the trailer over there.
Yeah, we'll try to keep them going. I know we're going to talk a little bit more about that race as the race just keeps developing. But no, I appreciate it. I mean, yeah, I appreciate it.
Does that show total time?
It shows
Elapsed time between the.
I don't know if it does for the 100.
It did earlier. Oh yeah, maybe not for the 100.
Yeah,
Okay.
just for the 100, it doesn't. It does for the other 2 races though.
Yeah, I was just wondering the split times between like first, second, third, kind of what the delta is.
Yeah,
But
so if I click on the names, maybe. Let's see.
It has
Doing
by,
it live.
It just has it by lap, doesn't do pace.
either
Yeah,
way,
just by lap.
either way, it's early. So we'll see how it shakes out.
But they're through the marathon for those who are at lap 7.
Yeah, the top 3 runners are through the marathon. So they're through the marathon in under 4 hours. I mean, that's,
That's moving.
yeah, they're running hard. And they're running, running well early on, right? So 24-hour, we've talked a little bit about that. I also think those results are still up there. So this is kind of interesting. In the 24-hour, we have no one through 7 loops yet, whereas every other race we do, right? So the 24-hour, Alex Franco is leading it through 6 loops, unless that updated or changed. But I don't, just based on his total time, I don't think it has. So yeah, so it's Alex Franco Chris Flores and Thomas Joyce, followed by a number of other people kind of right within the same time frame. But yeah, that's kind of our 24-hour. We don't have anyone through 7 loops, and that kind of makes sense. I think like the 24-hour people at the top are out here for 24 hours regardless of how fast they run. They're not necessarily trying to run the same pace as those podium 100-milers. So yeah, that's one to keep in mind and keep watching.
So Andrew, yes, you do want us to show the runners. We agree with you 100%.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have.
We have that
yeah.
coming. They are working on some of the other feeds on the other side of the course as well, but that's definitely coming.
An Explorer says, "Let's go, Dan Pinto."
I just like the feedback that somebody said, "Now this is quality content." It came from an Austin Winchester, who happens to be my son.
So the 20. Which one's the 24-hour? Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah.
You don't know this yet?
The bibs. Yeah, we're learning them still.
We're learning
There's
the
a lot
bibs.
of bibs.
There's a lot of
Dan.
bibs. A lot of bibs.
Nice job, Dan.
Dan Lamort coming through. So you are starting to see now people that were smiling a little bit earlier. I'm seeing a little bit of heavier breathing, seeing a little bit of, and we talked about there was some cloud cover. It looks like the sun's back out in full force at the moment. I'm feeling heat coming off of the track beside me. So some of the smiles and waves may subside for a little bit as people try to keep themselves cool.
So it looks like here's kind of a good one for you. So in the 12-hour, Vin Kennedy is through 8 laps. 30 miles is his total distance. He was through 30 miles in under 4 hours. So he was
That's
pretty much, I mean, a mile or so under, but right around like a 4-hour 50K. That's fast. I mean,
Yeah, he's
running
moving.
hard for a
And here
12-hour
comes
race,
Chris Rice
so.
again, getting ready to finish it. We were talking about him earlier, having just done Badwater,
Yeah.
finishing up loop number 6.
Yeah, that's awesome. So Vin's moving at the front of this thing. At the front of the 12-hour, I should say. He's moving. Laura McGet-Creek, who's our top female right now in the women's race, is also 6th overall. So I think that's always something too. There's been a couple years of this thing, like maybe 2 years ago. There was a year where the top 5 of the 24 it was a year they didn't have the 100. So I think it was 2 years ago. In the 24-hour race, 3 of the top 5 were women in the 24-hour. Yeah, which is awesome. And like I have a feeling like we're gonna see something kind of similar to that, or we could see something similar to that today. I think right now in the 24-hour.
Look how close the 24-hour is.
I know, and everyone's still kind of
They're
running
off by
that.
12 seconds.
Yeah,
First and second.
Yeah, so Alex Franco went through.
And Chris
Oh,
Flores.
so refresh it.
Is it?
Chris Flores went through, yeah. So Chris Flores went through that first, yeah. So they're
mine was just refreshed.
right near each other. But yeah, like even in that race right now,
Yeah.
like Erica Bash is in 10th overall. So yeah, I mean, there's going to be, I think that's always like a good storyline too with these longer distances. And we're going to try to get Rachel Bambrick from Women in Ultra Running on this stream in a little bit. I think in our next section potentially. I think it's cool with these longer races that like as they kind of get longer, you're going to see women in the like closer to the overall podium. And again, this race 2 years ago, in the top 5 of the 24-hour race, 3 of the top 5 finishers were women, which was cool. So we'll storyline to keep in mind, and we'll definitely make sure when we get Rachel on, that's something that we talk a little bit more about.
Yeah, so it's funny talking about the women. So my wife, like I said, was listening. She was shooting some messages and something that we talked about earlier. I'm sure it was the tip, and she said, let's be real clear. Being a woman is a huge disadvantage when running. No bathrooms, right? So and we've seen that, and maybe not so much on this course in particular, but I've thought several times in the races that I've done, where being a guy, it's true. We can step two steps off the trail. So I'm always impressed with. I have a tiny bladder, so I don't know how I'd ever do it. But yeah, I think women, and maybe it's something to talk about with Rachel, obviously have different things to deal with than a lot of the men on the course. And it doesn't slow them down, man. And we've seen just some incredible performances. And so, but it always is something extra to keep in mind that it's not as convenient for them being out here as it is for us.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, especially too, like we talk about like heat and how much, the clothes you have to wear, just everything.
Yeah,
It's
100%.
definitely a disadvantage. but it doesn't slow any of them down. I mean, we've had multiple women over 100 miles in the 24-hour. Course record in the 24 hours over 100 miles is 105 miles. Women's course record in the 100 mile is like 22 hours and change. We talked a little bit about that earlier. So there's definitely some fast performances. I think we're going to see some today too. Again, especially in those longer races, 100 mile, 24 hour. It'll be interesting to see if any of those records fall or get tied in the 24 hour individual. Anything cool going on for the relays we want to shout out here?
Making sure Ed's going the right way. Another comment with Ed. That'll be a recurring theme throughout the day.
It's the best, man. His son texted me after we got off, and oh my God, I was dying. That was so funny. All right, so we have in the 12-hour team relay, we have a team relay that's through 8 laps, which is, kind of I think where you would expect one of these team relays to be, especially if it's a team relay that's like really pushing for a mileage or trying to, win the team relay. They're through 8 laps. They're kind of like right. I mean, to be honest, they're like, oh, okay, so they're a little bit ahead. They're about 10 minutes ahead of Vin Kennedy's pace, which I think goes to show you the kind of pace that Vin is running at the front of this race, that he's only 10 minutes behind the relay.
Competing with the relay.
First for the relay. So if he was, so he'd be second in the relay right now, which is
by
pretty
himself
impressive in the 12-hour. Yeah, so he's running really, really well.
There's a lot of people wanting to follow Joe Fricker. You know who
Okay.
that is?
No,
Any
we
idea
have
that
his
is?
name. I think we shouted him out. Let me make
Yeah, he's
sure.
the one that said, going to beat the course record. Cardio Joe Fricker. Seeing
what's
Go
he in,
Adam
100?
from NC2.
I thought that was Carlos Flores.
All right, so Joe Fricker, we'll have to do an Instagram dive or something here. So Joe Fricker is currently in 5th place in the 100-mile race. He's through 6 laps. Him and Steve Zeichel are running fairly similar. So when we see Steve come in, I'll have to keep an eye out for Joe. So yeah, Joe's in 5th in the 100.
Should be coming in soon.
Yeah, looks like. I mean, being 5th in that
Well, here's
race right now is a pretty good place to be.
What's his number? We got 174 coming through for the 100.
174.
No.
Might be a loop behind.
Yeah, maybe somebody different.
All right, Joe is 151 when he comes through.
Okay. There's Steve. So this is Steve right here. So Steve's in 4th, and they're probably pretty close.
Well, they want a cam for Joe, so I'm thinking I can ask Steve if he can carry that.
Yeah, there's Steve right there. So Steve's in 4th, so Joe shouldn't be too far behind. So Joe's bib 151, 33 years old from Philadelphia. Got a lot of love in the chat. Love to see it. Joe Fricker.
I won't read that comment that just popped up.
We're not going to read that
but
one.
We'll just say Joe Fricker.
But they also want a cam on him, so let's go.
We'll get one. We'll get one.
So and we talked here as
on them.
Yeah. All right.
Cardio Joe.
We'll figure it
Yeah.
out.
So Joe's got some love in the chat.
What a nickname.
I know, right? Cardio Joe. So it's interesting watching. We talked about gear a little bit and watching people come through. So you've got probably more the way that I would run, which I'm not probably not right because coverage is good in heat like this. But just the shorts. So as far as the males go, just kind of the shirtless, the bare minimums, right?
Yeah.
And then you're watching other people come through, long sleeves, head covering, some arm sleeves that they're probably using ice in. Just a completely different strategy of cover up and probably try to hold in, some of the coolness through different strategies. It's just so interesting. If you catch two of those people next to each other, it looks funny, right? Somebody's covered head to toe next to somebody with just shorts. And this guy's out. I talked to him before the race. So 169.
Yeah,
This is
169.
his first 100-miler.
Nice.
He actually, we talked about Chris Bartoli. He had paced Chris Bartoli through a 100-miler in the Pine Barrens and said that was kind of his catalyst. We talked about sometimes being around it can be the thing that sucks you in. That was a catalyst for him, just that experience. And here he is taking on his first 100-miler at the Loopy Looper.
David Wynn is his name.
Nice. That's awesome, man. That's cool, and a lot of times that's what it is, right? Like you have a buddy or you see someone do something and you go watch it and experience them doing it and kind of see what they go through, but see them come out on the other side. It's like, man, I kind of want to taste of that myself. And yeah, it's a great way to dive into it. And this is such a great this is what one of the things I think makes these endless endurance races so cool is that like that you're doing something that's really hard, again, running for 24 hours or 12 hours or 100 miles or whatever the case is. Like it's a really hard goal, but they set it up in a way that feels manageable. Like it can be intimidating to sign up for a 100-mile trail race in the woods, right? Like that can feel, can feel like a lot. or even like a 50-mile trail race in the woods, right? Like you gotta, you gotta drive. If you live in this area, more times than not, you gotta drive over an hour somewhere to you gotta stay for the night or get up super early, or try to maybe find crew and you don't really know where you are, and that's intimidating. It can feel like a lot. Whereas you can do a race that's local to your area. You're still doing you're doing something that could be a life goal for a lot of people. And for a lot of these people, you're doing it, like, relatively speaking, like in your backyard. So it's cool. It's set up in a way to be approachable, and I think that's super important.
Well, in the looped courses, again, we mentioned it before, so maybe we can dive into it a little bit. There's going to be runners that absolutely love that. I tend to be one that I want to break something into bite size. I will go catastrophic thinking if I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I got 40 more miles to get to whatever, even though there's aid stations in between. But if I can say, oh, yeah, I just got to do another 3.75 miles, and then I'm back, and then I can do it again, and then I can do it again. So it depends on the type of runner you are, the type of person you are, but I love these types of bite size that can make it that way. It's kind of like a reset every loop. And like to your point, I think that can make it very manageable for somebody that's new and then can see their crew, right, every, 45 minutes as they come through.
Yeah, and that makes it, that does make it super manageable. And I totally agree. I mean, it feels approachable, which is good. I think that's important for us.
Now, it has its pitfalls, like you said before. It's also easier to stop.
Yeah, you gotta find a motivation that's different. Yeah, I know it is. When you start seeing your crew and you're like, man, I don't know. And you bet that's the team sport part of this thing, though, too. Like, you gotta have crew. Like, maybe we could talk a little bit about this. This is like a good thing for us to just kind of riff on. Like, what are your thoughts and feelings on? And I'll share mine first, so I don't like put you guys in a spot here. Like, thoughts and feelings on like spouses or significant loved ones like crewing for you during a race. And the reason why I ask that is, like,
are you about to be mean to your wife?
Nope, I'm not at all.
Okay. Because we were going to stop you.
I am not going to. Especially in a race like this where you are seeing your crew a lot. Depending on who is crewing for you, it might be a little bit easier to say, like, you know what, like, I think I'm okay, because you know that who's ever helping you is, like, still going to love you at the end of the day anyways, right? Like, so, I don't know. I think there's something, too, sometimes, like, being, like, selective about your crew. My wife has crewed for me for races before, and she's been great, so I will never say anything negative in that sense. But I've also had friends crew for me, and, sometimes there's, like, a different interaction because, like, they're there to just solely kind of help you accomplish whatever that goal is. So I don't know. I think there's, who your crew is. A lot of times people use their spouses or loved ones, and other times it's like a running buddy, and it's like a different, different atmosphere. I don't know. Thoughts, feelings on.
You want to go with me?
So I'll say probably regardless of whether it's family or friends or anybody, and we've talked on the show, we've specifically spotlighted crew.
Joe Fricker.
Oh, is it?
There goes Joe Fricker.
Joe Fricker just went by, folks.
If you can cut to the screen, Ian, and see Joe Fricker
at
on
the finish line, Ian. Get him at the
let's
finish
see.
line.
Here comes Joe Fricker for all the Joe Fricker fans.
Was it him? We had a bib number.
151.
Nice.
We're assuming that's him. If that's not him, you got to tell us. But we're assuming that
And
for
when
all
you
the
say
Joe
tell
Fricker
us,
fans.
Yell at Brian.
Yeah.
Back to your story.
But yeah, so going back, I think the biggest thing about a crew is the crew understanding the runner's goals, understanding how they feel support, because people are going to respond in different ways, right? Some people are going to respond to they don't want to be coddled. They want to be told, suck it up and go do it. Some people want to be very factual. What problems do you need to solve? Let's get you out. And some people want the soft support. And I think having conversations ahead of time is very important to set that expectation, and even questions like, what do you want me to tell you when things get hard? Why are you doing this? Let's find some triggers. And I mentioned earlier, so there was a time when I threw my headphones across our tent because I told her, when I want to quit, ask me, have I done all that I can? Because that's a black and white question. Not do you think you should, not will you remember this later. But the answer was clearly no. And I didn't throw out of anger, but I was like, you're so right, like, right. But you know what it did? It made me walk out, and it was a looped course, and then I went and did my thing. So I'm sure, Jeff, you have stuff to add to that. But I think understanding what the runner, now to your point, it can be a risk of you know, if somebody's not ready for that, or are you okay? Are you sure you want to continue? Right there's a dynamic there. I think both sides should plan for.
Yeah, I think it boils down a lot to the runner themselves. Yes, I think you have wins and losses. You know, you have all kind of pros and cons, if you will, with having family, friends, or whoever the category is. What I have found when my wife, who generally she will crew me for anything that's 50 mile and above, and we're probably just going to move to 100Ks and above soon because she doesn't want to go to all of them, but she doesn't mind. Don't mishear that. But what I have found is that the issue is really she knows what to say depending on how important that particular race is to me. So she knows that, like, one of my bucket list things is I would like to eventually run Western States, and so to run Western States, you have to have qualifying races and you have to finish those. And so when I have a Western State qualifying race that I'm doing, she knows that there is nothing I need to do that I want to do to quit this race. And so how she interacts with me is going to be completely different than in a race that we're going to go out there and just run a 50K or 50 mile or whatever it is for fun, if you will. And I say fun because it's a different type of mindset that I go into that race with. And so I think it's up to the runner themselves to be able to explain the importance of the race to their crew. And then, as Jeremy was saying, what are some things you can say to me when I'm feeling like, you know, whatever, to get me out of those low points? And then recognizing the fact that what the crew needs to recognize is the fact that their runner is going to go through low points. And so for them to go into those races, understanding that and how they can be supportive in those situations is important, to not take things personal, right? Because sometimes we act in ways we shouldn't act, or we don't give them a lot of attention. And so, you know, if your wife or your husband or spouse or significant other, whatever, is out there and they're crewing you and you see them in a point-to-point race for 2 minutes and they've been waiting for you for 6 hours, like, everybody is going to have to recognize that's a sacrifice for, you know. And so it's just one of those things that I think requires a lot of conversation, communication beforehand.
Yeah, it was well said. Well said, guys. Do we want to hop into, I know you had written this down a little,
there was
the
a
youngest,
question.
oldest.
Yeah, Trish wants to know the oldest and youngest ages in the races. And so the youngest for each of the events are all guys. And so for the 100-mile race, it's Joe Zane, who is 22. And then for the 12-hour is, I think it's Hayan Alves. I'm not sure how to pronounce that.
20 years old.
20 years old. And then the 24-hour has Anthony Gaza.
At 20.
At 20, sorry, yeah. And I think they have a cutoff here for this race. I think they have an age requirement. Yeah, I think it's 18 is the minimal that they do for this race as well.
Yeah, and then so oldest we have, I don't have the names, but I could, so oldest, and we'll have to, I can maybe just scroll.
Oh, man, I didn't do the oldest. Sorry about that.
I know, that's all right. I have the ages, I just don't have their names. So
John in the 12-hour is 73. I'm not sure how to say his last name.
Yeah, there you go.
Ochigroso.
Uh-huh.
He's 73. And then in the 24-hour individual, we have Al, who is 84.
84 years old in the 24-hour individual race. That is
removing
inspiring.
your excuses. He is removing your excuses.
What's that bib number? I want to keep an eye out.
Al is 665.
65.
And then in the 100 miler we have.
Yeah, the age is 67, but I don't. It's Churchill. Yeah. So in the 100 miler, it's Churchill, who we talked a little bit about at the top of the show. Just like an ultra running legend, multi-day guy from the 80s, still out here, still crushing it. Oldest runner in the field for the 100-mile race.
But again, props to Al.
84 years old, man. I gotta see him come through. I feel like I haven't seen him. Gotta keep an eye on him.
Al Emma.
Awesome. So those are our oldest and youngest for.
Thanks for the question, Emma.
That's a great question. And that's cool. Again, like, speaks to the sport, right? Like, you have people that are 20 years old. You have people that are up, into their 80s, out here doing this thing. So that's awesome, man. So cool to see. Again, there's no excuse if you're someone that's thinking about, diving into this thing, or you're kind of looking to make a life change, whatever the case may be. Like, this is the sport for you. You'll be accepted. You'll be welcomed. You'll be cheered on. And we want to have you. So 20 years old, 84 years old, doesn't matter.
Seeing Go Mr. Rich comment there. And as we're watching, it looks like the heat is definitely starting to take a toll. Seeing a lot more walking coming through, a lot more kind of run jogging. So I think people are going to have to adjust. Oh, that's just coming over here for a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, so people are going to have to continue to adjust, figure out ways to cool themselves. And, I mean, really, again, we're probably, still just under 4 hours from peak heat. So there's a lot of heat to work through here. So they're just going to have to continue to adapt. Probably some goals and race plans changing.
Can we get to know Joe Fricker? Everybody loves Joe. He is apparently known because of Disney. His love, excuse me, let me rephrase it. He's known as Apple Joe by his nieces and nephews, and it's love from Disney. We need Joe. We may need to talk to Joe on the show.
We'll get him.
I'm not talking about this show.
I'm coming on that one.
That's right. We got to talk to Brian on the show.
Let's see where Joe Fricker is. He was in the 100.
He is in the 100.
I keep getting my people mixed between the 24 and the 100. So
Amanda says, "Go, John."
Awesome, man.
Here comes Michelle Goldberg putting those sleeves on. Yep, and so I was just talking about that, the heat. So Michelle Goldberg's coming by. She's actually putting on long arm sleeves, and she said busting out the ice sleeves. So one of the strategies we're going to see today is exactly that, right? Things that you can put on your body that you can put ice, whether it's bandanas around the neck, sleeves on the arms. So it does take additional coverage, but it's a way to keep that cool. It also means you're probably going to have more moisture as that ice melts, and so gets us back into that chafe conversation, right? So you're always trying to balance, hey, what do I need to do in the moment, but also how do I prevent problems from the things that I'm having to do now later in my race.
So for all those fans keeping up with Joe, Joe does not have appeared to run anything beyond a 50K. So if you're in the chat and you're putting stuff out there, can you let us know if that's true about Joe? Is this his first 100-miler? Because that's what it appears to be.
I see. Go Sean Rahill. And so
yeah, Sean's in the mix still. He's in third in that 100-mile race right now.
For everybody watching, one of the things, so Jeff just pulled on, I'm assuming that was Ultra Sign Up. We've referenced Ultra Sign Up before. If you're not familiar, it's essentially, I would say, probably the most popular platform in terms of races for registration as well as results. And so it is a quick place to go look and see if somebody has a history. Now, that doesn't mean that if it's not on there, people haven't done it, which is why, the question, right? Hey, is this the first? But a lot of times you can get a lot of information from Ultra Sign Up. You can search by events. You can search by individuals. And then if you know something that they've run, you can click and it'll show you their history. It'll also give some rankings. So we've referenced it a couple of times. That's what we're looking at. And so, yeah, it'd be interesting to hear if Joe Fricker, if he doesn't have, much on there for Ultra Sign Up and he's out here trying to crush today, if that's the full story, if there are other things. Because, again, Paul Johnson's running across the country is not going to be an Ultra Sign Up, right? It doesn't give the whole story. People do all kinds of incredible things outside of it, but sometimes it's a helpful glimpse.
Yeah, it is hard to know, but it is probably the most extensive platform that we have for looking at races. But yeah, there's things that aren't on it. There's a local race here that I did it. The last race I did wasn't on Ultra Sign Up. It was a local 50K, not on there. So there's even some local stuff that doesn't show up on there too. So, but it is it does give us the fullish picture. For people that you don't know, it gives us some kind of a glimpse.
Yeah. Can definitely learn some things about people, but then always gotta, just like Jeff asked, is there more to the story?
It's hard too with ultra running too, because we're just looking at, a lot of times if it's someone we don't know, or kind of looking at a result, and you have no idea what someone's day was like on that day, and it's
That's
not
right.
it's not really a sport where you can be oh, this person's a X hour, X time marathon runner, or because there's just so many variables. I mean, 1 week you could DNF a race, or the next week you could run a sub 2400 out, sub 2400 mile race. So it's it's hard to know the whole picture.
Well, and so the interesting thing is, and it's not controversial necessarily, but people have different takes on it, right? So one of the things you're talking about is they will get ranked. So if you've run something, you will get a ranking based off of your finish place. Now, we've actually heard plenty of stories about pro ultra runners running under aliases if they're doing a training run or something like that, because you got to figure, if you have sponsorships tied to some of these things, right? That means something to you. So people will actually register under an alias because they don't want their results to show up if they're not going out to win, or if their friend they may blow up because they're going for a PR or something like that. So it's kind of fascinating. It shouldn't matter, but Ultra Sign Up has kind of become this thing that people go to look to, and for some people, it matters enough to at least say, I don't want my name attached to this in case.
Yeah, it's like when you see pros will go like Strava dark.
Yeah.
They'll like block the Strava out and not really tell anyone what they're doing with their training. Yeah, I mean, there's a strategy to this thing for the people that are competing to win. Some people put it all out there. Some people don't put anything out there. Yeah, always something to look at. 151.
That's Joe. That's 154. Excuse me.
154. I'm sorry.
I may have called.
That's our leader.
Oh, that's Greg.
That's right.
Greg.
Not
He's
Joe.
running really
Not
good.
Joe.
He looks really smooth.
So this will put him through what lap? This will have him finishing lap 8.
Yeah.
And so our leader, Greg, is about to run through the finish line right now. 11 hours, 26 minutes. I'm sorry.
That's the time.
It's 11:26.
Yeah. Like 4.5 hours.
Let's say 4.5 hours.
Something like that.
Yeah,
That's
about
30
4.5
miles
hours.
up.
Yeah. Yeah, he's at for the 100-miler. So that's your male that's leading the 100-mile race right now, about 4.5 hours in, through about 30. Like the closest split, we're gonna get to a 50K split. So running really good, running really strong. It'll be interesting to see what this 100-mile race so the course record's 18.5 hours, like right around 18.5 hours. If we have anyone like get close to that, again, like the heat, I think it's hotter this year than it was last year. But it's still the summer. Like, I don't know. I think someone could still get close to that mark. I mean, Greg's making a push, too. There's
He's
a couple
definitely
people
making
behind
a push.
him. Yeah, I
He's
mean,
definitely making a push.
yeah. So there's going to be some people pushing for that time. And even just the way that Greg looked right now coming through, he looked really strong. And we're seeing every runner come through pretty much. So he looked, I mean, one of the strongest. If he didn't have a bib on and someone told me he was running the 12-hour, I would have believed it. Like, he looked that strong still, running like the top 12-hour guys.
Yeah, which could be encouraging or it could be concerning, right?
Yeah.
And those of you that have been in those kind of distances, I feel like the race kind of starts around mile 50, but really starts probably more like 70, 75, somewhere in there, right? And that's where we're going to see kind of who's really managed their day well and who's really going to kind of struggle bus it, forward. At the same time, we've seen plenty of times, I'm sure we'll see it here, there are going to be people ups and downs. There's probably going to be people that we could almost count out that will come back and have a great finish.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's going to be people that we think, even we don't know the story with Kane, but just like, man, so strong. And then, their day changes and you don't know what's going through their head. Somebody can look fantastic and they've spent the last 3 hours thinking, I want to be done.
Yep.
And then they're done.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, so on the 12-hour race front, at the top of the field, it's Vin Kennedy and Chris Shaw. They're separated by about 5 minutes. They're through 8 laps. Chris Shaw was through 8 laps 25 minutes ago, and no one else is through 8 laps in the 12-hour race yet. So the two of them are pretty far out in front of everyone else at this point. Again, Vin Kennedy went through right around 4 hours, so about a half hour ago. Chris Shaw went through about 5 minutes after that on his 8th loop, and no one else is through 8 loops yet in the men's race. So the two of them are out front by a pretty good ways right now.
Yeah, and either he's going to really start to slow, or we should see him coming through here shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be, fairly close. Depending on where his crew setup is. I don't know if, he hasn't really even stopped.
No.
Yeah, well, Vin's crew
They meet him here.
is right up here. Yeah,
Yeah.
she usually comes down and meets him on the track, does a handoff. And what I think happened last time is he's telling what he needs for the next lap, if I saw that right.
Yeah.
Either that or somebody's racing down the trail to meet him because he did not really slow down.
Yeah, and then on the women's front, we've had a little bit of a change. So Lauren McGet-Creek is still in first place. So it's kind of what we had said last time. I don't have an updated split from her yet. She was in 6th place overall through 7 laps. She's in first place overall for the 6th place overall, first female. Tara Wilson is
moving up.
Yeah, 2nd place female, 11th overall, through 6 loops. So Lauren is through 7. Tara, it looks like, is through 6, but we should see Tara come through pretty soon. Tara's bib is 435, so that'll be one to kind of keep an eye on. And then 3rd place female is Julie Badola, bib 432, 45 years old, from New York, also through 6 loops. So we should see the two of them. We should see the women's race for the 12-hour. We should start to see those women, I would imagine, come through fairly soon. For their 7th, to go through their 7th loop. So that's where that race stands right now. So Julie's a new name. Julie Vadula, 17th overall, third female, is a new name for on the women's side.
And here comes our leader. We were just talking
our
about
leader.
Vin.
Good. Looking good.
Cruising along. Here comes his crew to meet him.
Yeah, watching this. We're just watching this interaction, just taking it in real time right here.
Yeah, and it looked like he actually didn't take anything from his crew. Maybe he gave instructions. Although his crew's running back. Oh yeah, he's okay. So he's going to take. It's the first time I think we've seen him move towards his tent.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. You know, you're talking 4.5 hours in. The heat's really getting there. We talked about a few minutes of doing what you need to prevent chafing, take care of the feet, those types of things can save you hours later in the race. So hopefully this is a good, smart, strategic stop for him.
Yeah, 30. So he's 33 miles in. Almost 34. 33.75 miles. 4 hours and 31 minutes. 8:03 pace. 4:21. Yeah. So Vin is in. We'll kind of get a split here. Vin was about 5 minutes ahead of Chris Shaw. It looked like just based on their last split. So that's what we're looking at.
Yeah, he ran that loop about a minute slower than he ran the previous ones.
Vin
did.
Okay.
So it'll be interesting to see kind of what's coming through with Chris.
It's still pretty.
It was a 9:18.
Still pretty consistent though,
9:18.
right?
So that's the overall pace we have then.
Yeah, what he.
8:03.
Yes.
Vin. Yeah. So his last one was 9:18.
Yeah.
Okay.
Still pretty darn consistent. Makes sense it's slowing. I'm sure those early ones, like we said before, were in the 7s.
Yeah, they were running hard.
So yeah, it depends. I don't know anything about his background. You know, it's interesting for some runners. 7:30 is totally easy and the heart rate's low. Myself, I'm not that way,
Yeah.
right? But yeah, again, we talked about from the beginning. Either some early exertion's going to catch up with people later on, or you know he could be running the smartest race possible for himself. Time will tell.
Yeah, so he doesn't have a ton of.
Well, he did run the Loopy Looper 100 miles last year.
So he has a 100-mile finish
Yeah,
here.
he did it in 25 hours.
And then he's got at Marine Corps 50K.
Yep.
That's a solid time, 4:15. That's pretty fast for that. Yeah. So he's got some results. Again, could be stuff we don't see. It's hard to know. But he's running really well. Looks good.
And we've got family out here supporting. I'm looking over across, you know, you see people at races show up with signs, seeing the "We are proud of you" sign. Looks like kids and spouses. And runners getting sprayed down with water sprayers, which I'm sure is a very welcome cooling.
Got some runners coming in here now. I know. I'm trying to keep an
Sorry,
eye on
I'm
these
trying
bibs
to.
for the
Yeah.
females. I know.
Same. I'm like, I need a name.
Yeah, 420. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm on another screen.
I know. Trying to keep track of all these races. We got a lot of different races going on here. Trying to keep track of as many of them as we can for everyone. We'll probably have a break coming up here soon, I would imagine. I guess it's probably up to us. Yeah, we'll do 45. We'll do 11:45. So we'll stay with you here through about 11:45, if that's all right with you guys back there in the booth, and then we'll take a little break.
I saw Go Scott Baldwin shout out. One thing I will say is, before we went to break last time, we said if you got any local food, you know, don't shy away from stopping by to drop that off. Places that we need to hit. I haven't seen that yet, so if you're on,
They're on their way.
the invitation. So hopefully you're listening to this in the car as you're on your way to deliver. But no kidding. If there's any hot spots that we need to hit food wise in this local area, throw them in the chat, because I'm always looking out too for the best burger in the area. I want a good burger. So
Where'd you guys go last night? Did you
Who's
go
that right
to-
there? Is that Shaw?
I missed the bib number.
I think it's one. I can't tell what it was. No, that's 100 miles. That's not 12 hour.
Yeah.
so last night we went to Miller's
yeah.
Miller's Ale House.
Probably right in the parking lot of where you guys stayed.
It was close. It was
Yeah.
like a mile down the
Yeah.
road, but there were a couple hotels. Yeah. And I mean, it was good. I will say there was some training going on, so service was probably a little slow. After some
geez.
travel delays, we were ready to be
Yeah.
done.
Also, meaning we loved it.
Yeah, but the food was great. Yeah, exactly. It could have
place is
been
alright.
it could have been, you know, half.
That's a chain. They're a chain.
Is it a chain?
They have them in Florida, too. I don't know if it's just like a Northeast and then they have a couple in Florida, but it is a chain, yeah. Yeah, it's okay. We'll get you a better one later.
Wow.
I'm always looking for that burger.
Oh, that's good, man.
But yeah, this has been such a fun day so far. Obviously, a lot of day to go. I mean, we're only 4.5 hours in. Even for the 12 hours, so much time for things to change. Although, as I say that, I look up and some people just look so strong. Is that a relay runner? Or is that a
Which one?
on the
white?
left? I think it's a 12-hour runner,
Yeah,
right?
it's John.
1:30.
That's John.
Oh, he changed.
He changed.
3:30. Yeah, he's running good. He's like kind of in the mix. I had his name up here a second ago.
But so much time for
He's in
things.
9th overall.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's running easy too. Like looks like he's running easy.
Yeah. And I think that's a theme, right? We're seeing some people start to struggle a little bit. You're seeing some people still are doing the smiling and the enjoying. He was enjoying getting sprayed down there, but looks very comfortable.
What a great idea for a sprayer. Can we just talk about that? Look at the sprayer he's using. It's like one of those that you use for like fertilizing.
Mosquito spray or something, yeah. The pump sprayers.
Right, yeah, and just like shooting water on people as they run by. Everybody out to help.
I always enjoy the shirts out here, too. Runners came through, and it says, I am susceptible to
Peer pressure.
peer
I
pressure.
saw that.
And then on the back it says, tell me what to do.
Yeah.
He's here, so clearly that's a true statement.
Yeah, so I think just to keep people kind of in the loop, I think potentially in the next section we might try to have some interviews as well. I know at some point we're going to try to have on Rachel Bambrick, who is kind of the person behind the Women in Ultra Running brand, Instagram. We'll just say brand. I mean, Women in Ultra Running, they have a great platform. So we're going to try to have Rachel on at some point. I know Rachel's here. She said she'd be more than happy to hop on, so we'll try to do that. Try to have Kellen on at some point, I believe, too. I don't know if he's still here, but we got a couple guests lined up for, kind of the afternoon. So we're definitely going to try to make sure we do that. We'll try to get some cameras out on course, too. I know we were talking a little bit about trying to have some follow cams and maybe get some shots on different parts of the course. So we have all those things in the works. So, yeah, we'll kind of keep you clued in, but I think in the next section we might try to break some of the tricks out.
Yeah, take some people to the crew spots, see where everybody's at.
Yeah, for sure. Start mixing it up a little bit. And especially, too, for people at home, like kind of give you a look at like what we're looking at here, just in terms of the crew, in terms of the tents, all of our runners. So it's a cool experience, and try to take you on as much of that journey as we can.
Now, you realize we just put all the pressure on the production team.
Yep. If not, we'll get it in the next section, in the segment after, but we will definitely try to bring as much coverage as we can. All right, let's see if we got an update.
Paul Johnson just came through. And it's interesting. Paul Johnson's got a lot of followers out there, so you guys may know who he is. We've talked about him several times. But this has been a really fun thing, I'll say, for me, and I'm assuming for Jeff and I specifically, because we've been able to connect to a lot of people out here, and today happens to be the first day that we're getting to meet some of them face-to-face. Gags, Paul Johnson. I knew that Paul Johnson was a strength guy. He's talked a lot about his strength routine, and it's an important part of him.
He's big.
That dude's built. He's bigger.
Yeah.
He's bigger than I expected, and he's bigger than the camera puts across. And so it's always impressive to see somebody that runs the types of stuff that he does, that talks about the importance of strength, and then you show up and you're like, okay, he's telling the truth. The guy spent some time in the gym for sure.
Yeah, I'd never dreamed he'd be that big.
Yeah.
Big boy.
It's a good look. He's running pretty good. I don't know if that's a relay guy. I didn't see his bib.
Yeah.
Still waiting on the 2 women, I think, for the 12.
Are there any other? So this one says, I think this is Joe's first 100-mile race, talking about Joe Fricker.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
are there any other comments that we need to address before we take a break? Says, hell yeah, Tara Wilson, currently second place female, getting the shout out from Kevin McClay.
Waiting for Tara to come through. I know this might be Tara. Let's see. Someone's coming in. What's Tara's bib number? 435. Yeah, so this is 432. I think this might be the other. So that's Julie. So Julie is currently was third place female going into that lap. So it looks like, unless we missed Tara, which is a possibility, I'll update the splits. I don't know. Maybe
probably.
I'll update the splits in a second. But if not, it looks like Julie may have passed Tara on that loop. They went out on that loop about 3 minutes apart. Or their splits at the end of the last one were about 3 minutes apart. So is this?
Oh, wait, is that 3?
What is Julie's number?
Julie is 432. She went by. 435 is Tara.
Oh, okay.
That's Alex Franco. He's in the lead of, or he was in the lead of the 24-hour. but I haven't checked that split.
So Justin says we need to check out the Applebee's in Cherry Hill. That will change
I don't know that I trust Justin.
your life. Is that a good change or a
Unbelievable.
bad change? You know,
Unbelievable.
you never
We got
you,
better food than
you
that.
never. Hey, Justin may work there, and Justin's bringing us a full.
I mean, that's true.
Justin, you're on the way, right?
Justin, do you work there?
Right. Yeah, don't
That's hilarious.
kill us. And then we got John's looking strong even with his hamstring injury last week. I think his toughness will pull him through. John.
Oh, they're talking about. I know who they're talking about. John Cervi, and I might be saying his last name wrong. I don't know him personally. I know him kind of through Instagram a little bit.
Just came by.
He just came by. Yeah, so he's in 9th overall. He's running really well, running really steady. Doesn't seem like he's overly exerting himself. But yeah, I did actually see, or maybe someone had said it to me on Instagram that he kind of had like a tweaked hamstring, had to take a couple days off within the last week or so. But yeah, he's cruising along, top 10 overall right now, 27 years old from Philly. So yeah, well, yeah, keep that in mind. It didn't look like there was anything bothering him when he went by.
So listen, like Applebee's is like a real deal here.
Yeah.
Christian seconds it. Dollar Blue, Long Island's, and then another says, "Damn, I got to go to this Applebee's now." Like
Yeah, Applebee's in Cherry Hill,
Applebee's
popping
in
off.
Cherry Hill.
Which one?
is
There's
the
probably
place.
7. There's probably a bunch in the Cherry Hill's huge.
I mean, I hate to say this, but we have an Applebee's where we're from.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought y'all had.
No, I
different
like it.
food.
I like
Okay,
it.
right,
I
right.
like. That's funny.
So if he's telling the truth, what's the best thing at Applebee's? What's the go-to?
I don't go to Applebee's.
He's like, I don't.
There's one by my house, but I'm not an Applebee's guy.
Just saw Chris Flores in his famous purple shorts, so it sounds like Seaflow has purple shorts, so we need to keep an eye out for that.
He's having a great race.
Yeah, in the mix, and I think he's in the. Oh yeah, he's right there. Chris was.
So if we go ahead and refresh, does
Yeah.
that mean now we have a new second place female?
Yeah, let's see. She was over here at the aid station a second ago.
I just saw her go through the,
Okay,
the
cool.
start
Yeah,
line.
Julie is second now.
Yeah, so it was Lauren, and then it's Julie, and then we're still waiting,
waiting on
Tara.
Tara.
Yeah. So we have Lauren. Yeah, Lauren is in 6th overall, first female. Julie is 11th overall, second female.
I don't see Tara on
Julie
the list anymore.
Who's that?
I don't see Tara on the list. Do you?
Yeah, Tara Wilson's
yeah,
13th,
sorry,
13th
13th, yeah,
overall.
sorry about that.
Third female, but no split yet.
Yeah.
So. We'll
Yeah,
have to
but
keep-
Yeah, and it's like we're talking about several times. That could be a strategic stop, right? It could have been a change of clothes, could have been a change of shoes, could be lots of things, or it could really just be a mix-up in what's happening in the leaderboard.
Yeah.
So Chris Shaw just came through also. So he is 8 minutes behind Vince, who we know stopped. So we'll have to see where they play out.
Okay, cool. Looking good. I know I gotta stop yelling.
Who's 414? He looks strong.
Looking great,
Sean
4:14.
Russo. So there's Sean Russo, third place.
That's third place.
But he's a full lap down.
He's a lap behind, so
Man, those two guys are running hard.
So he's at least 3.7.
yeah. So for everybody paying attention, you got the first two that are out on lap 10, and lap 3 is about to finish up.
Third place.
Third place about to finish.
I'm sorry, third place is about to finish up lap 8.
Yep.
So a full lap behind, which is in the short time that we've talked about with a nearly 4-mile loop, is pretty significant.
Yeah.
And he's pulling over there too, to the crew. He's
Yeah.
with that group. He's with that same group.
Yeah.
And this is one of those things. So we talked to several guests, and a lot of times the best strategy is just to run your own race,
Mhm.
right? Because if you're third all day and spots 1 and 2 blow up 3/4 through the race, and you end up first, then it's because you ran your race. So I'm sure that can be a struggle to do. The one good thing about a race like this is you're all going in the same direction. So he probably has no idea unless his crew is telling him where 1 and 2 are. Although I guess they probably have lapped, right? So
Well,
that's
yeah.
the bad part is if you get lapped, I guess you know.
Yeah, but no, it is still true. I mean, especially in a race like this, you don't know how often like crews are checking like that specifically. Especially like when there's still this much time to go.
Yeah, and that's the best thing you can do is run your own race, do what you got to do. You can't control what other people, how they're going to do theirs. And then you just hope for the best if you're looking for, podium or an actual finishing spot. Otherwise, just go have a good time.
Absolutely.
It is 87 degrees out there.
Yeah, it's getting hot.
The
man.
temperature's starting to crank up again. The cloud cover went away.
All right. See if we have any. I mean, it's a lot of the same names here. So, yeah, I mean, just looking at the split so far, a lot of the same names at the top of most of these leaderboards. Not a ton of movement. Joe Fricker dropped a spot, it looks like, to Steve Zeichel.
You just broke some hearts by
I
saying
know,
those
that's
words.
And when
why
you
I
say
said it.
drop the spot,
Yeah, it's like they're right next to each other,
yeah,
it seems like.
they're
So
close.
hard to tell there. That women's race, so that's the 100-mile race. Tina Custudo is the top female in that race right now, 8th overall. Then Karina DePiece, 2nd female, 12th overall. Lisa Perry, 3rd female, 13th overall. Lisa Perry actually just went through here a second ago. I saw her walking through, so I don't know if she went through.
Michelle Palmer just came by. She looks like she's also going to be ahead of Tara, so something may be up with Tara.
Let's see if we have. Oh, Tara went through. We must have missed Tara.
When I say something came up with Tara, I meant something flew by with
Flew
Tara.
by. So Tara, yeah. So it was Julie then Tara, and they were 2 minutes apart. So we must have just missed Tara go through. So Julie went by.
There you go.
Julie Badula in 11th overall, 2nd female. Tara was 12th overall, 3rd female, and they're 2 minutes apart. So they're through 7 loops. So they're running right near each other. So that's 2nd and 3rd place in the women's 12-hour race.
And so we'll try to keep everybody updated, seeing, the comments still looking for the 100-mile runner standings. Just say the link is in the description. So if you need to pull them up, and then while we're on the break, we'll see if we can figure out how to get that across the screen, if possible. But, yeah, obviously we're not going to be able to call every runner, but we'll do our best to kind of keep people posted. But if you're not sure where your runner is, go to that link. It should be pretty easy to follow. You can sort by the different events. And then we look forward to your comments. Give them a shout out. I see Go Rich Borley. More Joe Frickers.
Yes, dude.
Joe and Ed seem to be the themes for the day.
Love it.
But
Yeah,
good time to go to break?
Yeah, we'll throw it to break. So we'll be back. We took like about a 45-minute break last time, probably somewhere around the same. We'll be back on soon. Stay tuned. Look out for your runners on the stream. And thank you, everyone, for joining us. We'll be back with some interviews, hopefully, in the next section. And that's it. See ya. All right, everyone, welcome back to coverage of the 2024 Loopy Looper, coming at you live from Cooper River Park in Camden County, New Jersey. My name is Brian Paulson, joined by the ultra running guys, Jeff and Jeremy. Welcome back.
Where the temperature is dropping. It's gotten a lot cooler since last time we saw you.
How much cooler?
It's about 90.
Yeah, he lies. It is not getting cooler. So 89.1 is what we're seeing on the screen. We started down near 70. And according to the weather, we've got another probably 3 hours till peak heat. So the runners are out here, and you can tell. We did a quick drive to go pick up lunch. We were looking at a lot of the runners on the trail, and there's definitely some walking, some heads hung low. Obviously, you still have some people out here looking pretty strong, but I'm sure the water guns are welcome, and it's hot.
Yeah, it's hot. We've had a couple. So during that last break, I had an opportunity to see and speak with Ed, who we had talked a little bit about earlier. There were some concerns if Ed was going to get lost or not. I think he may have pulled the plug at some point during that last loop. Yeah. So, people are for people that are out here more for kind of if they're doing a fun run or they're using this as a training run, you'll start seeing, and again, there's not really a DNF for a timed race. The 100-mile distance is a little bit different, but there's not really a DNF for our 12 hours and our 24-hour people. But if you take a look at the live tracking, you might notice some people's laps will stop, just kind of stop going up. And yeah, it's kind of that point in the day. I mean, basically 6 hours into this thing, right? So we're at the halfway point for the 12-hour runners. 24-hour runners still got a little ways to go, only about a quarter of the way through their race. But yeah, it's hot, and the heat is definitely taking a toll. This is great though. Right in front of us, they're shooting water guns at people running by. So
I'm thinking that Ian would be upset, but we may be asking him to shoot us soon.
I think he might yell at us in our ear right now and tell us how
he's
upset
fine.
he is.
He's fine. He's fine.
Yeah.
No, it's all good. For those who are with us last session, we did talk about lunch plans. We did not make it to Applebee's in Cherry Hill, so thank you for the recommendation. We
severely disappointed, though.
Not sure if we trusted you yet, but that's beside the point.
But
we ended up at Wawa, which for me was a first-time experience.
Yeah, this is a big one. It's a, when you're from the Northeast and from this area, you don't really think about Wawa as something that's not in this area, but I'm glad you guys had an opportunity to get over there.
Where I'm from, they call it a gas station.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, there are some Wawas that aren't gas stations. They're just like standalone convenience stores, basically.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
My Wawa is a standalone convenience store, no gas station.
We're not talking about your Wawa right now. Let's move on. Let's
Moving
catch up on the
on.
racers.
Yep. So kind of a bigger development here in the 12-hour race. So just taking a look at where we are, and let me just refresh this one more time, make sure no one else came through. So 12-hour race, it's kind of looking like a race between two people, at least at this moment, Chris Shaw and Vin Kennedy. Now, if you were with us in the first half of the show, Vin Kennedy had taken the lead around lap 4 or 5. He had held that lead for most of the first half of the 12-hour race. There's been a switch at the top. So since we last were on air and we've come back on air, Chris Shaw is now leading that race with Vin Kennedy in second place. So they're both through 11 laps. So the last split we have on them, it looks like Chris Shaw was up about 8 minutes on Vin Kennedy, and that was at after 11 laps. So, yeah, it looks like things kind of, definitely turned there. And we'll dive into the splits here in a second and see if we can figure out exactly where that change was. But the two of them are through 11 laps, and at least at this point, it's a race between the two of them. Our third-place runner is through 9 laps. So the two of them are at least a lap up on the field. But again, things can change. That third place runner, now this is, I think, something that's important to note. That third place runner right now in the men's race is Andrew Linder. Andrew Linder was second last year in the 12-hour to Gags, who had won, and Andrew Linder led most of that race.
Oh, yeah.
So there's a ton of he has a ton of experience in this race. He's competed and run really well in this race. He's also our other Transcon runner that's in this race. So, when you talk about a guy that has grit and a guy that knows what he's doing out here at 27 years old, kind of on the younger side, Andrew Linder is definitely a guy that I think has an opportunity to make some noise later. although he's kind of a lap behind those guys right now. So that's how things look.
Yeah, but also a guy that knows how to pace himself for running
Yeah.
all day because he did it day after day after day after day, right? And so halfway through sounds like a lot, but when you have 6 hours left in a race, and sure, there's a 4 mile gap in between, or close to 4 mile gap in between, first to second and the rest of the field. It won't take much to change that, especially if either one of those guys falls apart. And then you got somebody like Andrew, who really was not in the talk, when we were talking through kind of the first, second, third, fourth previously. Clearly, though, if he's staying consistent, that's starting to pay off for him.
Absolutely. So, and we'll maybe take a look at those splits here in a second, too, and see if we can kind of find exactly what's going on. But, it's a pretty big development in the course of this race. Again, kind of around the halfway point, starting to see things maybe shake up and kind of develop a little. But again, there's some big moments, the halfway point being one of them. When we get to kind of like that 8 hour, 9 hour mark, I think that's going to be another one as well. So that race is definitely still wide open, as it will be probably until the end.
Well, didn't you say the course record for the 12 hours, 75 miles?
75
Well, they're at 41 miles at the 6 hour mark already. So.
Yeah, and speaking of the
pushing.
course record holder, so Gags just came through, wearing his sunglasses, got his hat on. I don't know, it's like hippie cowboy or mountain, whatever. But Gags is Philly legend out here doing incredible things, running the 100-miler.
100-miler, yeah. We'll go to that race next, too.
Perfect.
Yeah. So just a quick update on the women's side of things here in the 12 hour. I don't think anything has changed since we last left. So. We have
Except
Lauren,
they're moving up.
Except they are moving up. Yeah, Lauren Maget Creek from Georgetown, Texas, through 9 loops, 6th place overall, first female, running really well, running strong. I had an opportunity to see her come through a loop when we were on our break, and she looked great. I mean, she looked great. She was running really well. And then rounding out the top 3 there, we have Julie Vadula, 45 years old, from New York. She is, I don't know her personally, but I've seen her come through a couple times. It seems like just has really good energy on the course. Seems really, really, really happy. She's been stopping at the aid station to fill up her water. Doesn't seem like she's stressed at all. Seems like she's running really well. And then we have a group of women kind of behind that, with Tara Wilson being the next one, 40 years old, from Philadelphia. In third place female, 12th overall. Julie was second place female, 10th overall. And then a slew of women kind of right behind Tara as well. So a lot of people in the mix there in that 12-hour race, as we are right around the halfway
6 of
point.
the top 15 are women.
Love that.
Yeah, moving up.
Yeah, and on our way back from Wawa, like I said, we saw a lot of people struggling. Julie was one, though, that was moving well. So as we drove past, she was out there just kind of cruising, looked very comfortable. So it definitely seems like one to watch.
Yeah, and then some of the other women in there, since we just mentioned the top 15. So we have Michelle Palmer, Natalie DiFilippo, Susan McGarry, kind of round out those top 15. So, yeah, behind Tara being the 3rd place female, 13th overall, 14th overall, 15th overall, all women. So in that mix, in that top 15, which is awesome. So a lot of action to happen and to take place here. And they're all kind of within like a couple of minutes of each other. So they could be running together or running near each other as well. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now with the 12-hour. Go 100-mile next, I guess. See what's going on with the 100. All right, so the 100's pretty much been kind of the same. It's been a lot of the same faces. The top of the 100, we have Greg Gample. He's running really well. He just ran through here right before we came back from break. Bib 154. Had an his unbuttoned collared shirt on, just looking good, cruising. He's in first place in the 100. We have Landon LeGrand right behind him, 23 years old, from Hoboken. Sean Rahill, 24 years old, from Warminster, PA, in 3rd. Steve Zeichel in 4th. Joe Fricker, maybe the most shout-outs in the chat we've ever had, in 5th. And those have kind of been the names in the top 5 throughout most of the day in the 100. On the women's side, we have Tina Custude, same. I think she had been kind of first place in the female race since this thing started as well. She's in 6th place overall, first female. And then we have Lisa Perry. So she's moved up. So Lisa Perry is 2nd place female, 12th overall, 46 years old, from Abington. I mentioned her name a couple of times. She's a name that just always finds her way kind of into the podium or in that top 5 for the female races in these local races. Really, really strong runner. Tons of experience. I expect to see her name continue to climb up that leaderboard as this thing goes on. And then Karina DePeace is another name. Third place female, 13th overall currently in that race. So that's what we're looking at there. And then Gags is a name we've mentioned a bunch of times. He's in 9th right now in that race, and that is a name that is continued to climb up as well. So Gags in 9th. I expect his name to keep climbing up that leaderboard as well, being super patient. That's the 100. Anything on the 100?
Nothing to add at this point.
All right.
Just a lot of movement.
Long time to go.
I know.
But we are going to keep up with Joe. It's his first. They told us that last time. So
Yeah.
we're looking forward to see how he does.
And then let's see, we got the 24. Yeah, 24 again, same thing right now. Kind of a lot of similar names. The top 3 has shifted a little bit. We have Thomas Joyce in first, followed by Alex Franco and Chris Flores in the 24-hour. Those have kind of been the 3 names at the top. Matt Roders in 4th. His name had been in that top 3 at some point. I think Alex Franco had led for a while. Now it's Thomas, so they're bouncing back and forth. So, yeah, those names are kind of the same. Erica Bash, first female in that race. She's in 8th overall. She's the current course record holder in that event. And then Randy Zuckerberg is 2nd female in that race. She is 13th overall, followed by Lewis Young, who is 47 years old from Monmouth Junction, New Jersey, 18th overall. Again, those runners may have even longer to go, some of them, than the top 100 milers. So a lot of development still to come, but that is where we are at least in terms of our events. You see any other big names? So Paul Johnson in that race, a lot of people have been following. He's in 12th overall in the 24-hour race. So I talked to his crew, or his filmer actually. He's a filmer out here with him. I talked to his filmer. He said he feels pretty good. He said he's kind of waiting for it to cool down a little bit for him to turn things up a little. So has a plan, has a strategy, and again, he's a guy that's kind of done this day in and day out for a long time. So I'm not surprised.
Want to talk your relays?
Sure.
You got your relay runners also, and then for the 12-hour team relay, can we just say the names?
Yeah.
Revolutionary 4-way Poop Jean is 2 laps ahead of the second-place team, which is Legs Miserables.
Yeah. And then we have the AZPD, which I don't know if that means Arizona Police Department or something else, but
yeah,
we might have.
Intuitively, that's like what it seems like, but then I'm like, there's no way that's what that means. Not out here.
Yeah, maybe it's got to be something else. So, so that's where we're. And then that's the 12-hour. How about the 24?
the men in the arena are still leading.
Cool.
By only about 15 minutes or 18 minutes over the double triangle.
Okay.
And so what's the distance that our relay teams have covered, like the lead
37
relay?
and a half.
So 37 and a half. And I saw
That's
like the
the
24 hours, I think, are at 37 and a half. So there's a lot of people coming in, but it's interesting still that the individuals in the relays, some of the individual events and the relay events are about the same distance.
Yeah, so the 12-hour one's farther. So the 12-hour is 45 miles.
Okay.
That's
So
the only
they're
difference.
the farthest. Which they, I think
Should
they should. be.
seems like it should be.
Yeah.
But
but
not by much.
No,
One
not by
lap.
much. Yeah, about a lap.
But it also goes to show for the individual events. So the coming up on or having just hit 40 miles. I don't know if we have any individuals quite over 40 yet.
Yeah.
When they come
Chris
in,
and
they
Vincent,
will.
Yeah.
they're both over 40.
Oh, yeah, they
They're
were.
at 41 already.
So you're going to start seeing that wear on the body, the hips, and the different things. So if you haven't been with us, there's a couple things that these runners are dealing with, and one is a flat, fast course, which sounds great until you realize that hours and hours of running using the exact same muscles, exact same steps, really will just wear on that body, and then as well as the heat, right? That's going to just further complicate your ability to recover from that. So we're starting to see some breakdown, but lots of race to go, and I think that it's just going to get harder and harder and harder, and we'll probably see, my prediction is that we'll see a lot of changeover in the leaderboards.
I think so, too. And I think, it's hard to follow. I guess we kind of have like 3 different races going on.
Yep.
I bet you there's going to be a lot of changeover in kind of like that middle pack.
Got a 100-miler coming in right now, essentially sprinting.
Yeah,
So
this dude looks
154.
good. He's the leader. Look good. You. He looks
Just
great.
moving fast.
That's Greg, I think. He's in
It
the
is.
lead of the 100-mile.
Kind of looks like he turned it up. So it's either he's feeling strong or there's desperation in there.
So he's about to be done his 11th lap. So that'll put him at
41.
41. Wow, he's really moving.
Very impressive. And I will say, so we had, during the break, we had a conversation. I think there's been at least one runner that's kind of been pulled for medical issues. So we've talked quite a bit about heat. One of the risks, especially a repetitive event like an ultra run, is rhabdomyolysis, which is essentially a repeat muscle injury, right? And so what happens is your muscle breaks down, your body can't process it, it builds up in your system, and it can cause some serious issues. Well, heat can further exacerbate that, because one of the ways that rhabdo comes about is, especially if you're dehydrated, your body is working to push this stuff through the kidneys and filter all this breakdown out, and that gets really difficult to do as you run into hydration issues because it needs that fluid. So we've had one runner today that's kind of succumbed to that, started with a bunch of muscle cramps, and they decided, hey, it's probably time to be done. But that's a risk for everybody out here in terms of, that's why the hydration, taking in the calories and trying to manage that stuff becomes so important.
Yeah, I also think too on the I don't know, flip side's not the right word, but I think for some runners, like, that's what draws them so much to this sport too, is like that puzzle, right? And we've talked a lot about that, like, especially as the distances get longer, like it become, I mean, obviously you still have to be fit and be in shape and put the time in training, but so much of it's like trying to put those little puzzle pieces together, and a lot of times success comes down to how can you, today it's really, how can you manage the heat? Like the people that are going to excel today, not just on the leaderboard, but in their own personal goals, are the people that are going to be able to manage the heat. I think that's like the biggest thing to kind of overcome. All encompassing, right? Calorie intake, fluid intake, managing your internal clock and temperature and all that stuff. So it's a lot of it's that, right? Which is cool.
Yeah, I just think they're at the point now. They definitely have to keep up with that, but they've really got to employ cooling strategies now. They've got to bring down their core temperature, or else none of that's going to matter. Like, you can eat all you want, but if you don't bring down your core temperature, it's going to sit into like sludge, because you're not able to digest it because your body's just rerouting constantly. Was that one of our leaders?
Yeah, that is
Julie.
She looks, like I said, just looks good. Came in smiling. That's Julie Vidula from New York. I don't know how to say that town name. Wantagh, New York. Second place female, 10th overall.
Stopping at the aid station first?
Yeah, just looking so good, just keeping it super smooth. She looked really good when she came through. A little bit before her was John Servey came through. He's in 9th overall. I know he's gotten some shout-outs in the chat. He looked really, really calm and was running really well still as well. So there's a lot of people in the mix still.
And both of them were still smiling, which is a good sign.
Having fun. Gotta have fun. If you're not having fun,
Yeah, and going back to
Gotta
Jeff,
take it.
one of the points that you just made was the cooling strategies being critical. And I think that applies to your point, pretty much everything, right? If you're going to get calories in, you got to be cool enough to digest it. If you want to keep your heart rate where it's manageable, you got to stay cool enough to do that. And so, yeah, it's kind of like staying cool is going to solve a big majority of your problems out here today, which is obviously a challenge in the conditions we're in.
I'm just looking over your shoulder at the chat too. A lot of good stuff. I mean, a lot of people are just kind of shouting out people that we've kind of talked about. Shaw, Paul Johnson, Dirty Jersey Boys for the win.
How's bib
I like
135 doing was a question. I don't know if that's a new question or an old
It's an older
question.
question. We got that earlier.
Oh, okay. The Jersey Boys for the win. Those Central Jersey guys came here to play today. Shaw's from Turnersville. He's a South Jersey guy, but Vin Kennedy, Red Bank.
Got a comment checking in from a crew supporting my boy.
I missed it. Oh.
What?
There was a comment. I was like checking in from the crew. We might have to. It might have been from earlier.
Yeah,
We might have
they're
missed
still
it
running
earlier.
it from earlier up on the
Okay,
screen.
no
Yeah.
problem. So we'll
But
just
still, somebody checking in from a crew, so out on vacation, but checking in on their runner. That's cool.
Yeah, it's awesome. So we'll keep it. We'll keep them coming as much as we can. In about just like a programming note, about 10 minutes, we're gonna have Rachel Bambrick join us. Rachel Lynn on Instagram. Some people might know her better as Rachel Lynn from Instagram. From the Women in Ultra Running, brand space. So we'll have Rachel come on. We'll talk a little bit about Women in Ultra Running, kind of like what the platform stands for, what some of the goals of the platform are. We'll highlight some of the runners that she's out here supporting today too. So just trying to bring you some coverage of the race. We know Rachel's here. Women in Ultra Running has their own tent set up over there. I don't want to say too much and steal too much of her spotlight, but we'll have her on in about 10 minutes or so. Around 1:30, she's gonna pop on. So stay tuned for that as well. Keep mixing it up.
I'm going to bounce
There's
back to the
Steve.
cooling strategies. Yeah, there's Steve. What's
Yeah.
Zackle?
Yeah.
Yeah. that we were talking about earlier. So you can see a lot of the runners are actually, they're dipping their sponges in water, trying to put it over their head to kind of cool off their heads with some water, and they're also grabbing ice and they're putting in bandanas and everything. And both those work as good strategies. The only challenge is they don't last very long because as hot as it is out here with the bandanas, even with the ice, this stuff is melting. So a quick pro tip is that if you want to employ ice in your arm sleeves or in a bandana and everything, is you actually put it in a Ziploc bag and then put it in your arm sleeves and stuff, because it retains that water, that cold water, longer, and it doesn't just all drain off your body and stuff. And so you can actually keep the coolant on you longer than you would be otherwise.
Nice. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how we see different people doing different things. I mean, no one really has the sleeves. It'll be interesting how that changes or comes about.
I've seen 2 runners with sleeves.
I've seen a couple, yeah. Not as many as I would have thought. We just had a runner come by, kind of give us a wave. I just looked. He's 11th place right now, 9th male. Chris Dodds is his name, 34 from Deptford. He might be a name to keep an eye on. I don't personally know him, but he came by. He just stopped at the aid station real quick. Just looked, again, another runner that just looked like really, really strong coming through here, and he's in that 12-hour. So, again, maybe.
Over there?
Yup.
Yeah.
Maybe not a name we see, like, totally end up on the leaderboard, but a name that I think is worth it. And here he goes, just heading back out. Looking good. I mean, just
under control.
looking good. Yeah, exactly.
Under control.
Consistency is going to be the name of the game for, I think, probably whoever ends up at the top at the end, right? So it's fun. It's fun to watch who's out in front, but like we talked about several times, that could change, and you get someone who's just consistent now, and that pays off. They can hold on to that. May come back and surprise people. Just watch them steadily move up the board.
Here we have coming in right now is Michelle. Just cruising in, not in any kind of rush. Michelle's in the 100 for the women. She's kind of right in that mix.
Yeah, she's accepting the heat is
Yep.
what she's doing. She's definitely accepting the heat.
And she actually turned down the water.
You got it.
She gave us a look, clearly battling with the heat, but still looks strong, still looks intentional.
Yeah.
Just taking her time at the moment, refilling bottles, looks like she's getting some help.
Well, one thing about Michelle is that even if she struggles through the afternoon in the heat, what she will do is she will stay in the game until this evening, and then she will probably start moving it with a little bit more efficiency. And she's just looks almost as if she's trying to get through where we are, which I think a lot of runners are going to do.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Jeremy.
No, I was just saying, we touched on it before, but ultra running is such a game of problem solving, and a big part of problem solving is accepting the current situation, right? Because it's easy to go into catastrophic thinking. It's easy to fast forward your mind about, well, if it's this bad now, how bad is it going to get? And we actually talked about her specifically for that, but there's going to be a lot of people out here that have that experience to just dial it back, rein it in. They're going to deal with what they have to do, and I guarantee that's what she's doing right now, is saying, what do I need, right? And let's not let this run away, but what do I need? How do I keep moving forward? And then when the time is right, I can adjust again and either turn it back up or pivot. And so it's interesting because some people, that will derail their race, and some people, you'll just watch them problem solve and move on, and that'll make the difference.
Yeah, I was gonna say something really similar about like how hard it is sometimes to scale back. Like when you feel like you're like, man, I'm 6 hours in, things aren't going my way, and to know that it's still okay to scale back and like have that experience and that like really that confidence in yourself too, I think is like another word to use there. How important that is. Yes, you said it really nicely. I was gonna say something super similar. So.
Yeah, she knows the long game.
Yeah. It's hard to know, and even when you do know it, sometimes things kind of get away from you a little.
That's
and
right.
You're like, it's hard to put yourself in that shoes where people are passing you, or you're not running at a pace that like typically you train at or you want to be running at, but to know that like the goal is not to finish the next loop long term. The long term goal is to like run the races as strong as you can. So, and when it's a 24-hour race and you're 6 hours in, you got more time to go than time you've run. So.
Yep. Yeah. Work the plan versus work the way you feel, right? Trust the plan.
Absolutely. No. Hold on. Let me take this off.
Hold on a minute.
Yeah. They're what? Hold on. We're on live still.
Are you on?
It's all.
If you put it
up, that'll mute you.
YouTube. Yeah.
There, you can, if you look it up, you can find the
got the
link on
results.
there, and that should have the results page as well. Is that what you guys are looking for? Is the results page?
No, you're Dan, right?
So Endless Endurance on their YouTube.
You're
and
Dan.
then I'll have the link.
Hey, isn't that Dan?
What?
That thing is Dan Marchese.
Dan?
Maybe.
Sorry, we're going deep.
Well, he
here
ran
with
Beast to
people
East too, I think, recently, last year too. Sorry, we are live.
Yeah, I know.
Apologies. When people come up to us,
I know. Yeah, we got live coverage, but we're also, and we've said this a couple times, we're also basically just sitting right on the track where people run by us, which is cool. I'd rather be like right on the track. We get to see everyone, which is sweet. But yeah, we get a lot of questions, and I don't know if people always realize that we're on live, but
they thought we were on Instagram Live.
It would probably look like a timing tent or like part of an aid, you know.
Yeah.
So it's like a good information place to stop by. I would probably do the same thing.
We'll just let our producers know that they're looking for the leaderboard to be put on a TV that would be available.
So we used to have, so at Endless Endurance events in the future, this is our first place female runner in the 12-hour coming through right now. This is Lauren McGeckreek.
Look at how smooth.
Yeah, super strong. So I'll come back to that point in a second, but she looks really, really strong.
Very strong, taking the squirt gun.
Running well. There you go. Yeah, running really well.
And that, as hot as it is out here, that water must be cold because everybody that gets hit with it, you can kind of see it take their breath away for a second. So it's got to be a shock to the system. Probably feels great, but
yeah, I think it's just it was all ice, and they keep loading the ice ones over there, and then when it goes to water, they just shoot it, which is awesome. So that's the way to do it. But the leaderboard, so the people had come over and asked about that. In events in the past, Endless Endurance has had a large leaderboard, like a bigger one. The gentleman who typically runs 2L, I think, was away this weekend or had a prior commitment, and unfortunately they couldn't use the large leaderboard. But that was typically what they had, and that was what they were referring to. So we've had them in the past. All right, we got good timing right here. So joining us on the stream here, we have enough seats for everyone too.
Yeah, we're gonna slide you this way a little bit.
Yeah. So joining us on the stream right now,
Come on over.
we have Rachel Bambrick, maybe better well known as Rachel Lynn. Here, that one's your mic.
Hello.
And it's working because I can
Pull
hear
your chair
you.
this way if you don't mind.
Perfect.
Yeah, you slide on over a little
We're gonna
more.
squeeze and get tight.
Okay.
You're real tight.
And we'll see if we can get, I don't know. If
We
we'll
need
get
Jeremy to
everyone
join
on.
us back. I'm not sure.
Maybe in a second. We can get rolling. We'll keep going. All right. So yeah, we have Rachel joining us right now. Rachel, how are you?
I'm doing very well. A
It's-
little hot, but I should not be one to complain. How are you guys?
We're good, and we've basically been saying the same thing the whole day, where it's like, yeah, it's really hot out, but I don't know if we're the ones that should be complaining.
Exactly.
So for those of you that don't know Rachel, Rachel is founder the right word? Cool,
Yeah.
awesome. So Rachel is the founder of Women in Ultra Running, which is a new platform, brand, whatever words you want to
Like
use.
organization is where I think I'm shifting it towards, but yeah, absolutely.
Cool, and what is I don't know if mission statement's the right word, but yeah, give us kind of like the quick 30-second, like what Women in Ultra Running is, like the kind of like the mission statement of the group.
Yeah, so started as what I thought would be a quick 4-part event series to help teach women in Philly more about ultra running. Was really well received, and I think now beginning to look at it more as an organization or a foundation with the mission in mind to help welcome more women into the sport of ultra running. I think women have incredible potential in this sport, but when I would look at statistics of female entrants in ultra races, we're often around this like 20-30% mark. Not here, but at across the country. And so I wanted to put on events and teach women more about the sport. So things that I wish maybe I knew when I first started, like how do you fuel yourself?
Yeah.
What does sleep strategy look like? How does someone run at night? And then it's kind of become and grown into a larger community since then. And we're working towards potentially continuing to expand it and have this exist in other areas, because I think the more women showing up to local ultras in their area, the more we can continue to move that needle and increase the number.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Jeremy and I, we host a podcast for ultra running also and everything, and we've heard a lot about you and a lot about the organizations you're putting together, and think it's fantastic. Like really cool thing you're doing. We have interviewed multiple women on our show and talked to them about a lot of the challenges that they have. But for those who are watching, what do you think some of the challenges are for women that are different than men, maybe in a race, for example?
Yeah, I think there's so many factors that I think, and the more I talk to more women, the more I'm also learning about like the intersectionality of different pieces that people bring to ultras. Like if you are a woman of color, if you are an LGBTQIA woman, there are also other challenges that I'm trying to partner with other organizations to learn more about, because I bring my perspective and my challenges. So just from that starting point, things that I found, I think a lot of races to me were always marketed as like the toughest thing you'll ever do, and it's going to break you down and spit you back out. And I loved running ultras, but not for those reasons.
Right.
So to me, one thing races can do is consider the way that they're marketing themselves. Maybe you are a really tough, rugged race, but also tell me about your aid station food. Also, what's the vibe of like the post-race party? Because that just helps more people feel like they might be included in that space. I think there's also just kind of the continuation of like societal roles that we have for women, where more women are still kind of thought of to be, homemakers or caring for their kids. So I think women who are training for ultras, which requires a lot of time, a lot of commitment, a lot of travel potentially, you start to hear more questions of like, well, who's watching your kids? Or like, what's happening at home while this is going on? Whereas, my male counterparts may not be asked that as often. So that can be pretty tricky to navigate if you want to feel like you need to take this time for yourself to be a better person, but you're continually asked, well, what's happening at home?
Right.
So just changing some of those perspectives. And then I also think the ways that races are able to cater to women with things like pregnancy deferral policies, with having menstruation products readily available at aid stations. I think sometimes they're at the aid station, but you have to go ask. And we've all been hours into an ultra and our brain's not working very well. So it's not just right on the table next to, the lube that's always there.
Right.
We may not think it's there at all. We may not think to ask for it. So having that stuff out in the open and readily available is also really important. So those are a few things from my perspective, but then
Those are great.
also very remiss to not work to understand more of the intersectionality and other pieces that other women face from different backgrounds to challenges to entering the sport.
Yeah, and I mean, we talk about the elephant in the room all the time. We both do trail runs as well, and when you go do an ultra and you're in the woods, you'll see men. We're just going to run off into the woods and everything, and then you feel different when you have to see a lady go off and try to find a place to go to the bathroom, and you have to go even further into the woods and everything, and we're like, I can see you behind that small little branch of a tree over there, and then a lady is going to try to find a shelter basically to get behind, and it's a difference, and yeah, it's a challenge I think you face with.
Yeah, that's it. One of the biggest questions I get asked is like, what do you do in the bathroom? And my frank answer is just like, you kind of get used to it. You just practice sort of. But it is, I kind of curse how easy it is for
But it's part of the conversation, right?
Yeah.
It is, and I think it's where you have to kind of have that conversation and help people understand this is what happens. This is what it's going to look like, and even as a man, when I'm running by, that's taking place. We're not all over there trying to ogle, and so I know everybody's trying to be like worried about it, but that's not something we're doing anyway, because we're all just doing the same event. And I would hope that people would feel comfortable, comfortable peeing in the woods, if you will.
Yeah, and that's why it's so great to have like a community of women. So our events are for women or femme presenting folks kind of exclusively to create that space where women feel more comfortable asking those questions. Like, what do I do? Is it okay for me to pee in the woods? Or if I have my period during an ultra, what do I do? What have others done? And we can kind of learn from each other in this space that I think helps us then come to these mixed gender events and feel more included and more part of it and more ready.
I got something kind of interesting. It's not as much a question, but more like a comment or a statement. I think when you had mentioned that you had started Women in Ultra Running as like a 4-part series, and to see that it now is much more than a 4-part series, I think speaks to like how like much there was a need for this, right? And I think that's something that's really important. And when you think about it, like just the tagline "Women in Ultra Running" is something that like feels really simple. It's really easily understood, but like sort of the nuances underneath the surface require like a lot of work. And kind of credit to you in that sense that like when you hear the phrase Women in Ultra Running, you're like, I know exactly what that group is about. I have a general sense of like what that group is trying to do in the space, but when you have an opportunity to like dive into the surface, you see that there's like a ton of different things that are kind of going on. But I think that's cool that you started it kind of with this. It's going to be like you had said, a 4-part series, and now it's just like continuing to expand and seeing Women in Ultra Running pop up at all different events. I ran a race in April. I know there were like some Women in Ultra Running folks there, which is cool. So yeah, it's cool. I mean, it's cool to see out in the space. And I mean, I'm sure you think about this, like the importance of visibility and that sort of thing. So it's cool. Credit to you guys. Yeah, it's cool.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's been so much fun. It's been a lot of work. It's been such a blessing, and also like so much to try to work through. But we have more and more people interested, more and more people helping and volunteering, which has been great. Yeah, and then I think just others in the community really helping me to like understand and make sure that I'm looking at the whole picture, because women in ultra running is a large group, and making sure that everything within that is represented.
I have another one and this was like a comment. It doesn't happen as much it does sort of in this race even, but especially like trail point-to-point races, like you take some of the big national races, the idea that like the men's race gets talked about first because the men's race happens first, right? Like Western States is like a good example of this, and I'm not knocking anything about Western States. Like it's a well-renowned race for a reason, but like everyone starts at the same time, so the men go through everything first. So like that's all the commentary is like geared towards the men's race because it happens first. Whereas it'd be interesting to see in the future if like there's any shifts in that to try to like present the women's race like as its own space, like not happening like sort of literally behind the men's race. I don't know. I don't know if there's like anything to that. But I was thinking about that, and even with our race, it's the same thing. Like you can see my screen. I have my 12-hour leaderboard up, and you know the men appear first because the race is happening with the men in the lead. So I don't know. Interesting. Maybe things that we can work towards or things to think about. But
and I think like just opportunities like this to have like for me to be here and to be talking with you all, like that's important. So even, and not you all included, like I have so many male friends and counterparts in the ultra space that I absolutely love and have formed great connections with. But just having the conversation like about, all right, then where are the women on the list as well, and just making sure we're checking in with that. And I think I appreciate that so much, and I know a lot of women do. It's just having that representation where even if the men's race is happening first because they're just running faster, we're still on the live stream talking about the women that are out there, talking about the organization, and that means so much. Cool. Speaking of which, there's Tori, she is running. There's Lee, she's also running. They're both from our Women in Ultra Running group. Doing awesome. I think both trying to go for about 40 or 50 miles today in the 12-hour, which is huge, especially in this heat.
Well, we were talking about earlier how in the 12-hour that the women were starting to move up in the rankings now. So like there's 6 of the top 15 are ladies now, and it was, I think it was 3 before we took our lunch break. It was that quickly it switched. It was great.
And I think some of that to me, I think that's that resiliency. Some of that like deep down, that mental toughness. Like these next couple hours are the mental toughness. Like who's going to be able to keep moving, even if we slow down, but we have to like let go of our pride a little bit, slow down, keep ourselves going, and that's going to really pay off
where the
later.
work is. You got something I can tell.
No, I was just going to say, it's funny because we've been talking, so we had the podcast, and so we've never thought about the type of people we bring on, right? We just find stories, it's been inspiring, but I'll be honest, recently we've had to be like, hey, we've got a list of like 10 ladies we want to reach out to because there's so much inspiring stuff happening to where we're almost like, oh, we got to work in some men here too to kind of even
it
out
is a
little
true
bit.
story.
But so to your point, I think, there's probably an imbalance, but it feels like you're starting to see a lot of women, and not just the winning part, but just be more vocal, be inspiring, put their stories out there, talk about it. And it's been really fun from the show perspective to connect with so many wonderful stories. But one of the topics, and maybe you could talk about it quick, is, my wife went out in our neighborhood and had a truck. She called me and she's like, hey, I'm freaked out. There's a guy yelling and saying things. And we've had several women on the show that when we go run, we don't typically have to think about. And so many women arm themselves or have to think about, okay, if I'm going out by myself, it's different than if I do it. Is that something that you guys address? How do you come around that in terms from a safety perspective?
Yeah, so I think we do a couple night runs, which I think has been really important because for a lot of folks training for that like 100+ mile distance, night running and even night training runs are a huge factor, and a factor that a lot of women have been like, how do I do this? I'm going to feel uncomfortable or scared. And because unfortunately there is like that greater feeling or greater fear and legitimate fear that of like, attacks or violence or things like that. So one of the things we've been doing is we'll have our second one coming up in 2 weeks, night runs. So I keep them the group's pretty small. We head out and we just practice trail running. We practice using lights. We practice staying together. We talk about the importance of safety. I think from my perspective, one of the biggest things is just there's power in numbers. I always tell myself I could be however safe I am here in the middle of the night versus somewhere else in the middle of the day. But to me, running is still so important that I'm just going to do as best I can to be smart and protect myself, and then trying to pass that along to other women. And then having the night run piece be something very specifically linked to ultra running, where most people, if we're running, road marathons or road races, don't have to ever consider or worry about night running, and that's perfect. But for ultras, it is. So we've just made that like a learning opportunity. And then we partnered with Trail Sisters. They brought us in for an event that they hosted for a self-defense workshop as well. So something that I would like to also continue to do in the future, partner together or separately, but having that training in the back of your mind is also really important. God forbid, but if something were to happen, to be able to feel prepared. So I think it's so much
unfortunate that even needs to be like the conversation.
Yeah.
I mean,
but to me, like, ultra running is in itself about preparedness. It's about
100%.
preparing yourself for anything that can happen out there. Nutrition, mental strategy, sleep deprivation, that is just another factor that's added in. Same goes for, menstruation. We had a virtual talk a couple weeks ago about ultra running on your period. And it's just, ultra running is all about preparedness. There's just a few other factors that women have to consider that men don't as often.
Yeah, a good example of that. So Tara Dower, who we've had on the show, and then she went out and we just watched her smoke Umstead.
Yeah.
But I heard her talk afterwards, and that's an issue that she had to deal with during that particular race. And I was like, I don't ever have to have that concern, right? But we've talked several times even during this, how it's just a game of problem solving. And so it's just another problem to put in the mix and solve. But it sounds like you're doing a great job of helping people come together, have those conversations. And let me ask this, because somebody just heard, maybe is thinking, I want to have a group night run with ladies around me, but I'm not in that area. Do you guys have a way for people to connect or something to plug in and find out maybe locally? Like, talk about that. How do you connect people?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think like the best like touch point or landing point to find us is just on Instagram, because then every link out of there is listed. But the best community, we're on an app called Halo, Heylo. It's like an online community where people can join the app, and then you're in the community and you have access to a huge variety of chat forums that we've set up. So within those chat forums, you can go to, if you live in the Philadelphia area, like specific Philadelphia events. But then we have women from across the country have joined at this point. You can go into the nutrition topic and talk about, hey, I'm struggling with my gels. What are people using? And learn from that. You can go into, hey, I live in, Oklahoma and I'm training for this race. Anyone else live around there? And we've had people say either, yes, I do, or I have a cousin who does, and she's a big runner. And people have been able to find these connections, which I think is so special. And the hope is to continue to see that. And when more women show up to races, they see people from the community there, and they have that like touch point, so they know, okay, I feel safe and supported and included, and I see myself at these races, because I think that's such a big part of it. That's you look at the start line to a lot of ultras, you go on Instagram and you're like, none of these people look like me. I don't know, maybe those people are there, I just don't see them. So I don't know if I should go there. I don't know if I'm going to feel included. But when we start to see a more diverse group of women, and also there's so much more room for diversity in ultra running, but when we start to see more and more of that, people feel welcomed into the sport that, like, I know and we all know is so beautiful, but we just need to continue to move the needle to make it feel accessible and welcoming to everyone.
And so just say one more time again, for Instagram, what's the Instagram handle?
Instagram handle is Women in Ultra Running.
Okay.
Just one big word. Nice
and easy. So if you're listening, because to me, what you just said is where the magic is. So there's so much information on the internet, right? We can probably go find an answer to pretty much anything we want. But when you can connect with people and have that tangible relationship, it feels different. And that sounds like that's what you're building. So if you're interested and you're listening, go check out the Instagram, find those forums, get plugged in. Because even something, I say simple, but as great as doing that night run together, because my wife would be the same way. She doesn't want to go out at dark for several reasons. One, she doesn't want to get eaten by bears, I'm sure, too. But there's a safety aspect, and so thank you for providing that opportunity for people.
Yeah, it's been really magical to see. I say it's been a lot of work, and it has been, but it's far outweighed by how special it is. We have many women here today running their first ultra, and some people were like, I wouldn't have thought I could do it otherwise, which sometimes it's like hard for me to swallow. I'm like, I think you could have anyways, but it's just about providing those tools. I think providing those tools and those opportunities, more women are going to feel empowered to come out here and try something a little crazy.
But you are making a difference for sure.
Thank you.
I'll throw another question out there. So women in ultra running aside for a second, Rachel as the runner, what does anything on the calendar that you have, like what's coming up? I know you're a Cocodona finisher. I mean, you have some really impressive runs under your belt.
Thank you.
Looking ahead, like what's the future kind of look like for yourself and racing and all that good stuff?
Yeah, so I'm heading into, I'm in my peak training right now for my I try to pick one big, scary goal race of the year. So last year was Cocodona for sure. This year I'm running the Divide 200, so 200 miler in Canada, up in the Canadian Rockies near the Continental Divide. So that is September 10th. So just got back from some big training in Colorado to try to get used to alpine environments that I don't experience here. Because I'm a big also proponent of the fact that just because I live on the East Coast and I'm a flatlander doesn't mean I can't go challenge myself in those big races. And then I'm doing Javelina. It's like a fun party race. My Western States qualifier, hopefully after that in October. And then I peer pressured myself into the Arizona 300
I knew that was
in
coming.
April.
I was like, you're going to take on the monster, aren't you?
You're like, there's something else that's building too.
Oh my
so
God.
that's my next now until April.
And for everybody that's listening, if you didn't quite catch, to the Arizona Monster, which is a 310 mile out in Arizona, will be put on by Candace out there with Destination Trail. Yeah. But yeah, I am interested in this. So you've done Cocodona. Was that your first 200 experience?
Yes.
Okay. So, and it's a 250, right? How do you think with the race you have coming up, and it's called the Divide. What challenges do you think that will present that would be different than what you saw at Cocodona?
Yeah, I think the terrain is going to be a little bit more challenging. It's a lot more alpine mountain terrain, which is so hard to find. So I was out in Boulder trying to get up on some of those ridgeline areas. I'm not the biggest fan of heights, so I was trying to make sure I felt okay. I think I do. I felt confident coming out of last week. I also, not specific to Divide, but I'm sure everyone wants to get better at sleep strategy in 200s, but wow, night 3 of Cocodona, I lost my mind, and I would love to lose it just a little bit less this time. So really trying to, I think my plan is just to stay ahead of sleep, take a little bit more time for sleep, knowing that it'll pay off later. Whereas first time Cocodona, I was like, I gotta keep moving, I gotta keep going, but sleep deprivation will find you no matter what. So
yeah, that's been a big topic. We've talked a lot about 200s, and for everybody listening, and if you're thinking, what do you mean 200s, right? Some of you are very familiar, but some not. And to your point, there's a race. I mean, we're witnessing 100 miles today, and even a 24-hour. But there's not as much of a sleep strategy. Once you start stretching these races out, that becomes so important. And it's funny because you start hearing terms like, "Oh, I found I'm a good Wes? I'm a good day 3 runner."
Oh,
or
yeah.
something
Yeah.
like that. You're like, what? That's hard to compute. But I'm sure you started to feel that once you've been out there, and then realized that sleep deprivation catches up to you so much.
Yeah, that I am so thankful for my pacer on night 3, and I just paced and crewed my friend Joelle Cervantes, who's very well known to.
We're waiting to see him later today.
Yeah, very well known to endless endurance at the Tahoe 200. So I paced him on night 3, which was very funny because I remember bits and pieces of my night 3, and it was funny to be on the other side of it. I mean, he crushed the race, he finished, he did amazing, but it was like, oh, this is what sleep deprivation looks like from the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. That's fascinating. Well, congrats. It sounds like you got some big stuff ahead of you.
Thank you.
We'll look forward to following along. And like Jeff said, we've heard so much about you. It's been so great to meet you in person.
Yeah, thank you.
So just looking forward to that.
Yeah, so let's do. So at 2:00, we're gonna have a stream change. So we're gonna hop off again at 2. You want to just stay on for the 10 minutes?
Yeah,
and okay,
absolutely.
cool. So we'll just do kind of touch on some of the race stuff here, see where we're at.
Let's start with the ladies.
Yeah. Let's start with the ladies. Yep. All right, cool. So we'll start with the ladies. We'll start with the 12-hour. So not much change in terms of our leader. So Lauren McGet-Creek is still our leader in this race. 30 years old from Georgetown, Texas. Currently running in 6th overall as well. And I think as we're on our topic of women in ultra running, important for us to mention, 6th place overall, that has not changed, right? So Lauren's just in the mix right now for kind of like that top 5 potentially podium overall spot, which is really cool. So Lauren's running really well. She's run by here a couple times and we've seen her. Last time she ran by, she gave us a wave and a little smile, so she was looking good. She was running really well. So that's our 12-hour women's leader. 2nd place right now, it looks like we still have Julie Vadola, who I don't know if Julie's come back on the next loop yet. So Lauren is through 10 loops. Julie's through 9. So I don't think we've seen Julie through the 10th yet, but Julie is still our 2nd place female right now, 45 years old, from upstate New York. And then 3rd place, we have Tara Wilson. Tara has been sitting kind of in that 2nd, 3rd spot. It's actually interesting. I didn't bring this up a second ago. We had someone from Tara's crew walk by when we were on our break, and they were like, yeah, Tara was just kind of doing this as like a fun run and is running really well, and this just kind of turned into a race. So so Tara's out here for definitely for the long haul, it seems like, but Tara's right in the mix, running in 3rd place, and then there's a slew of women behind her to round out the top 15 overall. Michelle Palmer, Natalie DiFilippo, Susan McGarry, round out the top 15 overall. Susan McGarry, 58 years old, from Philadelphia, 15th overall, 6th female.
Heck yeah.
And it does look like Lauren is starting to pick up 5th place.
Yeah.
She is starting to catch him. So
Love
she will
that.
be moving up.
Yeah, and I don't know Lauren. I kind of wish I did. So Lauren wasn't on my radar coming into this race. And I don't know. So it says she's from Georgetown, Texas. I'd be interested to see if that's where she like lives full time or if she splits time, because if she is, I'm sure there's a heat element today that's helping her. Because, I mean, it's just been a really hot day. But, yeah, she's running really, really well. So that's kind of where we're at with the women so far. Men's race, we'll just kind of do the top 3. It's basically been back and forth between Vin Kennedy and Chris Shaw. I think the last time we had talked a little bit about this, Chris Shaw was in 1st place. Vin Kennedy is now back in 1st place. They're both through 12 loops. They came through their 12th loop virtually together. They were 7 seconds apart. So the two of them seems like they're running together. I don't know if they are friendly outside of this race. Something tells me they may be. I think their crew spots are right next to each other. So they are kind of right next to each other. And then after that, we have Andrew Linder in 3rd, who is a lap and probably about a lap and a half behind them. But Andrew Linder has a 2nd place finish in this race.
Did you say they're
so
7 seconds apart?
Yeah, they were, yeah.
That's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah. So I think they came in together.
They must have.
Well, one of the
exciting.
things, too, that we talked prior was, Vin at one point had taken that break. It's the first time we had seen him take the break, and that's about the time we saw the changeover. So we may just be seeing him start to catch back up if he had taken that strategic break, whether it was a shoe change or clothes or something like that. So it'll be interesting when they come through the next lap if they're still that close or if he started to move ahead. But my guess is that's part of what we're seeing is that
Well, that's Andrew right there, too.
Yeah.
So
So
3rd place is finishing his lap.
So since we have our guest here, Rachel will get some insight here, just race specific. So you've run this race. The
Yes.
12 and the 24, or just the 24?
12 and the 24.
Okay,
yeah.
cool. So we can let's start with the 24. On a day like this, the heat like it is, it's usually pretty hot for this race, regardless of what day it is. Did you have like a really specific strategy in terms of like managing the heat and managing your pace, like coming into the race? Were you kind of just like, I'm going to let the day happen as it happens? Like, what was your kind of thought process, like running a race like that, running this specific race?
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I've always run this race either sort of last minute.
Yeah.
I love this race, but it's always one I just hop into last minute, or it was a training run for something else. So I was telling Pete earlier, I've never properly raced this race, but
That's fair. That's important, I think, to know.
yeah, and but what I've always done, and even with that, I think I've found success here. I stick to a pretty strict like run walk kind of ratio. It works really well for me. I'm not always the fastest person, but that like keeps my pace pretty even keeled, especially through the heat of the day. It can be really hard in the beginning when everyone is coming out guns a-blazing, just busting through that first loop. If I know I have a strategy that I started with, maybe I'm running for 20 minutes, walking for 5, and that's my plan, I try to be really rigid and stick with that. Even I let everyone run past me, because so often it pays off later. You really just have to be patient, especially through the heat of the day. I have a few athletes that I coach that are out there right now. talking to them about strategy, and they have some goals that I think they can still push for, but now is not the time to push. In about 2 hours, we can revisit pushing, but you need to stay patient because this heat it's just how you manage that. And I think also trying to consider limiting break time can be really dangerous sort of in a way when you come through this amazing start-finish area with the tents and everything you could ever ask for, to just stop and sit and take what started as a 15-minute break and turn that into 45. So trying to be on a good schedule with that to keep yourself moving. Even moving slowly is still moving, and that gets you further along than staying still. So just, I think, being patient, keeping your body moving, and just making sure you're managing the heat are huge, and that's what's been successful for me in the past.
Awesome.
Go
ahead.
I was
Yeah.
just saying, I feel pretty validated.
Yeah.
We've had very similar conversations throughout the day of some different strategies. To hear that you employed that very successfully and pretty much echoed a lot of the things we've been talking about is so great to hear from somebody who's run this race, done well at this race. But yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how these people, because as the next few hours unfold, I think we'll see. Did people go out too aggressive? Are they taking the caution that they needed to? Probably, or having the patience. And we'll probably see some people that feel like they're a little bit further back now start to make that climb, and some people that have been out in the forefront may start to fall back a little bit.
Absolutely. This is the exciting part of the race, I think, because it's when that mental strategy pays off, and that's what I am not the fastest runner, but I think I can be smart in strategy and I can be resilient, and this is when I start to have fun. So I'm excited to see what unfolds here too.
Yeah, it's so important. I mean, especially when we talk about, and we are doing a lot of like highlighting of the front of the race. Like, there's not a lot of walk running going on at the front of the pack, but that's where you're going to start to see that gap starts to shrink. I mean, I think it was in 2020. It wasn't last year. It was the year before. I think the 24-hour, I think it was 3 of the top 5 were females. I think it was like Michelle, Erica, and maybe one other person was like right in there. So yeah, I mean, being smart in this race is the long game. It seems like it's, I think people, I've said this a couple times today, I think people forget how long 12 hours is when 12 hours is the shortest distance in the race, where you kind of go out hot and next thing you know, you're like a marathon in and you're like, I have 8 hours left.
Yep.
So it's like, yeah. So.
Yeah, I ran the 24-hour last year and I came in second female and I think 4th overall.
Nice.
And I walked 10 minutes the entire race, which seems extremely conservative, and it was. I hadn't trained for the race, hopped in last minute. My coach wanted me to stay conservative, but I just stuck to that plan pretty rigidly, limited my breaks, and I was able to place. So I think that hopefully the story can help other folks to know, like, walking's okay. You can still achieve a lot, because where some people might fall back in the heat of the day or as it starts to get to them, if you're staying consistent, you can kind of surge forward there.
Nice. Awesome. We're going to have to cut. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, if you just look in the comments, there's a comment in there. We're going to be switching over to a new stream. So you can find the link in the comments. We'll be back with you in just a little bit. We're going to take a break, get that switched over, and then we'll be continuing the coverage. So thank you guys all for participating. We look forward to getting more comments, and yeah, we'll be back soon.
And Rachel, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Rachel.
Yeah, thank you all very
so
much.
Rachel.
Thank you.
All right.